Hey, whoever's here, which is possibly no one right now, but that's fine. Oh yeah, I gotta open up all my different websites on the other screen. Hey, Roving Eye, good morning. All right. So I think one of the first things I wanted to work on is a way for people to spend points. I'll end up talking about this once more people are here, I think. Roaming Eye, that's why whenever I start a stream, I try to start it as softly as possible. Because I remember one of the first days when I came back from lunch, I'm just like, hey everybody! And a lot of people were startled. Alright, so what's the command? How many points does it cost? How many times do I show their name or have a chance to show their name? Do I allow multiple names or is it a bidding war? Alright, so that's a good question. All these things are good questions. Alright, William. Well, if you ever want to drop by, I'll just keep saying hi. But have fun in your house. Alright, so I want to work on a loyalty thing for people. When you spend points, you type something like bang BRB, it would spend points on putting you into my BRB screen. So let's open this up and then let's load that JavaScript to which BRB. So we're going to want to specify a list of names here. And Roving Eye says, why would I want to do that? Do you even have points in this channel? I think you do. Yeah, you do. Okay. Yeah. Fine. Why would you want to do that? I don't know. You'd get to see your name on this screen. So let's take a look. If we say just BRB. Oh, that's loading on the wrong page. Or the wrong screen. So yeah, we have these little things floating by. And what I'd want it to say at some point, let me do a couple things here. I'm going to change the default time from 5 minutes to, let's do this. We'll change it to just a long time for right now. Then I have a chance to say other things. How will I end up doing this? Because I could take in all the other arguments. Hey, Mr. Random Gamer. So I could say BRB launch 5M, and then say something like Roving Eye 101, Mr. Random Gamer DK, and William XC2. So maybe I should put these in quotes. Because the 5M is optional right now. Roving Eye. I would spend points to make the clock go down faster to see the end effect. Actually, that's kind of funny. People have said, what if they spent points on getting a longer stream out of me? I don't know if that's ever going to happen. But yeah, I could take in all the rest of the arguments and make those. Okay, let's just try this. We'll augment this. Oh, these are URL params though, huh? How do I start the BRB program? Wait, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. So SBRB, no, that's not it. Oh, CD/D user profile. Alright, so SBRB, let's open this up. This just calls run with all of the different arguments. And run, if we go back to the D drive, and we open up run, it just passes them into Node. So, where do arguments even come into play here? Oh, I think I know. It's in either app, do I parse arguments here? Or it's in www. Args, yep, args. Here we go. So message time, and then I'd have to pass in people. The other thing I'd have to do is keep track of all of these people manually. Is there a way to get, what does get URL parameter do? Decode URI component, window location, search substring, URL variables. So we go over each one. I see. So we can't make an array in that sense. So we would need to specify this as just a single one. Something like this. So let's do, oh, time doesn't even come into play there, does it? Alright, yeah, let's do this. So we're going to say var shoutouts equals process.argv for or nothing. And then if it's length greater than 5, you specify too many arguments. Shoutouts. Okay. Then we turn the time into a number. Yeah. Alright, so then let's add in one last thing here. And shoutouts equals plus shoutouts. Alright, so now over here in the app, we can get the number, or get the shoutouts that we have. Shoutouts equals get URL parameter shoutouts, or just an empty string. And we can say, let's do this as shoutout string. Hey, Playing Burger. So what I'm working on now, since I started a little bit before 9, I'm working on giving you guys something you can spend points on that is totally useless. Well, let's do this. Parse shoutout string. Shoutouts. And then we're going to call this. And what we'll do is we'll say split equals shoutout string dot split space. And then for each thing in this split, let's do shoutouts dot push. Now, we gotta try something. 1 hour, 100 points. Playing Burger wouldn't actually do anything since I'd scale all of the costs by some amount too. Alright, what happens when you do dot split like that? There's an empty string, so we do need to check for that. If split I dot length is greater than 0, then we do this. And in fact, you know what, we can just put this function into JavaScript console and then say shoutout string equals just an empty string, parse shoutout string. Oh wait, no, we need to do a couple things first. Let's do shoutouts equals that. Alright, so parse shoutout string. Now, what does this equal? Good, empty. Alright, so same thing up here. We're going to say this is Adam test. And then we're going to do parse shoutout string and then console.log shoutouts. Alright, good. What happens if we just say Adam? Good. Alright, cool. So then I think this is working. Good. Alright. And we can say this here, actually. Actually, you know what we can do is just turn it like this. And then we can say this. Ooh, Playing Burger's birthday's on Friday. It's gonna be a big stream. Alright, so we have the shoutouts now. Now, next what we want to do is insert the shoutouts into the actual stream. And hey, Panadol Day. Let's see. So what are we going to do here? We have a random test to see if we want one of these special messages. So I think what we should do is... Panadol Day says source video kill me. What? What we want to do is we want to keep track of how many, let's do this, shoutout mentions equals this for shout out mentioned equals 0. This is the number of mentions that each person has. So what we'll do is we'll make sure each person gets them evenly, and we'll make it every, this is what we'll do. Yeah, every 50. So, all right, let's do that. Var shout out counter equals 20. Actually, we'll start it at 0, I think. And then, since this is all just terrible code anyway, because it doesn't matter, where did that go? Here. So here's what we do. We say shout out counter minus minus. If shout out counter is less than or equal to 0, then we set it back to 20, and then we say to use one of the special mentions. So get shout out mention. Phaser text.text equals. All right, then we just write that function. Bugsy says, what text editor do you use? Yeah, Sublime Text 2. And yeah, Quarter Games, it says at the top of the text editor window, that's true. It says up here, I also have it in my info in the Twitch. You wrote it bad because you didn't think you'd work on it, and here you are. No, I wrote it quickly because I thought this will just be some small thing. And it is a small thing. I mean, it's just the BRB program. So let's say go through the mentions list to see, oh wait, no, we actually need to shout out counter. So what we need to do is this. If shout out counter is less than 0 and shout outs.length is greater than 0, so we actually have someone we want to give shout outs to. So we'll go through the mentions list to see who has the least. This is where, you know what, we can probably, what are we in right now? We're in just client-side JavaScript. So we can look at Lodash and see if they have a sort function. This is in collection, good. All right, sort by, and we can say, does this work with this? Sort by user? Yeah, all right. What does pluck do? It probably takes the keys or the values. All right, so first let's look up Lodash CDN. Where can we use this from? Here we go. Let's copy this and put this into the view. So index.j, and then we use Lodash in here. All right, good. Next, we can just use it, but how? Is it just underscore? It probably is. How do you search for a special word on internet? Plain Burger, you're gonna have to be a little more specific than that, because I'm not totally sure what you mean. So we're gonna do sort by, and then we pass in a function. Actually, we don't need sort by for that. Oh, I see. Okay, so let's try this out first. JS fiddle. Let's say we have, I'm gonna use Lodash. Let's say we have some object which contains names, Adam 5, Bob 6, William 4. And then we say sort by A. Oh, we can't. We want to just sort the keys. I wonder if there's a way to do that. Sort by order. And what does sort by all do? Because I guess what I could do is sort the keys. No. I could just write my own function for this. I just want to see, because I'm gonna have something like this, and I want to see who has the least. So I want to take each key. I could convert this into just a different object if I wanted to. Something along the lines of this. Name Adam mentions 5. I don't really like this, but it doesn't matter so much since we're just trying to get this done quickly and then never come back to it. So now we can say sort by this mentions, and let's just say b equals that, and then console.log. Hey again, Demonic. How could I forget you? Alright, then unexpected token, where is that coming from? Oh, here. We need to basically just say it's an array of people. Oh, mentions. That needs to be in quotes. And let's try again. Alright, so we got object, object, object. This should hopefully be sorted. Yeah, 4, 5, 6. Alright, great. So I guess we can do this. And then we can take... Yeah, alright. I'm not totally happy with this, but this is a pretty fast way of doing things. So here's what we'll do. We'll say... we'll make this an array. No, this is stupid. I don't want to do that. I want to just keep it this way. So let's just figure out a way to make this work, because this makes way more sense. We're going to change it back to what it used to be. Yeah, this. And then we want to sort this by just its key. Oh, we could just take in a function. Oh, I'm stupid. Function A. What does this actually give us? It gives us 5, 6, 4. So shouldn't this take in 2 different things? Three, 1, 2. Do we have 2 different things here? Okay, we have the name as well, but do we have what we're comparing it to? Oops, that doesn't make any sense. I haven't used Lodash for this before. Alright, we got our value, our key, and then the entire object. So it's like this: value, key, object. But we don't have anything to compare it by, really. I want to return value from here. Does that work? Then console.log b. Yeah, okay. So now b is, okay, so here's what we really want to do. We really want to return, I guess, an object of name, key, mentions, value. Or no, we don't. Alright, why am I being stupid? Alright, you know what? I'm going to just do this a stupid way because I don't care anymore. So we're going to do it this way. Var lowest person equals let's just set it to null. Var lowest score equals null. So we're going to just iterate over everyone. Var name in shout out mentions. We're going to say if lowest person is null, then lowest person is now name, and lowest score is shout out mentions. Actually, let's do this. Their score equals shout out mentions name. That's good. Lowest score equals score. Else, if score is less than lowest score, then we do these same things. Oh, actually, I guess we can do this. Or score. Yeah, cool. Alright, that wasn't so bad. Next we do return do if lowest person is not equal to null, then shout out mentions lowest person plus plus. Then we return, let's name this person the name. All right, return, thanks for the support. All right, great. I think this is okay now. Let's just test this out. This was all just a quick little prelude to the stream. We're going to type BRB and then nothing. And what we should see is no shout outs, so nothing special. By the way, I'm not actually going to be right back. I'm just going to stay here. All right, good. So that looks fine. And now what happens when we pass in some shout outs? We say testing 5M, Adam, Bob, William. Let's do that. Thanks for the support, Adam. So every 20 of those we should see, yeah, thanks for the support, Bob, thanks for the support, William. Then we should see another Adam somewhere. Yep, there we go. Then another Bob, then another William. Nice. All right, cool. That's all working. Let's just test this one more time with nothing at the end there. And it shouldn't say anything about anyone. Yeah, cool. It doesn't. All right. So I'm pretty happy with that. Now we just need to do a couple other things, and I'm not going to spend more than hopefully 20 minutes on this. Next thing, we need to set up a command. We need to figure out how many points it's going to cost. And then we need to aggregate the names over the course of the day. So we just answered this question. We just answered this question. How many points does it cost is something we can just quickly say. So you guys get roughly 50 a day. So I'm going to set this to 100 for right now. Because, no, I'll set it to 50. And we're going to call this lunch BRB, I think, to make it a little clearer. And then we're going to actually write the command. So let's go open up PhantomBot, downloads, PhantomBot, and then we need to use like what we did for like command, which might mean restarting the bot, but that's okay. Yeah, all right, let's take this. So we're going to save this as lunch command. And we're going to say lunch command, and what did I say that the command should be? Lunch BRB? Yeah. So lunch BRB. And this will be lunch command. And then this is lunch BRB. Okay. So then running the lunch command, we get how many points they have, and we say lunch cost. So guys, don't actually run this yet, not that you have 40,000 points. Number of points it costs. Whoops, I didn't mean to click that. So now we can replace this everywhere. All right, let's see what we're doing. So if points is less than lunch cost, we whisper them, you need points, but you only have points. You need to be a better follower. All right, then we whisper me with lunch and then username, or rather lunch BRB username. Whisper the person, telling them that, okay, yeah, so whisper, you will now show up in Adam's BRB lunch screen for today. What do I do if they do this after lunch? I guess I'll just say the next in Adam's next BRB lunch screen. And it's only lunch screens, because the other BRB screens are like 3 minutes or 2 minutes, and I don't think people want to be shown on those. All right, advertise to the rest of Twitch chat just what happened. So username spent, lunch cost points, so that they will show in Adam's next BRB lunch screen. And then new point total, and then we do this. Okay, great. So now if I type lunch BRB, it shouldn't actually do anything yet because I got to restart the bot. So let's restart the bot, and by trying to do this, it's just going to close the window entirely. Yeah, it did. Okay, so now we gotta restart that. Let's do more prestream.cmd, and then this is what we need to do. We need to go into this directory. So title phantom bot c/d launch. All right, now we wait for that to finish up, and it should say ready at some point here. So we just need to wait for that. There we go, ready. So now if I type launch BRB, whoop, that didn't quite work. Whoops. What's going on? Did I not save this file at all? That is gonna be a tiny bit spammy. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Cool. So next we just need to actually have this handle it. Yeah, I have tons of points because I control this channel. And I'll give myself however many points I want. So next up what we do is we rewrite this bot so that we keep track of who's in the BRB list. So let's do that. We're going to read in this var launch BRB people equals null. We're going to read in launch BRB.json and then store them in this launch BRB data. We'll call this JSON actually. Alright, so now we have the launch BRB people. Next, what we need to do is when we get a whisper from me saying to add someone to this, we need to actually add them to this list. So where do we do that? This is, I could have sworn I had something here for, yeah, here we go, here, whisper. So if command.to lowercase equals, yeah, we want to check for botland bot. Okay, so else if command.to lowercase equals launch BRB, and what is num messages? Oh, num messages is greater than 1. So we say var command user equals split message 1, and then we say console.log got launch BRB from command user. And then we'll eventually say, well, we could say it here, I guess, launch BRB people dot push command user, and then we can save that file. So save file. How does this work? File name, contents to stringify, ode.json ode. So launch brb.json, launch brb people. Okay, and then let's make sure we got that. All right, so this should work. We're gonna have to test it out, and in order to test it out, we need to restart the token bot. So let's restart it. Start chatbot. Yeah, can't find launchbrb.json. That makes sense. So let's open up ode.json and we'll just save this as launchbrb.json and then get rid of all of the contents. There, problem solved. Okay, so we've started this up. Is the bitrate the FPS of the stream? No, the bitrate is sort of like the quality of the stream. You can only put so much video data into, let's say, 1 byte or 1 megabyte. So increasing that rate will let you send more data. Okay, does this work? Let's try this, launch BRB. Did I get added into this list? This said unable to connect, so I don't know what that was for. This is a whisper from botland bot. Huh. It should say got a message from botland bot here, but it didn't. Demonic says because my video it stops loading. So that could be because of the increased bit rate, because I did double it from last stream. well, last stream that I saw you in. So it used to be 1 megabit per second, now it's at 2. And then I have this setting in Twitch, which I think I'm just going to change. I'll show you guys. Hang on a sec. How do I even get to that? Oops. I guess we'll just go to my channel, and then there should be a little wrench icon somewhere. Oh my god. This needs to be maximized just for us to see this. Where's the... Okay, here we go, settings. So there was a setting in here, channel and videos. I'm just gonna make sure this doesn't have anything bad here. Yeah, this. So I have this checked, reduce stream delay. If interaction with chat is a focus for your stream, we encourage you to try the reduce delay option. Viewers will see your reaction to their messages sooner, but some of them, especially those with poor connections, will be more likely to experience buffering. So I can probably disable this if this becomes a problem. But Demonic, the other thing that could happen is if you get another like 60 or 70 viewers in here, then I'll get a source button and you can just set it to lower quality. That's the best solution. But I can try this later. I don't think this is even doing anything for me, to be honest. Oh, I didn't know about this stuff. I can ban words in here. Huh. I have a bunch of banned chatters. Interesting. Roving Eye says I get buffering too. Okay. You know what? I'm just going to turn this thing off because this doesn't seem like it's worth it. And hey, Pentahelix. So we're going to say reduce stream delay is off, and we'll save these changes. I don't think it actually takes effect until I restart the stream, so it'll just be next stream, I guess. Let me try this command again just to make sure whether this works. It doesn't seem to be working. Botland Bot is whispering me, but this is not connecting for some reason. Alright, we're gonna try restarting this. If it works, then it works. If not, then I think we just kind of give up for now. Last time it said failed to connect. And yeah, it says both IRC clients have connected. My video's in version. Alright, so let's try this again. I know this is spamming the chat. Aha! There we go. Got a whisper from Botland Bot, Lunch BRB, Adam13531. Okay, so what this means is now I show up in this list. Alright, good. That's all I wanted to do. So then we're done. We just need to change the amount of points. So how many points is a good amount of points for showing up in this list? Do we say, I wrote 50 here, but do we like the number 50? Yeah, let's say 50. Okay, cool. So then before I actually go away for lunch, I just need to make sure to check this. So we're going to copy this, and we're going to write that under news here. Type lunch BRB to spend. Oh, actually, wait. Let me change this back to 40,000. Can someone in chat? No one has 40,000 points, so this won't actually spend anything. But can someone in chat type this? Bang lunch BRB. And then it should whisper, well, only one person needs to do it, so I should have just asked a specific person. But anyway, it should whisper you that you don't have enough points. All right. So, do you guys get a message saying you don't have enough points? All right, cool. All right, good. So then I'm going to set this back down to 50. I'm not going to save the file yet in case anyone else is about to type it, but don't type it anymore. Oh, Tempura says I got no whisper. I don't know how to even check to see if it whispered. It whispered Pentahelix. It did try to whisper you, Tempura. You can see here, you need 40,000 points, which you only have 269. You might have whispers disabled. But anyway, so no one type it now unless you actually want to spend the points. It now costs 50. And I'm going to write this down. To spend 50 points in order to show up in my BRB lunch screen. Temporary, it could be that, because it's not exactly IRC. It's some mangled protocol. Okay. And then when I type BRB, oh, also, yeah, that's it. All right, cool. So now that's the first thing that you can spend points on, and it'll take effect in the middle of the day when I break for lunch. So let's see, did he show up? Yeah, Demonic did show up in here. All right, cool. I guess I'll write something like to do, make it so that the same person can't spend their points for this multiple times in one day. Not that it really matters as long as I prune through this. Can we make it display a message? No, not yet. Maybe at some point. I need to get all of this to be a little bit more automated because right now this is going to be a manual process. When I go to lunch, I'm going to need to take all these names and then just put them in a string. So what I'm going to need to do is something like BRB eating lunch. I'll say something like 50M, and then I'll say names go here. Okay, cool. So now we can actually start with Botland. I just thought that'd be a cool thing to do. That way you guys have something to spend points on. So let's close all that stuff. And let's try, we get rid of this. We can close all of this other stuff. Great. Now, we should have Botland open. We don't. That's fine. Localhost 3000. And then we just need to start the servers. So let's just start the client for now. We'll do Golf Watch here, and then Botland client run here. Well, that's going to be a banned phrase today. Okay, nobody clicked that link. Alright, so this is what Botland looked like when we last left off. There are a bunch of things we got to fix, and there's a lot of stuff we're going to do today. So let's get to it. We are going to make sure that we don't have any changes first. So let's go to commit. Good, we do not. That's fine. So let's see. Sprite components only needed on the client. Fix bug in arena. Tile styles. Yeah, we can do that eventually. Too late, Demonic. You've been compromised. Physics component just has tile X and tile Y. That's because on the server we don't have pixel coordinates. Alright, I think what we're going to work on is getting it so that code execution is actually functional. Now, in order for that to work, we first need to make a move command work, and then we need to call it manually. So if that's the goal for today, get code execution to be functional. Make move work manually by typing something like move into the console. This won't be a feature in the game, by the way. You can't move manually when the game's actually out. But this will let us kind of start working on this. So there are a lot of different aspects to this. We're going to need the entity indexer at some point. So we'll need this. We need to look at what we have here. Make a basic bot assemblage that has physics, get it show up in the arena, that's done, 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 done. On the client, we also want a phaser component. Yeah, we have that. Yeah, there's a whole lot to getting this to work. And we'll take it one step at a time. So making move work manually. Let's do this. Make it move by an entire tile at first and just check arena boundaries. No other boundaries, bots, or anything. The technology has arrived. Hey, Frunky. Yeah, so every once in a while I'm going to have to advertise, what is it, this. You now have a new command available to you. Bang lunch BRB. It'll spend 50 points, and then you'll show up in my BRB screen when I break for lunch. It's great. It's absolutely wonderful. What a time we live in. Alright, so make it move an entire tile at first. Alright, let's do it. Let's just get this to work. We're going to go into the client arena, and for now what we're going to do is we're just going to put a move command. We'll call it debug move. And what it'll do is, for now, take the first entity and call move right on it. Now this is actually not really a thing, because we just have entities and not bots. I wonder how we're going to end up doing this. Like what we could do is we could say let first entity equal this dot entities 0. And we can't just do first entity dot loop. It doesn't have that function. So we need to manually control that. And we need to update various parts of it. And debug move shouldn't really be here. It should be calling out to another function. But let's try this out for now anyway. We'll just do this. We'll do this for now. First entity dot get component. Whoa. I apparently wrote a snippet for that. Wow. Well, we're gonna want to turn that off because that's annoying. User get component snippet. Yeah, this. Let's just turn this off for now. There. Now it just won't work. So when I type get component, yeah, it's off. All right. Let's get. We need the component names. So we're going to open up component names. Yeah, it's actually right in this folder, so we don't need to do anything. Import, and what did I call it in the other places? Component names were called just, yeah, this. Import from. All right, we're going to take that same thing, import component names from /component names, and then we're going to say get the first component physics. Let physics component equal first component like component physics. Next, we want to compare the tilex against the. Actually, you know what we can do? We can say direction in here, and then we can check against the valid directions. So let's do this. Let tilex equals physics component dot, and I think it's just tilex. Yeah, it is tilex, and same thing with tile y. So we've got both the tile coordinates. Now I want to say if direction equals right and tile x is less than this dot width minus 1, then we'll say new tile x equals tile x, let new tile y equals tile y. A lot of this code is going to change, so just bear with me here. Else if direction equals up, well, let's do left, I guess, and tile x is greater than 0, then new tile x minus minus, and then we do one more with up, and tile y is greater than 0, then new tile y minus minus, and then same thing with down. And this is less than this dot height minus 1, and we say this is plus plus. Okay, now that won't actually do anything. So next we need to say if tile x is not equal to new tile x, or tile y is not equal to new tile y, then we need to actually update the sprite component too. So we say let sprite component equal first entity dot get component names dot sprite, and then we say to update this just immediately for right now. We're going to say position dot x equals tile x times new tile x times constants dot tile size. Oh, did I not use tile size in here? Do I not even have constants here? I don't. Import star as constants from constants. Alright, and then same thing with the Y. In CC Gaming TV, this only sounds like a mechanical keyboard. It is actually not. It's a rubber dome keyboard. And I know the keyboard's loud, Mr. Law Legends. It's just very close to the microphone. But yeah, I'm using a Microsoft Ergonomic Natural keyboard. And actually, one of the things that this might make it a tiny bit better. I have a mechanical keyboard actually. The whole reason why I'm not using it is because I thought it'd be even louder than this. But actually, maybe that's something I'll do today. I might try switching to it just so you guys can hear it and then complain, and then I'll switch back. Let's do this. Consider using mechanical keyboard today. What? Did I press insert? I don't remember pressing insert. Then we also need to say physics component dot tile x equals new tile x, and same thing with tile y. Maybe recalibrate my mic. The thing is, am I? Oh man, I don't. Hang on, let me look at the mic levels when I type. So let's put this over here and this over here. When I type, you can see. Oh. Now if I talk, no, it looks like the levels for me speaking are roughly the same as the levels for me typing. Right? I don't know. People comment on it, but they don't typically complain about it. If it is getting bothersome, let me know, and maybe I can. I don't know what I can do. Well, yeah, I'm gonna move on for now with this. All right, so we update that, and we update the sprite component. So we should have a different. Okay, well this might work. Let's try this out. Alright, so let's do debug main dot. Is that not a thing? Oh, what's going on? Why is debug main not there? It's right there. Is this a problem my autocomplete again failing? No, this can't be. This is just a totally. What is going on? Oh, that's very strange because it's not saying it's undefined, it's just not printing anything. Oops, not shoutouts, I don't want that. Debug main. Yeah, what? But if I type something nonsensical. What's happening here? Do I have I can't even see what this is supposed to say. Oh man, I gotta turn that thing off. Yeah, I gotta turn the frame rate thing off. Alright, I don't like doing this because it means I gotta restart Chrome. Chrome tools is not a thing. What? What's it called? Chrome flags? Oh, Chrome flags. Okay, FPS. Disable and then relaunch. Alright, goodbye Chrome Windows. I'll miss you. Alright, FPS is now off. So I guess we're no longer developing a first-person shooter. Oh well. Let's just pivot Botland into an RPG. We should have debug main now. I gotta stop a whole bunch of stuff over here in Chrome that auto plays. Alright. Debug main. Oh wow, now we have it. Wow, nothing changed. I don't know what just happened. I think this was not top frame before, it was like React Developer Tools. Okay, we have debug main, so now we can do .arena. Okay, I gotta stop that socket message from happening. Because that's very annoying. Socket interface. We're just not going to make a socket interface. That'll show it. Now we shouldn't see those errors anymore. Oh, we will see errors because. Fine. Let's open up socket interface and toggle something in here. This. We don't actually want to connect. Yeah, let's comment all of that out. Let's see if that works. Because we're just doing everything client-side for right now. Yeah, okay, good. So debug main.arena.debug move. If we say right in here, cannot set property x of undefined. What is this supposed to be? It's supposed to be, oh, sprite component.sprite.position. Okay, yeah, I remember. Sprite.position. Where does get component come from? It comes from the entity system that I wrote. So there's an add component and a get component method, and this is on the entity class that I wrote. So I can add components, and where this is really coming from is there's a bot assemblage, and an assemblage is just a grouping of components, and you still set any parameters that you want to set. So in my game, a bot is a health component, an isBot component owned by player, a sprite, a physics. Eventually it'll have like 5 or 10 other components too, but it doesn't have those yet. So now we should, when we type debug move right, we should see this work. Okay, good. It's kind of working. And the reason why it's only kind of working is because I have some offsets that I need to change somewhere. They're like, I don't even remember where they are. Where is it? Is it in bot assemblage? Physics component, sprite component. Is it in sprite component? No. Is it in... Where do I... Oh, in client arena create bot? Yeah, this. So these look like random offsets. It's because of how big the image is. Am I using an entity library? Only kind of. I'm using one that I wrote. And CC Gaming TV says, did you learn this stuff on your own? No, I guess. I learned some of it on my own, but I learned a lot of this through classes or through other people or through a job or any number of things. Okay, so these random offsets, we don't want this. This is essentially garbage. Like every time we opt in, alright, you know what? We're just going to use it. We're going to use it because those random offsets are going to eventually change. Because we're going to be using real sprites. Right now what I'm using is what was essentially an icon for the Twitch stream. Alright, so now we'll try our debug move function and it should look a little better. Yeah, good. So we can move right, we can move up, and we shouldn't be able to move off the screen. Good, we can't. So same thing, let's try moving left. Good, we can't move off the screen. And then we really should try the other directions too, just to make sure. So let's just do this. And then we'll get a little bit smarter about this for I equals 0, I is less than 20, I plus plus. And we should be, yep, all the way at the side. Good, cool. So our boundaries are working. Okay, apparently a lot of people are lagging. Let me see if I can set the bitrate a little bit lower while I'm streaming. I don't know if that works. I kind of doubt it'll work. Where's bitrate? Here we go. So let's set this to 1500. And then let's hit OK and see, does it just cap it? Oh, it does. No, wait. What the heck is going on? It's jumping between 1300 and 1800. What? Can you guys even see that? I don't know if it's... I don't know what's going on. Let me know if it's... Oh, I'll have to reset. Alright, I don't know. Like, 2 people are lagging. Everyone else seems to be fine. Alright, I'm going to set this back to 2000. I apologize to those of you who are lagging. Also, I guess that did make kind of a change, because now at least it's bouncing between numbers that are closer to 2000. Oh well. Alright, so we got move working manually, and there are a whole lot of other things that we need to be doing here. What else did we write though? Make it work by moving an entire tile at first. So then make it move by using pixel values. When we issue a move command while it's already moving, just animate it moving across tiles. Or perhaps speed up the animation. I'm not sure what we'll do there. No, I have a feeling you know what we're going to do. Slashlight says, by the way, there's an option in the settings to disallow people without email validation to chat. That should likely fix the spam bot issue. The spam bots aren't so bad, and I don't want to stop like regular people from coming in the stream right now. Okay, Irfan says it's working fine after a refresh. Alright, well, great. So make it move using pixel values. This is where we've got to get a little bit smart about doing this. So I wonder if we should even check in the code that we've written right now. Well, what did we change? Besides commenting on a bunch of stuff in socket interface, which we're not going to check in, we only added in, yeah, a debug move command. I think that is a good starting point. Let's comment what this function does. This function simply takes the first entity, because we only have one entity right now, and moves it in the direction you've specified. Direction is a string. I'm not going to actually even define what that is yet. And the other thing I'm going to check is to see if what happens when you specify a direction that is not actually a direction, like hi? That doesn't do anything because new tile X and Y don't change. Okay, we're still fine. People are encouraged to bind an email address to their Twitch account. When I registered, it was mandatory for chatting, but it's your call, of course. Yeah, I think if it becomes more of a problem, then maybe I'll do something about it. Also, we're gonna mix things up a bit here. Let's give a token to Irvin. There. Okay, so all we did was make a debug move command. Now what we want to do eventually is have this slowly make its way to a new tile. And some system should be in charge of doing that. Like there should be a position and there should be a destination. So let's see. Some system should be in charge of updating the sprites. The sprite component should have a destination position in it. Greetings, OMG. What system should do that though? I guess it could be just any system. It doesn't matter. I can make a system specifically for this. So then here's what we're going to do. We're going to work on these couple of tasks and get this working, hopefully. So let's commit this. Added a debug move function that allows us to manually move the bot in the arena by doing debug main.arena.debug move direction. This moves by an entire tile at a time for right now. Irvin says, did you build the component entity system by yourself or are you using a library? Yeah, I built it myself. So, and it's very simple too. I can show you the code. There's an entity which just has some components on it. Then there's an add component and a get component function. And that's basically it. And like the code for this is incredibly minimal right now. Then components themselves all inherit from a base component, which only makes sure that they have a name. And then each other component is simply some data. So that there are no functions in here right now. It's just tile X, tile Y, width, height. That's it. That is our physics component for right now. So the entity component system is very, very simple. All right, next up. Let's write the entity indexer. This will make it so that all of our systems can target exactly the bots or the entities that they want to target. And for this, we have something written for us already that I did a while ago. So if I go into code, JavaScript, learning, phaser, learning phaser, source, indexes.js. This is what I modified this code from some MIT licensed code I found online, and I'll explain a little bit what this does after merging it into the project. OMG says that's the single underscore. No, the single underscore is Lodash. Lodash is a utility library. It gives you all of these functions. Oh, what is the single underscore for? Oh yeah, that's Lodash. So oh, is he gonna get auto purged? Is that the same link from earlier? It doesn't look like. Alright, bad. Okay, so yeah, it's a utility library and it gives you things like sorting and checking to see if something's a string or a number. I would not want to use JavaScript without a utility library. Alright, we're gonna save this into Botland. And where would this go? This is an entity indexer, so it goes into shared, into here, into ECS, I suppose. So we're going to say this is indexes here. Now this Google provide is how I used to do things. And indexer, we're just going to say, we're going to convert this into ES6. So class indexer, constructor, do I even have a constructor here? Yeah, this. Oop. We cut that out and we put that there. Good. Next, we can put all of these functions into the class, and with the power of Sublime, we can fix them all at once. So let's do this, this. There, done. Okay, all the functions are now class functions. All right, next we're going to use this and then we're going to clean it up. Now what this does, we have all of our entities in something just called this.entities, and this contains bots, lasers, like resources, whatever else we deem to be an entity. So if we later add in turrets or towers or something else, those would all go in here too. Now the problem is when you say I have a laser and I want to see if it collides with a bot. So you don't want to do this. You don't want to do for var entity in this dot entities if, and this is pseudocode, if entity dot is bot, like check collision, because this, the time complexity of this is O of n, where you necessarily have to go through all of your entities, every single game loop if you do that, and check to see if they're bots before you can even check collision. Now, if we're talking about lasers and resources and all that, you might be going through hundreds of entities that don't matter. So what our indexer is going to do is we're going to keep track of what just the bots are in here, so that we essentially have something like this.bots, which is auto-updated whenever we add to entities. So yeah. Okay. Okay, Irfan, I'll add an empty line after the constructor. So that's what we've added in, and now we just need to get it to work. So let's also take a look at how we had done this in that other project that I was talking about. I'm going to load this up through the console. Learning phaser, I called it. So let's open up main.js, where I believe I use, yes, there's the indexer. And so this has a way of getting the indexer, and it has a way of, when you add entities, they will be indexed. So we have setup ECS. Yeah, we need to do something like this too. All right, let's go into the shared arena and modify this. So we're going to do, we'll figure this out as we do it. This entity, so we're going to do this dot setup entity component system. And we'll call this the same thing, and then we'll make sure to import indexer from, I never exported it, so export default indexer. I guess it's more like entity indexer. That makes it a little clearer. Okay, so we're going to import the entity indexer, and then I guess we should save this as a different file name than not. Alright, fine, entity indexer.js. That means we need to go delete indexes.js. Done. Now we can use this, and it's in ECS. So we need to do import entity indexer from /ECS/entity indexer. And we didn't get an error when we saved that, so that means it must have worked, because if I had accidentally put like a 2 in here, I'd see an error show up here. So cool. Okay, so we have the entity indexer. Now what we want to do is make a new one of those with our entities, which we've already defined. We're going to rename this to entity indexer. We're going to put this in here. Whoops. We're going to put that back. And now we have various systems. So let's do, well, we have to fix a few things here. We have Lodash, so we actually also want util. Oh boy. Okay, let's take a look at where this is. Util is right next to that. Yeah, so import util from /util. This will give us _exists. So isDef and not null is the same as exists. And now this get first component, we want to actually make use of the component names in here. And oops, I'm in the wrong file. Wait, no, I'm not. I'm not in the wrong file. This is wrong. Or is it? I don't actually know. We'll look at that in a bit. All of this code is temporary to get us, we're just getting next step before we're finally complete. We're not making complete steps in between in order to get to another step, if that made any sense. So let's do this. We want to check to see there's an isBot component. So we want all of our bots to be, what happened there? we want all of our bots to be this. If it has a component, actually this is a good chance to modify entity.js to has component name return exists this dot component's name. Is that correct? Yeah, if there's an array stored there, then we're totally fine. All right, cool. So let's do this. Entity.has component. Isbot. Okay. That's all we care about for right now. And what we should do is test to see if that works by adding another component or another entity that is not a bot. And if that's the case, then we'll know if this indexer works. So let's get rid of these systems for now. And we're going to say to do, consider adding another system back in. So we have our indexer, we have it indexing on bots, and then when we add any entity, we update our indexer. So will this work? Let's find out. So let's do this. Debug name dot arena dot entity indexer dot, and then what? How do I use this? I think we can say git. Yeah, git bots. Yeah, so we got our entity. That's pretty good. And yeah, thank you for following, Rocky Meadow. When people follow me, they get a whisper to be able to control my lights. So I know there's not what looks like too much back here. There's a light here, which, there's a light here, which is not really even totally visible on the wall. Then there's a light up there, and then 2 strips there, and then one that you can't see off screen. All right, let's add in another entity. After making, how do we do this? We're going to go to create bot, and we're going to add a new entity that is not a bot. So we're going to say add entity, let not a bot equals new. We didn't actually we didn't include entity from here. And we don't have a remove component. So let's just include entity, I suppose. Import entity from ECS/entity. Is that where it is? Yes, it is. Okay. So not a bot equals new entity, and then we're just going to add not a bot in. Now we wait for that to finish building. Good. Then when we try running this again, we should still only see one entity here. We do. Now let's try looking at all of the entities. We still only see one. So that's how we know that we just made a problem. Let's restart Golf Watch because I'm pretty sure it wasn't watching new files. I'm going to need water. Call it not bot. We're coding Notland. It's a game that takes place in the sky and possibly in the sea. Okay, watch is finished. Let's see if we at least have the 2 entities that we, this, I typed decide. There we go, let's fix that. All right, done, and, cannot read property sprite, I'm gonna find, oh yeah, that's right, oh man. All right, we've gotta keep track of only the entities with sprites. You know what we can do then? We can just add a sprite to this. So we're gonna say not a bot dot add component sprite. What do we return from this? Add component does not return anything. Oh, fine. So let's do this then. Even though now we're really getting kind of far from what we wanted to do originally here. We want to get sprite component and put that here, sprite component. Then we want to make a new one of these down here. Sprite component equals new sprite component. Sprite component dot sprite equals bot sprite. And then we're going to add that component. I don't know what I was doing. Sprite component. All right, let's try that out. What did I screw up? An assertion failed? What's the message? Message undefined. False equals true? That is not helpful. Where is that coming from? Sprite component. Assert that the sprite, oh, I gotta, oops, that was stupid. It just goes into the constructor. Oh, there we go. Alright, it's not crashing. So now we check the entities. We have 2 entities, and we check just the bots, and we have 1 entity. Good, so this is actually indexing the entities properly. Now, when we want to go and remove an entity, we probably need to write a function like delete entity. How do we end up removing it? I think I did that in a system over here. Yeah, destroy system. Whoops. There we go. Destroy. So there was, I added a component that signaled that it needed to be destroyed. That's possibly not a great way of doing things. So we destroyed the sprite here. And then, oh, we just delete it. Okay, yeah, that works. And yeah, /life, I can do that. And in fact, Node has that built in. So here's what I did. I did something like assert false. And it just says false equals true. If I wanted to, I could add a message here. And then it'll assert with that. I just didn't want to because I thought that'd be too much typing for what are basic components, and all I really need is a stack trace. But I could add this in later saying sprite is undefined. Maybe I'll do that. I don't know, because the problem is this: if I copy paste this code and I'm like, oh, I want a different component, and I update this and this and this, and then I forget to update the message in the assert, then it'll throw me off more than if I just look at the stack trace. I might not do that then. Also, I mean, that's why you should look over copy pasted code, but we all make mistakes, and I'm wary that that might happen. Alright, so we need to actually make this update, but we just added the indexer, so I think we're going to have to clean up this code before you go any further. So this whole not a bot stuff, this can all be done away with. We'll eventually just add in something new. Maybe we'll add in resources today too, just so that we've got something else in the arena that we can draw. So this is the code that we had. We don't really want it. Alright, now let's check this stuff. We don't want to check in socket interface. That's not good. DeadPixel says nice comments. LOL. S30 Yeah. This is the news. This one was that I used to be using Wi-Fi and now I'm not, and so my internet got like 6 times faster, and that's why I doubled my bitrate on the stream. So yeah. And yeah, /life, I totally agree. If I put something like sprite is required, then what I'm worried about is that I copy paste the code and then something else fails. It says sprite is required, and I think, oh, I must have screwed up a sprite somewhere, when really it was a copy paste error. And wait, did you assert false, something that gets negated? So I just assert that, yeah, okay, so that sprite component. So I assert that the sprite is defined. Now, since Lodash has an is undefined, but not an is defined, I said not is undefined. I actually could just add in an is defined, which actually, another way of doing that, which I don't think this is good JavaScript, but you could just say assert sprite. But I don't like to say that. Maybe, no, I don't want to do that. /life, I'm getting a little confused here. I said assert false on the command line. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm just throwing you off at this point or not. So let's take a look at what we're going to commit. We have our entity indexer now, and now we have this setup entity component system function, which probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So we're going to say this: sets up our indexer and various systems to control our entities. It doesn't return anything. No, /life, I'm not telling you to shut up. I think we lost each other somewhere, and the delay is so long now that correcting it is going to take more trouble than it's worth. Alright, good. This looks like it's good. Now we take a look at entity, and we added a has component function. So let's do that. We'll comment this. We will take in a string, a component name, and we'll return a boolean true if this entity has any number of at least one component of the specified type. And I don't like this random space that was added here. That's it, pretty much. Then we added this, which we got to comment ridiculously. Alright, so let's write all this. This code was originally modified from here. I modified it to suit my needs. We're going to say this class is responsible for indexing entities so that we don't have to iterate over all of them every loop. When we're only concerned with the subset. So the indexee in this case is really just an object. And we're going to look through this again and just kind of explain as we go. This is an object of ID to entity. Well, that's not actually technically true, is it? It's an ID of number to, I do it as number to object, at least entity. The entity's object to be indexed. It doesn't return anything. Alright, so this would be your object full of entities. Good. We already wrote that. And then these were not commented at all in the original code. Or maybe they were, I'm not sure. So an object mapping an index name to a list of, it's not a list actually, is it? This doesn't look like it's a list. How does indexes work? We say this index's name equals, yeah, it's a new object. Huh. Is this even correct though? Adds a filter? Yeah, I guess it is. An object that maps an index name to a map of, alright, I'll just say this, a map of index names to a map of oh god, how do I say this? A map of entities, I'll say. So it's an object who is mapping a string to an object that takes in a number to an entity. I don't know if that's even a valid JS comment. And we'll find out when we lint our code. Okay, so anyway, for example, AI goes to these entities. And that's good enough for now. So let's cut this comment out. Alright, now this one, we'll say a map of, oh that says and map. A map of index names to filter callbacks. And that makes it an object of string to function. Okay, good. So now we'll just put this, for example, down here also. Yeah. For example, there. Function, entity, AI, it's not equal to undefined. It's actually returned. All right. Yeah, that looks good. So add a filter, string, and the filter itself is a function. Remove a filter and all objects that have been filtered by it. And this is again a string and it doesn't return anything. This is get, what is indexes again? Oh yeah, get all entities that had been indexed by a particular index. For example, if you want all, we'll say sprites, you could do indexer.get sprite. Alright, that's a string and it returns an object of all of those entities. object number entity. See, this, in other languages, we'd have to make this its own type, and I guess we'd call it something like entity map. And we could do that here too, we're just not going to. Actually, Mr. Law Legends is asking a question right now that I'm interested in. So people, where are we all from? Or perhaps Mr. Law Legends is talking about where in the world. But I'm curious how you all found this stream. Although I know some people found it from Reddit, some people found it just by searching through Twitch. Did anyone find this through Facebook? Oh yeah, Bonatic Bind says in other languages it would just be a map. Yeah, and then we could use generics in other languages sometimes to just say what types these are. Alright, update item index. But what do we do here? This takes in an ID, which in this case is an entity ID. So updates, if the entity actually exists in the passive filter, then this entity will be indexed. Updates an entity. How do we say this? Updates an entity, updates an entity, no. When you update an entity, call this function to update all of the indexers that may be concerning this entity now. For example, if you add a component, if you add / remove a component, this entity may no longer be filtered by, say, the physics system, the physics indexer. So this is a number, this is a string. Oh, this is not update all of the indexers, this is just a particular one. Do we ever call this? We do, call it right here. Updates a particular filter for a particular entity, adding or removing as necessary. What is named for here? Also, this function won't even work because of this goop right here. We gotta fix that. If exists. That means we need lodash and util. So const this equals require lodash, and then we'll import util from /util. Like hash map in Java or dictionary in C#. Yeah, I actually like that better due to the distinction between an associative data structure and unique object type. That's true. Yeah, unfortunately we don't have that. I bet TypeScript probably gives something similar, at least by testing what these types are. So when you update an entity, I don't even think this is true. If the indexee exists, so if the entity exists, and we have a function by that name, if it's filtered by that function, then we say we update the item? Or is this not in the report? Oh no, this just sets it, so it's not really set. It's add set item in the index, which will add if it wasn't there. And again, I already looked through all this code, I just need to make sure that this still makes sense what I'm doing. Yeah. Alright, so this does not update all of the indexers, and actually this is sort of the same thing, but in with different argument ordering, which is kind of silly. I don't think we want that. Yeah, I think this is going to be a pointless function. Alright, so update item index. Alright, so yeah, this only updates a single one. So call this function to update a particular indexer. Whoops, that made me concerned. For example, if you add or remove a component if you add or remove the physics component from an entity, you will want to call this with the physics I want to have clear comments here because I know for sure we're going to end up running into problems at some point, and we want to make sure that doesn't come from here. So that's why we're just going to make sure that this is okay. Now this is that same function, but it updates every single index with that. So the same as update item index, but this updates all indexers with respect to a modified entity. And actually, I don't even know if that's true. That is something where when we do this, we do call update item. Yeah, a new / modified entity. So it's not when you update or create an entity. Good. All right. And the ID is the entity's ID. All right. So when you add or remove an entity or add or remove a component from an entity, passing the ID here. So indexes contains this. ID is literally just a number. Yep. Did we write that down here? Yeah, cool. All right, we're almost done with this then. So what is this? When you add a filter, pass the name here and all entities will be indexed based on the filter. This is something that I think would be very rare. This is if you're changing filters on the fly. So I'm just going to copy this comment that I'd already written before, put this here, and say that this is that. Good. Go through each entity and update. I don't think that's necessary. So updates all filters for all items. I suppose this is useful if you add a whole bunch of filters all at once. Yeah, I don't think I call this either. So we're just going to join this, paste this up here, put it there, delete this, format that, and we're done. Ooh, okay, so now we have a fully commented class. This looks good. If someone else were to use this code, they'd have at least a much better idea of how it works. So yeah, that was a lot of commenting work just to get the entity indexer up and running. So added the entity indexer, which now keeps track of all bots that have been added to the arena. We know that something is a bot based on whether it has the isBot component. We did it. Okay. More comments in the actual code. Yeah, in a lot of cases you'll sometimes run into something like that because I want type information to be there in case we do eventually use something like TypeScript, or we want, oh, oops, I forgot to lint. Botling client. Or if we end up running any sort of static analysis on this. Surprisingly, that passed. Oh, because this is not in the client code. It's in the shared code. Oh, well, this probably won't pass then. Let's see. Oh, it did pass. Oh, fancy that. Okay. Where do we stand on this then? We've got to, so we started using the indexer. Good. Now what we really should do is make sure we're indexing sprite components and only attempting to draw those. This is something that I don't know how I feel about this, because every single component on the client should be something that can be rendered, or every single entity on the client should be something that can be rendered. But do we want to enforce that as an axiom, or do we want to make it more flexible through code? The trade-off being that there's a performance implication of indexing more entities. I think we will add an indexer for sprites, and we know that it's a sprite if it has the sprite component. Capital letter inside a word. Where did I do that? I was looking at, but yeah, where did I do that? So what is this? Oh, I see. Oh, this. Here's my notes. I shouldn't allow myself to get sidetracked. If this were code, I could have given you a point, but no points. There will be no points for that. By the way, now's a good time to point out to people, I keep saying point, that I added a new command called lunch BRB. You can spend 50 of your hard-earned follower points, and you'll show up in my BRB screen when I go to lunch. So far, only one person's done this, so it'll just be demonic showing up in my lunch screen. So if you guys want to spend points on something, then here's a really stupid thing to spend points on. Okay, let's index based on sprites. So we have this now. Now when we actually go through and draw, we can, how do we do this? Where were the bots? We did this, entity indexer. So we're going to do this for sprites in the client arena. And at some point we're going to want indexer names. So I think we'll write that down too. Make constant names for the indexers. Hey Panadol, wait a second, I've already said hi to you. Lunch BRB screen mentioned, such awesome, so wow. Well, Void Dreamer, this could be yours. Just type bang lunch BRB and you'll spend your points. Alright, what did I just paste? Copy, I mean. And I copied that, and I want to put it in the client arena. So when we go to render entities, we only care about the entities, and I have a bunch of to-do items here. Okay, so we only care about the entities with sprites. Sprite? Did I call it sprite or sprites? Oh, I didn't remember. I called it sprites. This is why we need constants for these things. So const entities with sprites equals this. These are really renderable entities, but since we only have like sprite type, then that's fine. So we go through every entity with a sprite and we draw it. So we can delete these to-do items. Now in order for us to test this, let's refresh. We should see hopefully nothing wrong with this. Well, we don't even see it load. Okay, there we go. No, that looks fine. Now what we're going to do, we had this code from before, let not a bot equal entity. We're going to do the same thing now, but ever so slightly different. So last time we had create bot. We're going to do this down here. We're going to take out the sprite from it. So we're going to do that, and we're going to import this up here. Now, we save that. Let's take a look at what we just did. We have not a bot equals new entity. Whoops, delete that. Okay, so we have not a bot equals new entity, and then we just add that entity into the arena. And this is not a bot. So when we take a look at our indexer, we should have a couple of things going on. One, just a single entity in there. Two, just a single entity in there. And three, two entities in here. Good, that is true. All right. So that's good. I am going to take a bathroom break. Don't think you guys want to see what happens when I wait too long. So BRB bathroom 3M. There will be no mentions on this screen. All right, I'll be right back. bathroom BRB. You know what? That's worth doing. We're gonna write that down. Add bathroom BRB. That would be like 20 points. Okay, so where do we leave off? We just indexed sprites so that we're only drawing what we need to draw, and we tested to see if that works. So we have entity 0 in both of these, that's the bot, and then entity 1 has absolutely no components in it. Yeah, it has an object, but it's an empty object. So that was good. Let's check that in. Let's make sure, oh wait, none of that needs to be there. Yeah, we can get rid of this. Get rid of that and get rid of this. So we just check to see the entities with sprites. Good. Let's save that. And no, we don't want to check that in. And then what do we have here? We wrote another indexer for that. Yeah, looks good. Okay, added an indexer for entities with sprites, then used that indexer so that we only attempt to draw those particular entities. Now I want to make one quick change. This whole constant names for the indexers, we're going to do this. We're going to put it in a different constants file because very few things are going to be concerned with this. So let's save it as indexer. What do we call this? Indexer names.js. That's fine. Okay, so we're going to say one is bots, and it's just going to be bots. And this is a good time to use ECMAScript 6 symbols, but guess what? We can't, because it doesn't exist on all the different browsers. And we ran into that yesterday. We tried running the game on an iPad and it didn't work. And then we tried running it in Internet Explorer and it didn't work. And then someone else tried running Symbol on Android and it didn't work. So this is just going to be a list of names. Sprites. Do I want bots and sprites? This is like, I read something yesterday. There are two problems in computer science. Cache invalidation and coming up with names for things. And I'm running into problem number 2 right now, which is coming up with names for things. My only question is, do I want this to be singular or plural? So when I want to get all of the, well, let's just see how I use it. I use it by doing this.indexer.get sprites. Yeah, I want it to be plural. Okay. And I'll put a comment at the top of this. These are constant names for the indexers that we use in RECS. I'll spell that out in the component system. Alright. Now we just need to make use of these, bots and sprites. So in here, we want to import star as indexer names. And we call it indexer names. Good. And then down here, we do indexer names dot sprites. Now, here's where I'm being inconsistent in my imports. Here I'd capitalized the C. Let's just do that for this too. Alright, good. Then we can get rid of this one. Where am I from? I am from the US. I am not being more specific than that, but I'm currently living in Washington State. So you can infer that I am from one of the other 49 states. Oh, roaming eye. I've heard threading jokes. I've heard tachyon jokes. Now I've heard other computer science jokes. Oh, Phil Carlton said that. Okay, so now we need to include the same thing from here. We have import star as constants. We're also going to do this as indexer names. Now, how did we... Where's component names? Oh yeah, it was an object. Okay, so that makes sense. So we're going to do this here. Oops, I screwed up. Indexer names. Good. Now we want to do that here. So let's take both of these. These are going to be indexer names dot bots and sprites. Now we hardly changed anything, but we still need to see whether we broke something. So everything looks fine. And we should be able to run our debug move command up, up, up. Yeah, looks good. Alright, so all we do is make constants. I wanted to do that. It's a quality of life thing. Yep, that looks good. Where do we get the bots? We don't actually do that yet. We just wrote an indexer for it. And that's fine. And then, whoops, we want that. Okay, cool. So, converted in the names of indexers, e.g. bots and sprites into constants. Okay, rolling out. Now you're just copy and pasting these from some computer science joke site. Alright, so we have constants for this. We have a sprite component for that. Now we want... Alright, and then actually, let me write something else as long as I'm still thinking about this today. Client should have a server. Wait, try moving some of your processing client side. It should reduce your latency. Either that's a joke and I don't get it, or you're actually giving me advice. Either way, I feel dumb. Okay, so make it use pixel values when we're going to do this. This means I think we need to add in a system for updating sprites. But it's not really just updating sprites, it's updating like... I should add some chase target or something like that, and it chases target by updating the sprite. That way we're only updating particular components. Perhaps I should add a chase target component, which updates the sprite but not the physics. Remember, physics is a source of truth. Sprite is a... Sprite is for animation. Yeah, so this chase target component I think makes sense. We just basically give it either, what would we give it? You could have chase target of like tile X, tile Y. You could have chase target of pixel X, pixel Y, or chase target of some other entity. Assume it has physics. And you have to assume that you have physics too for this to work. But I guess a system would be responsible for that. So what do we want to do for right now? We want to just chase a tile X, tile Y. So let's make that version, and then when we want a new version, we'll make a new version. Physics is the source of truth. Okay, so I know you're just making a comment, but what I'm trying to say is this. The way that Botland works, oh, I don't need to make pictures of grids anymore because I have one. So the way that Botland works is that you're here. That is what? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 5, comma 1. This is where you are, and now whenever any bot gets an update, it acts as though you're right there. Now let's say you were moving, you were on your way to another tile at the time. So you were actually like halfway in between. What that really means is that you are at your destination according to the single source of truth, which is physics. You are already at the tile that you're trying to move to. You're no longer, as soon as you moved one pixel off of your tile, you're on a completely different one. And the reason for that is because animations are only a client-side thing. So one of the things that I mentioned is lasers fire cardinally. So imagine if you're in this case, and let's make it a little bit more subtle. Let's make it such that you've moved like 3 pixels over. Remember, I said that you're already on the 6th tile, so you are on 6-1. If there were a bot here, this is an enemy bot, and it were shooting its lasers up, it will hit you. And that's why movements have to be relatively fast, because otherwise it'll be confusing as to why you took damage. But it's a game with programming, so the programming aspect needs to be very state-based, and that's why you move instantaneously, and on the client it just animates it. But we don't like it when games look like that, because then movements are abrupt and you don't know where something moved from or to, so we do animate things. There was a TCP joke I liked. The guy walks into a bar and he says, "I'd like to order a beer," and the bartender says, "You'd like to order a beer?" And the guy says, "Yeah, I'd like to order a beer." And the bartender serves him a beer. It's a great joke. Let's make a chase target component. I'm not gonna tell TCP jokes on stream anymore. Chase target component. And we need a new component name. And we're gonna say this is chase target. What was the last line? What I assume is the punchline? Oh no, the joke is just the TCP handshake is like what? ACK, SYN-ACK, whatever. I don't know. TCP handshake. And it's kind of redundant. It's not really. Oh, SYN-ACK, ACK. So you acknowledge that you got their thing, and then they acknowledge that they got yours. So ordering a beer is not just, "Hey, I want a beer." It's, "Oh, you want a beer? Yes, I want a beer." And then you finally get your beer. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done with that. My comedy career just started and ended. Actually, my comedy career started before that. If you go find my personal YouTube, you can see something, but I'm not going to link it here. All right, so we're going to make a chase target component. Chase target component whose constructor takes in a tile X and a tile Y. And we're going to do something like what we did here. We're going to assert that it's a number, and then we're going to actually save it off in here. Good. Oh, had trouble hearing what I'm saying. I was probably laughing through the joke. I tend to do that. But that's why you don't pay me to write jokes. You pay me to program, and you don't even pay me. So we have our chase target component. What's actually going to handle the chasing is a system. So all we need to do is add this to our bot. Let's try that out. So we have bot assemblage here. What we're going to do is we'll make a new component. So let chase target component, and we're testing this one at a time. So we're going to make a new chase target component, and we're going to say, where are we in the world? I think I already said it's like 5, 1. Oh, that's not even the case. So it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're 5, 5. So we're going to make something that makes it move up. So we'll go to 5, 4. And then we'll add that to our new bot, add component, chase target component. And then we need to import this too. So let's get our chase target component. We can take that from here. And this is chase target component, and this is the same thing, but lowercase. Okay, good. So we have our chase target component. This should work, but it shouldn't do anything. As in, we just shouldn't see an error. And we do see an error, and that's when we fix this. So what did I screw up? Is number tile X. Oh, I didn't include low dash and assert. Sorry, this man to be your comedian instead. Hey Scorn, you almost have enough points to show up in my BRB screen. If you spend 50 points and you type lunch BRB, then when I go away for lunch, which should be in about 2 hours, you'll show up on the screen. It'll harvest a picture of you from Facebook. Alright, so we are going to get entity 0, and we should see the second component show up here. Let's see. Yeah, we have chase target. Here we go. And it's got the coordinates that we want. So next we need a system that is responsible for updating all of the chase target things. And then once it hits the target, we need to know what to do. And in this case, I think it would just be remove the chase target component. What do we do when we reach the target? Oops, reach the target. target. A laser would want to do damage. When moving between tiles, we just want to delete the component afterward and update the indexer. If I pay twice, do I get put on the screen twice? No. It'll get put on tomorrow's screen, I guess. So how do we handle this case? Because we have to imagine we're going to make a system. This will eventually be our chase target system, and we're going to have some update function that does something like this. Var chase target entities equals alright, chase target entities equals like indexer.get chase target. We're going to do something like that, and we're going to iterate over all these things. So let's just do it this way. This is all just test code, so entity equals this, entity.chase target. Now we do something like if entity reach target, then do something. Now we're in a system. We don't have all of the different. What's going on? Okay, great. You spent all your points. Let's see what that just did, Demonic. We're going to open up Lunch BRB. Yes, so Demonic now has his name there 3 times. Demonic, do you want to show up 3 times in one screen or 1 time across 3 separate screens? Because I could just do it either way. Yes, you're the first person to spend all of your points. So yeah, what do we do here? What we could do is, this is probably very stupid, we could put a callback into the component. I don't want to do that since I think that violates the whole they're just data. A callback is like bound data. But, okay, let's write down our options. So option 1, put a callback into the chase target component. Option 2 is add another component. This doesn't really make any sense with what happens when it reaches. Also, like lasers need to do more than just that. Lasers do damage, delete the entity, and that's it. Delete the entity, and possibly delete the target entity. So this is like new chase target 5.4 callback function. That's what that would look like. Option 2 is new explode on target, on reach target, and like an amount of damage. Option 3 is the system knows what to do with each kind of entity. Yeah, still no TypeScript. TypeScript wouldn't happen for like weeks if it does happen at all, because there's a lot of stuff to do. I mean, in real life. There's also a lot of stuff to do in Botland, but that's actually sort of a task of Botland. But I don't know. We haven't run into really. I don't even know if we can say that, but I was going to say we haven't run into problems based on types being wrong or me trying to pass the wrong types in. That's not entirely true though. But okay, this way would be like we know that the entity reached the target, so we could say if entity dot has component lasers, or like is laser, then we know that it's hitting a bot, because that's all that lasers do. I think this is the way I'm going to do things. I think entities know what they are. All they know is that they're going to chase a target. When they reach that target, the system knows what to do with it. So I think I like this way. And at the very least, what I like about this way is that I know it's going to work. These other ways I think will get very loopy, as in we'll have a whole bunch of components that only exist to modify chase target, or in this way we'll have a callback function and it'll be hard to trace through the code what's doing what. So I like this. I think this makes sense. I think we're going to write this. So let's write it. Yeah. All right. Client arena. No, it's a shared arena where we want to put in a system. So we're going to have a chase target system, and it's going to need to be a shared component. So let's save in here, chase target system. Now when I want to search for something, I have to say that it's a system or a component. That's fine. All right, are there base systems? Do we want to specify that this is like an update function that gets called? Does it have time that passed? Chase target is only something that's on the client actually, so I shouldn't do this in the server or the shared version. Because chase target's an animation component, like a system. Okay, so then let's do this. In here, we will write our own function. We'll call super, and then we will do a new system. And we'll do this here. We'll say this dot chase target system equals new chase target. You know what? Let's just do this. Chase target system C. All right, and then we're gonna pass in some stuff. Let's just pass in this for right now. So it takes in an arena. Now, for us to be able to use this, we need to include it. So let's put that there. Now we shouldn't have this anymore. Direct supercall is illegal. Oh, in non-constructor? Oh, we can't do that? How does... Oh, no. I thought you could do that. How do you call base methods in inheritance? Base class access. So this was super in the constructor. Super dot toString. Oh, we can just call super dot something. Oh, so super dot this. Oh, that's pretty cool. Well, that was super easy. Okay, so now we don't have any more errors. However, this doesn't do anything yet. We'll need actual code in here. That's what programming is all about, right? Is writing stuff that works and not just stuff that looks good. I don't know exactly what we're going to do here. We don't need base component or component names. Derived constructor must call super. Oh, I don't have a... It's not a derived class. Okay, so we have our constructor. We want to take in, I guess for right now, an arena. This dot arena equals arena, and then we want an update function. And by the way, I will just tell you guys this now. If you follow me, you get access to this page, which lets you control the lights in my room. Which is why they were just changing colors, because someone else made it do that. I think it was Law Legends. So yeah, follow and change my room to pink if you want. Alright, getting back to this. We have our chase target system. We need to make sure that we're calling into it. In order for that to happen, we need an update function that's actually being called. So we're going to say update delta time. Let's just say DT. What do we call it in name? Update game logic. That's what we called it. And in camera, we said delta. Let's pass it in as DT, I think. No. No, it's not annoying. Wait, actually, someone asked me that earlier. Maybe it was you. Oh, yeah, it was you. How the lights, are the lights annoying? Something like that. Yeah, no, they're not. And OMG says, do you have some old trash code that you are ashamed of? Yes. I think I told you guys a while ago that when I first started coding, like years and years and years ago, I was working on some game because I thought, oh, games are the greatest, and it was in C++, and I typed things like this: int E 30, int B 30, and this was I didn't write this comment, but this is like enemies array, and this was bullets array. There was nothing stopping you back then from writing like bullet array 30. I just didn't, because I came from coding on BASIC on the TI-83 Plus, and the only variables names you had on there were single letters. So I just extended that into C++ and didn't care. And I didn't know about vectors, I didn't know about lists, so I didn't ever do anything besides arrays. Bad code, just bad code. I don't even know if I still have that on my hard drive. Actually, let me see. I'm curious now. Alright, if I go into C++. Yeah, I don't know if I have that still. I have a bunch of other things on here. Man, some of this code was ridiculous. Does this even work? Let me see if I can load this. Program can't start. Alright, well, we're not going to keep trying that. Yep, so you're not going to see any of my old programs. Alright, we want to write an update game logic. Now this is something that we can just put into the client, I believe. Is that even true? I'm not sure. We'll put it into the client for now because moving functions from a derived class to a base class is super easy. So we'll just say update and we'll take in delta. I want to call it delta time. And I want to do that in main also. So we're just going to call it delta time here. Delta time, and we do this here, and we'll take a look at, I wrote delta somewhere else, change the delta values, yeah. And then this, we're going to say delta time. Cool. So now we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to update the arena. And we're going to say this dot arena dot update game logic delta time. Then we call this function, name it correctly. Oh wow, Roving Eye says I used to work for a company. They only use C arrays and they used to store like a hex marker value to show that entries were free. That sounds a little frightening. Especially because, what if you ever wanted this value in your array for real? What does that even equate to? Yeah, it's possible that you eventually just have a number that looks like that. Alright, so we have our update. We're going to call chase target system dot update delta time. I think the way we're going to end up doing this is saving all of our systems into something, and then that way we can add and remove systems at will if we feel like it. The nice thing is we have the modularity by design, we just haven't actually coded it that way yet. And the reason why is because we only have one system, so there's no reason to yet. And if we want to, we can change it. So let's now write our update function. Oh wait, do you want to call it? Yeah, let's just call this one update. I think this one's obvious enough. Delta time. And what we're going to do is we're going to iterate through the entities that we care about. Now, in order for us to do that, we could access it based on the arena if we want. But I don't know if we want to do that. We could say get indexer. Let's do that for now. Get indexer. Return this dot indexer. What do we call it? It's the indexer. Right? Is that it? Yeah, that's what we call it. I also found some old C files that had basic source commented out in amongst the C. Your word bad worded. What? Druka says, I have no clue what you're doing, but it looks awesome. Oh, I can explain what Botland is all about. I always just wait for people to ask me. So, Botland is a game where you're going to create machines, and the way that you'll create them, you'll pick hardware first of all. So you'll pick things like lasers and missiles, and you can customize the looks of it a little bit, and I'm not going to talk about that right now, but you pick what weaponry and what armor you want and your boosters and all this other stuff. And then you actually write code to control those bots. So there are two different ways you'll be able to code in Botland. One is with JavaScript, and you'll actually get just a JavaScript editor. And to make this easier, one of the things that I'm providing for you, and I'll show you a video about this, is there are going to be pre-made scripts and then pre-made snippets for scripts. So if you don't know how to write JavaScript, you should still be able to play the game and do totally fine. And if you do know how to write JavaScript, there will be a way for you to code very quickly. Now, suppose you don't know how to code JavaScript, there's another way that you can interact with the game, and that's with Blockly, which is a visual programming language, where as long as you can connect blocks together, you can write a valid program. So here I can just drag things onto here. I mean, I'm not making a real program right now, despite that this would work. But in Botland, you'll want to drag things on like lasers and missiles. And so to show you that very quickly, I can go into this, launch an HTTP server, and load it up here, and you should be able to see that this is some code. This is the simplest way you can possibly interact with a visual coding language, which is to just drag priorities into your game. So if I want my bot to only shoot lasers and not move at all, I'm done. I just did it. Now I can say show JavaScript, and this has code underneath if will lasers hit fire lasers, but I didn't need to write that. And if I wanted to do more things after that, like harvest resources or pursue an enemy, then I have all that code in here too, and I didn't need to write any of that either. So that's Botland in a nutshell. Once you've coded your machines, you'll throw them into an arena, and then they'll do battle with each other, or they'll collect resources, or they'll try to accomplish whatever goal it is for that different game mode that you're on. So yeah. But yeah, welcome to the stream, Druko. Hopefully for anyone else who's new, that explained the game to you a bit. And I want to clarify, again, just that you don't need to know programming to be able to use this game. If you do know how to program, they'll probably do slightly better, but not like worlds better than someone else, because there will be those pre-made scripts. And yes, Burning Horse bots, a large theme of Botland. There's a joke from yesterday that I'm not going to explain, partially because I don't fully remember. So let's get the indexer from in here. We're going to probably want to actually just pass that in. I don't know when you wouldn't want the entity indexer. So when we create the system, let's just pass that in. So we're going to say this dot entity indexer, and then the chase target system will take in the entity indexer, and it will save it. So let's do that. Now the way that we actually need to interact with bots, we want to get everything with chase target entities equals this dot enemy indexer dot get, and we have to give them a name. So let's put this here. We need to go into indexer names and make a new indexer, and we'll call this chase target, I guess. Alright, we take in this, we call it chase target indexer names dot chase target. We need to import that now. Import indexer names from dot dot slash indexer name. Alright, so at this point, we should at least have one entity. So let's just see if we did that correctly. I'm being upscaled? What? Oh wait, I'm missing a bunch of chat messages. Let's see what we said here. I remember that precursor to I'm looking at chat, you see that? I remember that precursor to Android Studio that was like that, visual programming. Yeah, there have been a lot of other things that have done this, and I didn't write Blockly. That was something that is open source now. I can imagine people sending you StarCraft maps as the arena. Hey Adam, what about NetBeans as a web dev tool? Is it good, or would it be better to stay on Sublime Text 2? It's really up to you. So I haven't used NetBeans, and so I can't comment on that specifically. Well, I have used it, but I used it for like a day, and I don't remember anything about it. So if it works for you, it works for you. I think this is not for JavaScript though. Maybe it is, but it doesn't say JavaScript here. It says and more, which might mean JavaScript, I don't know. What else? Hop Maps or Valid. Oh, Lendasar, thanks for following. There has to be something like a wiki for all possible functions you can use in your bot script. Yeah, there totally will be. And if you look at that video that I just pasted earlier, then you should see that you don't necessarily even need to look at documentation. If you write documentation, oh, thank you. And why Bing? One of the biggest reasons is because of Bing Rewards, which I know is not available in every country, as many people have pointed out to me. But, oops, I don't know what that page is going to show. I just want to show this. Every 475 points I get $5. And everyone gets that, as long as you're in the US at least. So that's pretty sweet. I bought something recently that I think was like $13, and I used 2 of those gift certificates, so it came to 3. That's just because I used Bing. I don't know, I think that's pretty great. Alright, let's see. Is this going to break in? No, unexpected token. No, that's actually normal. That's fine. Let's refresh this page. Okay, so we screwed up. But this is a minor screw up. We're just going to rerun Gulp Watch. Although I'm still not sure why this screwed up. What does this say? Cannot read property chase target of undefined. So it can't find indexer names, which means this is not valid, but it didn't complain about that. The reason why is because Gulp Watch does not watch new files, which is why we reran it. So this is water time. The initial build takes like 15 seconds, and a lot of that is because of Blockly. It has to transpile all of the code from ES6 to ES5. Blockly was already written in ES5, but it still needs to look over it and put it in the same sort of format. So we're still having the same problem here. Indexer names is not a thing, and I find that unusual. Let's take a look. What did I call this? Indexer names. It's in client and game server. This is in client and game server. ... indexer names. Did I spell something wrong? What's going on here? I don't understand what I did wrong. Indexer names not chase target. This is chase target. Component names? Let me take a look at this stuff. Component names is chase target, yes. Okay. Yeah, let's take a look at this. What happens when I do this, let's say? We'll go into the system and we'll name this indexer 2. Yeah. So we can find the module. I just must not be importing this correctly. I have a feeling I know what I'm doing wrong. Yeah, this is what it should have been. It should be import star as indexer names. Alright, there we go. So that should be fixed now. Let's refresh this. Alright, good. So now we hit a breakpoint that we actually hard-coded, which is totally fine. I just want to see, do we have one entity here? We do. Awesome. So this is our chase target entity, and now we can actually use this. So here's how we're going to do this. We need to say, first let's rewrite our get component snippet. So we're going to open this up, and we're going to undo this, and we're going to change this to be, we'll do this. Let's just mark that section. Let type of component equals entity dot get component, and then we're going to change this to component names dot. Oh, I can uppercase this. Nice. It's a good thing I wrote this out already. Okay, so then we check to see if the component is defined, but we don't necessarily care about that. I'll write this in. Exists. Okay, let's try this out. What happens now when we say get component and we want the chase target component? That's not too bad. We just need to put an underscore in here. Nice. All right, cool. And thanks for the follows. I appreciate it. You guys will get whispers from me in the next minute or two, and you'll be able to control my lights. And there are 5 lights on the webpage, but the other one is over there. And then it's kind of hard to see, but 3 are right there. There's 2 strips and then the actual lamp. All right, so we have the chase target component, which we know this exists because the system is only concerned with chase target components. So this part we don't need to actually do. But let's do this. So we need to go into each entity. So let entity ID in chase target entities. And is this what I did in the client arena when I wanted to go render entities? Yes. Okay, so let's do this then. No, actually I need this here. Alright, so we get the chase target component. We also need the physics component. So physics component equals physics. And now what we want to do, oh no, we need the spray component for this actually. No, take that out, spray component. All right, now we need component names. So let's do component names from component names. I wonder if I should put all of this in one section. I don't think so. So now here's what we do. We do const dest pixel x equals chase target component dot tile x times. Oh, we also need constants in here. Import star as constants. Oop, that doesn't exist. What did I do wrong here? We go up 1, it's right there. So did I type something wrong? Import star as constants? I think it's just this. Nope, that's also wrong. Oh, it's just that I didn't, oh, whoops. No, I was typing this correctly. There, alright, I just screwed up a whole bunch of times. Unknown error says what type of game are you making? And the reason why I'm starting to laugh is like 3 minutes ago I just answered this question. So I'll give you the short answer now and not the long answer. I'm making a strategy game called Botland, and in this game you make machines. You can customize them with various weapons and armor and different parameters like reflect shields and stuff. And then you write code for them. And the code for them is what will control them. You don't actually manually control machines in this game. So you're writing bots that will eventually do battle in an arena. And you'll dump them into the arena, and the code you've written will take over completely. And bots don't live very long, maybe about, let's say, a minute. So if you wrote bad code, then just wait a minute for them to die, and you can update the code. So let's do this, tile size, and we'll do the same thing here. And this is the destination tile, and it's not the center of that tile. So to do, this is not the center of the tile. We need to know our sprite offset in order to properly align ourselves. And that shouldn't be a T, that should be an R. But whatever, we'll just do this for now. So let's do this, and let's take a look very briefly through Pixie and see if they did anything that will help us with this. So client, public, vendor, Pixie. Okay, so what does their sprite class have? Where is their sprite class? Here it is. So they have width, height, texture. Do they have any sort of get bounds, contains point, render canvas? Oops, darn it. I wanted to go that far. Destroy, from frame, from image. Okay, yeah, no, they don't have something that'll help me with this. So for right now, we're just going to write a really, really naive chase target. So let's say const speed equals 3. We'll say let's say const sprite x equals sprite component dot sprite dot position dot x, and the y is going to be y. How will you specifically, how will you specify direction in relation to the bot's location and position? You'll do so using absolute directions. So your bots don't necessarily face a particular direction, so you move right will always move you in this direction, x greater than. So you don't have to worry about, am I facing this way, then right means that, or am I facing this way, then right means south, maybe. Yeah, you shouldn't need to worry about that. And part of the reason for that is we want the code to be as understandable as possible, so we'll give you a lot of utility functions that we expect that you'll want. For example, pathfind to a particular location. We don't want users to have to write their own pathfinding code because everyone's going to want that. Footy Cool says, hey, I have no idea about anything you're doing, but it looks bloody insane. Pretty cool stream. Hope all's well in the future. Good luck with the game. Thank you very much. Void Dreamer says, so when determining which direction to attack, 8 directions or 6, it depends a little bit on what weapons you're using. So the way that lasers work, and let me just delete all of this stuff that I was talking about before. Lasers only shoot in cardinal directions. So if you're firing your lasers, you can only shoot in 4 directions. And in order to use those, you will call fire lasers and then provide a direction. Now, suppose you don't. Suppose you just say fire lasers. This will figure out a direction for you. So again, you don't need to do code that you don't necessarily want to do. We expect that you don't want to figure out what direction unless you actually have a use case for that, in which case, yeah, figure it out and then provide it. Those are lasers though. What about missiles? Missiles shoot anywhere in a range. So now if your target is right here, then you can say something like this. You could either say just fire missiles. This will find a target for you. And am I covering this up? No, I'm not. This will find a target for you. Or if you want, you could say fire missiles target. And you can find a target and then save it off if you want to. Let's see. Unknown Error says you can also look in the game to find out the offset. Yeah, no, I need to eventually write this code. I'm just writing very basic code for right now so that we get pixel movement working for the bots. And Void Dreamer, let me know if you have any other questions about that. So let's just do this for now. If sprite x is less than desc pixel x, sprite x plus equal speed. Else if sprite x is greater than desc pixel x, sprite x minus equal speed. Like I said, I'm writing a naive implementation of this for now because I don't really totally care to do this. We're going to change it later anyway. So now what we check is if math.abs sprite x minus desc pixel x is less than it's less than speed, and math.abs sprite y minus desc y is less than speed, then you're at your target. You've reached your target. Or at least you're close enough to reaching your target. And hey, like, So in this case, we're going to leave it up to this system to figure out. So this system will figure out what to do. In this case, since it's a bot, since this is a bot, we just want to delete the chase target component and then update the indexing. Beauty Mark Studio says, hey, new here, can someone explain points to me? I can explain points to you. So points are earned every 10 minutes. You get 1 point. And right now there's only one thing you get to spend your points on, and that is lunch BRB. So if you were to type this command, !lunch BRB, you'd spend 50 of your points, and then when I go away for lunch, you'll show up on my BRB screen. So I can show you what that looks like. If I say like, just testing, I can say Adam here. So the way that this will work is, this would say like I'm going away for lunch, I'll be gone for 45 minutes or something. And you can see this, thanks for the support, Adam, thanks for the support, Adam. If you spend 50 points, you can be one of these floating messages that says thanks for the support. So points are not meant to be something that you like save up and you get a new car from me or something. They're going to be used for like minor stuff, so feel free to spend them if you want. Let's see. Void Dreamer says, will the bot script support switch case? I'm not planning on it, but if enough people ask for it, then I could do it probably. Okay, so let's cut that out, then this we don't need. So we have our system here. We need to, let's just try this for now. So we'll set let reach target equals false. This will be reach target equals true. So if not reach target, then we just update the sprite coordinates. Actually, we can update the sprite coordinates no matter what, I think. So let's do that. Sprite component dot sprite dot position dot x equals sprite x and sprite y. Switches are pretty neat since you don't have to write as many else if statements. Oh, so Williams is soon done painting the stairway. Williams working on his house today. So here's something about Botland code that is one of the possibly non-obvious things to newcomers, because we had a prototype and I think people learn this very quickly, but it's still not totally obvious. So let's say you do something like this. Let's switch the two statements. So this is not obvious. Move will never get hit. The way that Botland works is your machines get a turn once every, let's just say 5 seconds. So 5 seconds, every 5 seconds this update function is going to be called, and this is something that you write. Now it's going to go through your script until it finds something that's called a terminator. And a terminator is something obvious because it's something that actually has an impact on the game world. So firing a laser could kill another bot. That has an impact on the game world. Moving has an impact on the game world. Doing an if statement does not actually have an impact on the game world. If you want to see if 5 is greater than 4, this code will execute because you didn't actually change any state. So when you finally reach a terminator, your code will stop. Now here's how Botland code tends to work. You'll say something like, if will lasers hit, fire lasers. Then you might say something like, all right, my lasers didn't work when I got here, so let's see what I'm going to do. Maybe I want to harvest, and I'll try harvesting. And maybe when I get here, I want to see if will lay landmine, and then if I can't do any of those things, then just move randomly at the end of it. I was responding to Void Dreamer and Licked, and then Void Dreamer said that the stream is stuttering a bit, so I don't know if Void Dreamer got the answer to that question. But basically, here's why I don't think you necessarily need switch case. So hopefully that answers it. You can have a syntax highlighting or different colored blocks in the blockly code for terminators. Yeah, I'm probably going to do something like that. And actually the syntax highlighting is an interesting thing I never thought of. Let's see if we can do that later. Consider highlighting terminators in a different color. In Blockly it makes sense. I could just make those a different color very easily. And I could probably do this here too. I just need to make sure that I actually do it to make it more obvious. Switch cases aren't necessarily redundant in this case, but they're just, I think they're a little bit less useful. You might still want to do something like switch my behavior, and then case 0 or case attack, then try firing lasers, and case scared, then try running away. I don't know if you'll want to do something like this, and if you do, you could always write it as just an if statement. So if enough, like I said, if enough people want a switch case, then yes, I could consider adding it. The problem is all of the code that I add needs to be secure, and I'm sure lots of you want to get your hands on this to see. Hang on a second, let me show you. I gotta refresh this page. So lots of you probably want to just cut all this out. Let's just comment all of this and save it and then hit play. This is not working. Oh right, because this is ECMAScript 6 code and we transpiled. Alright, wait, let me show you. I'm gonna get this. So we're gonna go into chase target system and we're gonna just comment out all this code for now. Turn, done. There's another problem. Sprite X is read only. And I guess we change these to let's. And we take a look at gulp that rebuilt. We should be able to run this with no problem now. Good. Alright, so here's code that you might write. I forgot what I was going to say. Alright, I just totally lost my train of thought. That doesn't usually happen. Alright, let's see what VoidDreamer said, since I just completely forgot. Oh yeah, the validation and why switch cases are going to be harder. Okay, I remembered. I didn't get wrecked, not totally at least. So when you write code like this, update equals function, if will lasers hit, fire lasers, it gets converted into something that looks a little bit different. So this is all erroneous code now, but just take a look at it. So our update function got escaped into a namespace. We have a check time that we never wrote here, and then all of our functions got escaped here too, our function calls. That way, you can't do something like eval 5 or anything like that. It says you are trying to call a function that does not exist. You can't write infinite loops. You can't use up tons of memory. VoidDreamer says, if not, will lasers hit right, move right. Using will lasers hit would be a neat way to determine if you can move, unless you'll have a different method for determining that. VoidDreamer, you will have a different method for determining that, and it'll look like this. So you'll write a function, and you'll say if will move work right, then move right. And the reason why firing your lasers is not as reliable a way of doing this is for this reason. Let me draw it out for you. So your lasers can shoot, depending on how strong they are, they could shoot, let's say 3 tiles or maybe 5 tiles, something like that. So basically, they could hit anything in this range, whereas moving only works on these tiles, the ones right next to you. Now, that stuff I actually really don't want to talk about right now, because a lot of this will become much, much more apparent once I've coded more of it. Growing eyes says, in fact, I spend most of my time blank. It doesn't usually happen to me, so yeah. All right, let's uncomment the return statement that we put in here, and then fix the problems that we had, and we'll hopefully have pixel movement working in the next 20-ish minutes. So the first thing it's trying to do is access an entity ID in what is, wait, what? Oh, this dot entities. Oh, that was the problem. Oh, I do need to be able to get the entities from the arena. How do I want to do this? Yeah, let's just, for right now, we'll just write a get entities function. Return this dot entities. All right, next, let's get them here. Const entities equals this dot arena dot get entities, and then instead of the this that's here, we delete that, we rebuild, and we should hopefully have fixed that error at least. Is this not going to rebuild? What just happened? There we go. There, fixed. So at least that part should be changed. Alright, cool. So now we just have a jittery bot, and it seems to have moved very quickly. Let's set this to 0.5. I don't know if this is actually going to make it move slower or if we screwed something up. No, cool. Alright, so there's the pixel movement. Again, it's moving to kind of a weird coordinate because we didn't code the offsets in from before. and we need to make it stop chasing the target once it's reached there. And in order to do that, we need to be able to delete components, which we don't have that functionality yet. So let's write down what we're going to do. Move an entire tile first is fine. We have the chase target component. We have all this stuff. So now what we need to do is when the bot reaches its target, delete the chase target component and update the indexer. Adam, do you do a recap at the end of the stream like yesterday? Oh, that's clever. Clever. Yes, yesterday what happened is I said, hey guys, let's feel good about ourselves and take a look at all the progress we made today. Because we actually did make a decent amount of progress yesterday. So what I did is I went into Git and I proceeded to screw up for about 20 minutes straight and get the code into a very weird state. And all I wanted to do was compare what we had on Friday to what we had at the end of Monday. Then I spent about 20 minutes trying to fix everything. So we will not be doing that today. We'll save our recap videos for just the end of the week, which, by the way, if you guys are curious, you can go to botland.net. There are all these links here. YouTube has all the recap videos. So if you want to catch up on the last 3 weeks of streaming, you can do so in about 4 minutes. I always try to keep those videos short. If they ever go above 2 minutes, I've probably either coded a whole lot that week or I've screwed something up. Alright, so when the bot reaches its target, delete the component. And alright, we need to modify entity so that we have a remove component. Now this is actually going to be a little bit tough because we want to remove precisely the correct component. So we're going to pass in a component, and if the component doesn't exist, we'll just return immediately. And if the component does exist, then we need to get all of the components, the array that we have, and remove just the particular one. So we're going to do this. We're going to copy some of this code. If it doesn't exist, we can just return. If it does exist, then we say existing components dot. Actually, there should be a remove function in Lodash. Yeah, remove. Here we go. Removes all elements from an array. That predicate returns truth-e4 and returns an array of the removed elements. So let's test this out in JS Fiddle. What I want to do is just remove one. I think it's pull. Yeah, pull. Removes all provided values from array using the same value 0 for a quality comparison. Yeah, let's do that. So underscore dot pull existing components component. What's chat saying? It was like watching a train wreck on repeat. You were there, Demonic? Train wreck on repeat. I like that. That says something if you can recap 3 weeks in 4 minutes. How long have you been working on the game? I've been working on the game for exactly as long as I've been streaming for now. Well, that's not really true. I'll go into more detail about that. But it's been 3 weeks that I've been streaming. Oh, I gotta remember that alright, there. So I started streaming on the 8th, and it is now the 29th, so it's exactly 3 weeks. And then, but that's not entirely true. So I worked on a prototype for about 6 or 7 months. And in that time, I wrote a lot of code, and I tested the concept, and I think the game is fun. I think it'll be great. But of course, I'm going to say that as a game designer, or game developer, I should say, and game designer. All right, so remove component, I think we've coded now. I think this should work. So now we just test it. We should actually be writing tests for all of this stuff. Let's write tests for ECX. Remove component, add component, etc. Yeah, I should have done that already. I didn't. Yeah, and I'll actually write consider where else we need to write unit test. I'm sure there are a lot of places by now. Okay. That water tastes like almonds for some reason. It's probably a sign I need to clean that cup. Okay, we want to go into chase target now, and we want to remove the component when we do this. So let's do entity.remove component, and we're going to pass in the chase target component. Next, we need to update the indexer. So let's do this.entity indexer dot, And now here's where I have no idea what I called this. So it'll be update item. There's only one thing that's concerned with chase target, so we could just update that. But let's update just this entity ID. So we're going to do update item entity ID. Be water break. 10 seconds. Gulp, gulp, gulp. All right, time's up. All right, here we go. We already screwed something up. How did this fail? Oh, if not reach target, delete. Oh, that was wrong. But either way, this is going to screw up. So how did we do this? Yeah, why did this fail? Let's take a look down here at this code. We'll put a breakpoint there and we'll try this again, because that must be getting hit before the other one. Okay, good. So right now we have an entity and it has, when we look at its components, it should have like 6 of them. Chase target is one of them. So what we're going to do is go through this, and now we should have one fewer component. No, we still, oh, chase target is just an empty array. Ah, we need to fix that. How do we fix that? We go into entity.js and then remove component. If existing component.length equals 0, then we delete this .component's name. Yeah. If we remove the last component of that type, then delete the array. That way has component, so that has component stops returning true. The other thing we could have done is make has component not just check existence, but also the length of the array. I don't think that's a good idea. So let's try this now. Now what should happen is it should move roughly a half pixel and then stop. And the only way to test to see if that worked is to get all entities that have chase target. Oh, cool. Okay. So I think that worked. I think we need to just put this code in the correct spot now. So we do this. It reached target, then remove it. So now it should move to kind of a weird position and then stop, and then be able to move again. Okay, so next we have to clean up all of the code that we wrote. We need to make sure that this goes to the correct location. One of the ways that we can do that for now is to hard code those offsets that we had from before. And I know that's not great, so let's search for -11, and we'll eventually, so it's -11, -24. So our destination X is really those. So again, I know this is stupid. We'll eventually fix this. It'll make it more generic. But for right now, let's see. Does that go to the correct spot? Good. Now, what we should do is when you attempt to move, what should happen is that the server should move your physics and then the client should move your sprite. I'm going to write that down. So when you call debug move, the server should update the physics and the client should modify the sprite and chase target. So let's put that there. OMG, don't help them out. They don't need help streaming. I'm the indie game dev. I want viewers. No, you guys should go check it out if you want to watch the Unreal training stream. I'm not that conceited. Alright, so we have the chase target system. Looks a little ugly right now. We are going to fix it, and we're going to export some of this code out. We're not there yet. Hey, Jack Johnson. Yeah, I've only been streaming since 9 this morning, and I will be streaming for another 5.5 hours today. I'm not going to watch them anyway. You've already proven yourself a traitor. Alright, so let's do this. The server should update the physics. What do we do if we already have... Okay, so if we already have a chase target component, we should just update that one. We should, or, I don't know. All right, that's something we'll work out in a second. First, what we're going to do is... Actually, should we even... I feel like... Okay. I'm going to write this down. So, first thing first, I think, is clean up the code we have. Then the next thing is make it so that debug move does chase target correctly. And then the third is make it so that consecutive debug moves are handled appropriately. And I'll just write appropriately for right now because we're going to figure out how we want that to work. Wow, we're hoping. You're my biggest fan who's not a follower. You will never be a follower. So let's get to cleaning up the code. We made a lot of changes. And that's why we're going to have to spend some time doing this. Yeah, all of this stuff. Now let's see what we did. So we now have the client setting up the chase target system. And the chase target system, since it's only on the client, I actually could have put that just in the client because it's not shared code. Is there any reason for that to exist in the server? Like when you shoot a laser, it immediately hits its target. When you shoot a slow-moving projectile, it's not that it really chases its target. I think I'll leave it in the shared code for now. Hey Glenn. And hey Norm. And William, you're done with your housework? I will alert you guys who are coming to the stream now, who have already been here before, that there is a command which is about to become relevant in about an hour, because at about 12:30 I'm going to take my lunch break. If you type bang lunch BRB, you'll spend 50 points, and you'll show up in my BRB screen. Just coded that this morning. Alright, so yeah, one of the questions I had was, should chase target system be only on the client? Well, does it do anything that's really client specific? Yeah, it uses sprite components. Yeah, we'll put it on just the client. Alright, fine. So then how we're going to do this, we're going to put this into just the client code, public JavaScript, and we put this here, chase target system. We get rid of the old one, so we go back to where is it? Shared client and game server, chase target system. Alright, we deleted that. Next we update wherever we put chase target system. Voyager says, any ideas on power-ups, upgrades, basically keeping gameplay evolving, like methods as rewards, upgrades, power-ups? I know it may not be that far in planning it. So, the way that gameplay is going to evolve for an individual person, you'll end up getting more hardware and you'll end up collecting it relatively slowly. So, you don't collect hardware through gameplay. You collect it through just time, really. So imagine if you played Team Fortress 2, this might make more sense using that as an analogy. In Team Fortress 2, every hour you play a day, no, that's not true. It's like for the first hour that you play in a given day, you'll probably get an item. And then that item is just yours forever. And in TF2, you can choose to trade it. In Botland, there won't be trading, at least not at the beginning. And then that item is not necessarily better than the stuff that you have, but it's different. So your gameplay might change. Maybe you're playing Pyro and now you have, I don't know, the Air Blast thing. Or, yeah, it shows how much I know about TF2. So that's kind of how things will evolve at first. The other thing is, like all games, there will be new content produced. That'll all be just totally free forever. Do I want to put any stipulations on that? Yeah, I do. So it'll be free the way it's sort of free in TF2, and that you can get it, but if you want to get it faster, you can choose to pay for it. And this will be more obvious later on, I think. David Avimer says, hi, what's up? I'm doing well. And OMG says, you'll harvest resources, so you probably want to build weapons and armor. Currently, resources are not going to work for that sort of thing. They're going to work for letting you deploy bots faster. And also, there will be one other little thing, but we'll talk about that later, I think. Voyager says, so changes will only be to available hardware, not to the scripting language? I guess that's the distinction I'm trying to make. Yeah, I think that's going to be the case. Changes will be to the hardware. So there are two ways you could kind of change the scripting language. One is by opening up a larger aspect of the API to you, which I think would be frustrating in multiplayer, because what if you want to just make a new account? You already know how to play, but now you can't use the shoot lasers function. So instead, what'll happen is fire, let's say, okay, so fire missiles, let's say. This finds a valid target and shoots missiles. This API will exist to you no matter what. You can call this, but if you don't have missiles, it won't do anything. So you unlock missiles in order for this to mean something, rather than unlocking the API and being able to use your missiles. It'll make more sense later, I'm pretty sure. All right. So we were cleaning this up, we were moving this, and that meant we were going through find results and making sure that we were including this from the correct place. Now this should be the client arena. It is, which means that we can do this. Done, and oh, not done. Cannot find index or names. Oh yeah, this changed, so we need to change where this stuff's coming from. Oh goody. So we need to put all this in here. And this is actually this folder, I think. So let's take these and put that there and try saving that. Okay, that seems to have worked. So now if we'll just get rid of this stuff. We refresh this, we should see that chase target system is now in the client, and we should be able to run this. Let's rerun Gulp Watch. Norm, did I miss you answering my question? Oh no, you didn't. I just didn't answer it. Sorry. It's kind of hard because Better Twitch TV makes all these colors readable, and that means that they're somewhat similar. So I see like a sea of orange and red here. Anyway, the answer to your question, because I still haven't answered it, does it permanently add your name to the BRB screen, or is it just one instance? It's just one instance. Okay, there we go. Everything's still working. All right, we can finish checking this in. So let's take a look through here. Chase target system is now on the client, which actually means that the chase target component should really be, no, we'll make all components shared. That's fine. We just won't use them on the server. And Norm says lame. You get points every, okay, so look, here's what I did. The BRB thing costs 50 points, and if you're in the stream the whole day, you'll have accrued 50 points. So you could do this every day if you want, and your point total just won't change for the times that you're doing it. But also, eventually points will do something else. I mean, right now it's not even a point sync, it's like a point net zero. ONG says you can add some info on trying to use the lasers missiles when you don't have the proper weapon, like your bot has no missile launchers equipped. Yes, I probably can, and that's something that we might eventually do. The thing is, if you do something like this, fire missiles, fire lasers. So before I said this will never get hit, and I said the reason why is because both of these are Terminators. That's not actually totally true. If you don't have missiles, then this will get hit because if you don't have the missiles hardware installed, essentially. But again, that's like, we'll figure that out later. Like, we'll talk about it later. I mean, I already have something planned for it. Top 10 is greater than BRB, so that's why it's lame. Okay, fine. So setup entity component system. This is something I gotta comment in the client arena. Setup entity component system. Override. Actually, let's just write override. And it doesn't return anything. That way we know. So we set up a client-specific system, which is the chase system. So updates systems. That's it. Number, time passed since last update. And one of the things I've got to do here is make it so that the chase target system takes delta time into account. So does that make sense? We're not currently using it here. We should say speed equals 0.5 times delta time, which actually should be like 0.1 now. Let's see what that does. Yeah, okay, that's pretty good. So I can just cut that out for right now. All right, good. Next, let's take a look. Yeah, we pass that in. We make a new chase target component. I'm gonna write just an item there. New chase target component. How did that keep getting modified? To do, remove this. It's just for debugging. All right, good. So the client arena looks good now. Let's take a look at main. Main, I just changed some time into delta time or delta into delta time. And then I'm also updating the arena logic. That looks good. This we're not checking in. Ooh, good thing I looked through this stuff. Get entities, we'll go comment, shared arena, get entities, comment, gets all of the entities. So, and this is an object of number to entity, the entities that this arena tracks. So just get rid of that. Alright, then we also added in this. This is actually not correct. This needs to be done only on the client. So set up entity component system needs to do that. Set up entity component system. Here we go. Yeah, because chase target only matters on the client. So now that should not be changed code. So all we did was add in a get entities function. Looks good. Component name should be a quick change. We added chase target. Good. Remove component. We need to comment. So an entity. Let's go to remove. And let's write a comment. Remove a single component from. Removes a specific component from this entity. And then this is of type component, or rather I should say like basic component. I don't really like that. Anyway, the component to remove doesn't return anything. Alright, looks good. Do we need to comment anything in this function? I think we already have it for the most part. We make sure that the entity exists. We make sure that the array exists. We pull something from it, and then if we pull the last thing, we delete the array. Looks good. What next? Indexer names, we added in the chase target one, looks good. Then we added in a component and a system. So let's see what we've got here. We're going to modify this code some more. I don't think I'm going to comment any of this or change it. This is like temp code to make this code better. Alright, then the chase target component, this is only used to tag bots, that's not even true. Did I copy paste this like all over the place? No, I didn't. I just put it here. So let's just get rid of that. Did I put that anywhere else then? Sprite component doesn't have it. Let's take a look at the other components. No. Yeah, we're good. So we just didn't put that there. That's fine. So where was I looking then? Chase target component. This just has a tile X and a tile Y for now. That looks fine. And then the chase target system is concerned with all of that stuff. So let's write this in. Added the ability for a bot, an entity, to chase a target tile. This is not fully complete code yet. There is also a system on the client to update these particular entities. See you, beauty mark. Alright, looks good. So we have a lot of stuff to change. So we did that in the code that we have. Let's just do a very quick pre-commit. These should return, hopefully, nothing. They return stuff. Illegal trailing white space. Oh, I make that mistake a lot actually. And then chase target system, illegal trailing white space. Okay, problem solved. Let's just amend the last commit. Okay, done. So clean up the code is done. Make it so debug move does chase target correctly. I don't know if this is too soon after the last time, but I don't care because I have to use the bathroom. So I'm gonna go use the bathroom. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay. So I will be taking a break for lunch in about 25 minutes, I think. Yeah, 12:15. So let's see what we can get done with before then. So the only way that we have to control our bot right now, since we don't have code execution, is to type debug move into the console. And right now, the way that that works is that, oh, interesting. Whoa. We didn't update the physics component. That is interesting. We need to do that. So let's go into the client arena, and where we added in the chase target component. So this is where we kind of made a problem. What we needed to do is we needed to set. Oh, this is silly. All right, let's get rid of this actually. Hey KKF, I'm Harry. So when you type debug move, we're going to need to add this. And this is already in the client arena, but debug move exists in the shared arena, so we need to fix that. Debug move, and yeah, we use sprite. This shouldn't have been here at all. Well, it shouldn't really have been there, I guess. I'm gonna just put this in the client for now. Alright. So what we need to do here is we need to, instead of just, well, we can modify that directly, but this stuff, this needs to change. So we're not going to update the sprite component at first. We're going to add a chase target, which I think I just totally worked. Oh no, there it is. All right, let's see if we can get this to work. So we're going to say move to new tile X, new tile Y. Then we're going to add it. We need to make sure that we actually have this available to us. We do. Good. We add the component to this entity in particular. First entity. Then we need to update that. So this dot entity indexer dot update 0. Update ID 0, I think. Where is that? Update item. It's not update index. Hey Jack HTTV. Will the bots gain experience? If yes, did you plan what levels we'll give to your bot? No, they won't gain experience. So what's really cool about Botland, and something that I hope people end up getting creative, and one of the ways that I want to foster creativity is by putting in a lot of different game modes. This will not exist at launch, so don't expect it. But one of the things I want to add is an RPG mode, where there's, let's say, a boss monster, or there's lots of enemy mobs that you've got to take down. For that, instead of experience, well, there might be something like experience for modes like that. So just, there won't be at launch, but maybe eventually there would be. KKF from Harry says, that's quite far. I do not know what you're talking about. Okay, so here we've added in the chase target component. And actually that might be all that it takes for this to work. Let's try this out. Oh, our bot disappeared. Where did it go? All right, let's fix create bot. I think I know what's happening. I'm not setting. Oh, I am setting this. Yeah, what's going on then? What is going on? What happened here? Do I have... Oh, I don't even have an entity anymore. Oh, I forgot to add... Oops. Yeah, fix that. Alright, that was just a silly mistake. We should have fixed that. Now we can refresh this. Alright, good. We've got it. Now let's try doing debug move up. Oh, nice. Okay, so now the only problem is when we try moving up twice, let's say, or move up and then right, is that this won't look nice. That was weird. Actually, that doesn't look bad. How did this even work? Oh, I guess because it just keeps adding chase components to it. Wow. Neat. So we could actually put in a whole set of these. Debug, move, up, and then, oops, darn it. Down, right, up, and then let's put left. Neat. Where'd the bot go? There it is. Now I just need to fix that wiggling. Which I know why that's happening. Okay, cool. So chase target works because we essentially made a component queue. Wow. That's impressive. Wiggle, wiggle. Yeah, this will eventually stop. Not that we need to watch it, but let's fix the wiggling. Because that was not a feature. That was just a bug. So chase target system is what's responsible for that. And the reason why is because of this. What we have to say is if we actually modified the sprite's position and either one of these is less than the target, then we're gonna end up changing this. Sidra says you could make a load screen out of this. So the load screen is actually supposed to be just the game. The game is going to be the loading screen. And I know that sounds a little bit silly because it's like, well, don't you need to load the loading screen then? But you'll see. You'll see. A lot of work's going to go into that. That way the game can kind of play itself while you're waiting for it to change. Is someone controlling my lights right now? Is that why that just changed? Oh no, it's just changing itself. Okay, let's fix that. Boop. Okay. Yes, so follow me to be able to control my lights. And eventually be able to control these bots. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Alright, so I wrote code like this a while ago in this, and I think I called it like chase target. Did I? Where did I put this? Util.js? Utils.js? I don't know. This is searching files now. Didn't find it. Util. Here we go. Does this have a chase coordinate function? Because I know for sure, yeah, here we go, chase coordinate. Alright, we're gonna copy this code I wrote like 2 years ago. And I wrote it for auth-hog. So this actually probably appears in here somewhere. If we look at the util that I wrote for this game. Oops, that's unit, not util. Whoops, 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 whoops. Let's just change this. Do we see it? Chase coordinates? Yeah! This is practically the same function. Neat. And I coded it stupidly. So we're going to fix it. And the way we're going to fix it, we're going to make util.js have this function. We're going to export it. We're going to do this. Export chase coordinates. We need to delete that and then swap those two things. Alright. So then let's just fix up all the different linting errors because I apparently did not like coding things nicely before. Let's do that and that. And then change these equal to change these to triple equals, and then format this line and get rid of that. All right, I think this looks much better. So now we can use the chase coordinates function, and this will be much nicer. Man, I am actually starting to get really hungry. So we're going to import util from the util class. We're going to use util.chase coordinates. And the way this works is x, y, desired x, desired y, speed, and use vector. Mr. Law Legend says you can only change light control once, or change light once, correct, 1 minute after follow. Yeah, you can only change it for 45 seconds. Then every once in a while I just give people control over them. The other thing is, one of the things I want you to be able to spend points on eventually is controlling my lights, but that system's a little bit harder to code, so I just haven't done that yet. coding the system that's already in place right now took like 3 or 4 days. So this was like, it's not like I just thought, oh, I'll just hammer away and people can do whatever they want. Yeah, it took some time. So we're going to change this. We're going to do this. We're going to say, what does this return? Returns x, y, and at destination. So let chase results equal util.chase coordinates. So it's current desired speed. So current is sprite x, sprite y. Desired is dest x, dest y. Speed is speed. In use vector, we can set to true, and I think I wrote what that does. If true, this will compute a line between current and desired and travel along that. If false, it will simply move as close in each axis as possible. Yeah, so let's do true for that. So then we can say down here, what do we return this as? X and Y. So we'll do this. Chase results dot x and y, and then we can see whether you're at your target. If chase dot at destination. All right, so if we did that right, then this should just work. Nope. Nope. I think the reason why is because, no, I exported that correctly. Did I not? What did I do wrong? Am I importing util correctly? Yeah, I am, because when I change it, if it's modified there, I'm importing util. Oh, import star as util? I think that's what I meant to do. Yeah, that's the second time I screwed that up today. But at least I fixed it relatively quickly. So there we go. We got smooth movement. And we have a bot moving around the arena now. So the wiggling feature has been done away with. Yeah. All right, I think that looks good. Yeah, all right, cool. I think that's kind of it. That's all we wanted to get done for now. So I think we can check this in. So make it so debug move does chase target correctly. Make it so consecutive moves, that was just given to us. That's already done. When your bot reaches its target, delete it. We did that. When you call it, the server should update physics and the client should modify the sprite. That's not technically done. Movement animation, yeah, that'll happen once I actually have real art, which won't be the case for probably like 3 months. So get used to seeing this guy all the time, because we don't have graphics. Alright, we're gonna check in. We accidentally checked in. Darn it. We checked in the code that makes it not connect to the server. Oh, whatever. And hey, Case Rage, haven't seen you in a while. Or have I? I'm just forgetting things. Maybe you were on yesterday. Alright. Let's take a look. So we got rid of this chase target. That made sense. So let's keep that out. Debug move now exists on the client. And instead of updating the sprite, we add a chase target component, which will update the sprite. So we can get rid of that. Then what else? Yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, chase target system now actually uses sane code. I think we can make those constants now. Let's take a look. Chase target system, yeah, these can be consts, I'm pretty sure. And this can be const. And these can be const. And actually, one of the things I can do is modify my snippet that I had, git component, so that it does a const here. Nice. Oh, thanks for following. Yeah, you guys should get control over my lights sometime in the next few minutes. And you can save that control for any time today, but after today it'll go away. Okay, so yeah, I think we made that much more sane, and then we just exported a function from there and we added in chase coordinates. Okay, good. So Moved some code, moved the chase, moved debug, moved code, and chase from the shared arena to the client arena. That was the first thing. Debug move now makes use of chase target component, meaning the sprite will animate smoothly instead of moving an entire tile at a time. And then what else? Oh yeah, made use of chase coordinates from way back in Ophog so that movement wasn't wiggly. There was something else I wanted to say here. What was it? Maybe that was it? Did I try rerunning this? Yeah, that works. Okay. Yeah, I think we can check this in. Alright, so I think I'm going to end up breaking for lunch pretty soon. So let's just come up with our plan for what we're going to do after lunch. So make move work manually by typing something move into the console. That's done. There is no server yet. And that's eventually going to happen. So what we could do here, I think we should work toward getting code execution working on the server, because that's where it works. So the client should have a server. We need to figure out what it takes for that to be the case. And then eventually, one of the things we write down here is start executing code on the server. Make a code component, or maybe user-defined code component, something like that. Code component. Make a code component. For now, just hard code the code in the code component. Eventually, take the code from what's it called, code mirror. Then other things we'll have to do are like allow for more bots. Only do this on the client at first. Then allow for and like network everything. Make the SP/MP router route messages appropriately. What else do we want to do there? Alright, so this whole client should have a server. What goes into this? That means the client main needs to set up a server, which is not currently a thing that we can do. We don't even have a shared main. We have a game server. Game server main? Yeah, this. And all this does right now is make a connection manager. This doesn't even have an arena yet because we haven't been instancing anything. So I guess what we do is first make a game server class. Put an arena in there. Instantiate the game server on the client. Make sure the game server, I cannot type, I don't really care to fix that, is getting updated. Fine. On the client, make sure physics code is going on the server, in the server and not the client. Alright. Yeah, I think that's going to be our plan after lunch. Is this enough of a plan? What's this? Chase target. Oh yeah, somewhere we should probably write down how chase target's actually working. So I'll write that down here. Document how consecutive chase target components work. Wait, Demonic, you're going? You're the only person who's done the bang lunch BRB thing now. You'll never even see what the result is. Which, by the way, I'm telling you guys now, if you want to spend 50 of your loyalty points, you can type bang lunch BRB and you'll show up in my BRB screen. Because I'm about to go take a break for lunch. And I'm going to take people from this list, which is currently just Demonic. And that'll be that. It's 5 a.m.? Oh my goodness. Alright, no, you should definitely go. Oh, good. So now I should see you in this file. Yeah, cool. So Sidra spent 50 points. You'll get your credits. Let's form this thing. Beer eating lunch. We'll put demonic. Then we'll put Sidra. Then Naro, do you not have enough points? Because it didn't say anything in chat. Oh, 6 points. Wait, why do you only have 6 points though? Something's wrong there, right? Are you one of the people who's been following me for a while? Wait, are you even following me? Oh, you're apparently not even following me. Oh god. Everyone's joining this train. Alright. I'm gonna keep going for lunch, so you can stop adding yourselves to this list. Alright, let's take this, just paste it into our console, and you guys will see what this looks like as soon as I type this out. And then actually one of the other things I need to do, remove the lunch BRB people manually from the list after the stream ends. Make sure lunch BRB.tracing gets updated. Naro says, I'm following you for a long time actually. Do I not show as a follower on your 3 following? Oh, weird, it didn't show any followers there. Alright, you know what, we're gonna give you some points then. Points give Naro T, because I think you have been following for a long time, so I'm gonna give you 50 points. Okay. And then let's run this thing. Yeah. And then Naro, if you want to spend those points, you can do it tomorrow, I guess. So yeah, let's do this, and we should see this work. Nice. So we should see everyone's name in there. Yeah, there's Sidra, Smooth Dog, William. Nice. You guys got your names in there. All right, I'm gonna go to lunch. I'll be back. See ya. back. I'm going to slowly ease back into things. I know some people have headphones on. Let's see what we have here. Close this. Naro, I don't know if you're still there. Actually, I'll just respond via text. Okay. So then I've got to remove these people from that list eventually. And I'll do that at some point. I could probably stop sounding so hush-hush now. All right. So document how consecutive chase target components work. Yeah, Void Dreamer, thank you. I do have that written here. Remove the Lunch BRB people manually after the stream ends. The reason why I have to do it after the stream ends is because the way that the bot works, if I go into that code, you can see there's a Lunch BRB people. This is kept in memory right now. So if I change the file, it doesn't matter because it'll just get overwritten the next time someone adds themselves. So I've got to make this system a little more automated. But since it's once a day, I don't think it matters too much right now. Anyway, document how consecutive chase target works. I don't know whether I should say this in here or in here. Because the way that this works, we get the first component. So, alright, I am going to write this here. Roaming, it's not that people are at work and sleeping or something like that. It's that they stop watching me during lunch, and then they leave the tab open, and since I don't have music playing or anything, the whole stream is just silent. And then when I come back, it's like, hey everybody, I'm back, and then I'm shouting in your ear despite that you're listening to music. And I'm not that good a singer. So I want to write this somewhere, I just don't know where. I think I want to write it here. Yeah, I'll write it here. We get the first chase target component. Oops. Component from this entity, meaning all of the other chase target components are sort of in a queue that will be handled afterward. This lets us add as many chase target components to an entity as we want, and they'll all execute consecutively. I'll say sequentially instead of concurrently. Okay, so I just wanted to document that. I'm really just going to check this in as like made a comment. Clarified how multiple chase target components work on a single entity. Okay. Good, I just wanted to do that. So here we are. Mike Fox 2K says, so this is your dream? Yes. Oh, you're talking about Roving Eye. This is actually my passion is in that kind of dream, but you weren't talking to me. But either way, I'm going to sound like a goofball and answer the question. Yes, it's my dream. It actually is. I am totally happy to be doing this. So client should have a server. We need a game server class. This needs to be in the shared folder. And we need to consider everything very carefully that goes into here. So let's open this up. We're going to let's just take a basic class. Yeah, let's save this now as gameserver.js. And instead of player, we'll say game server. And instead of any of this stuff, we'll just say that. Done. Okay, so we have a game server class now. I'm going to restart Gulp Watch. Oops, that's not right. Close that. Where's Gulp Watch? This one. Mike Fox 2 Kappa. That's what the K stands for. So we have a game server class. We need to put an arena in here. We need to instantiate it from the client for right now. Yeah, I think this will just have an arena in it. Actually, this can instantiate the arena itself. Maybe we just take in, well, let's take a look at how we make this now. So on the client main, we say new arena, and we pass in a width, a height, and a pub sub. I suppose that for this to work on both the client or the server, we need to have those same things. So we could just pass in an arena. I think for now this doesn't matter so much. Let's have it take in an arena and store it. That way we have control over it. No, we'll take in the params for this. We'll say arena params. And then here we're going to make, so we'll say import arena from ./arena. And we're going to say this dot arena equals new arena params. Alright, now we need to make this. And this is needed even on the title screen. So it's basically as though single player is going to be playing out on the title screen, except only with bots, not with any of the bots that you have. So we're going to say this dot game server equals new game server, and we're going to pass in the arena params that we passed in before. Const arena params equals that. Now we can get rid of this and say arena params, and then this will be arena params. Alright, next we need to actually import the game server. So let's do that. Import game server from game server. And then we'll get rid of that gamer server. Good. So now we should have a server running, and all that means is that we have another arena. Which doesn't mean much right now. And we do need to make sure it's getting updated at some point. And then we have physics code and everything. What does this look like when we run? It should be exactly the same. There should be no errors. And we'll see if that's the case. Alright, good. And can we call our debug move functions? Alright, cool. Alright, that's pretty good. Now what do we want to do here? We need to make sure that the entity that we add, so we did this, make a game server, put an arena in there, instantiate it on the client. We eventually need to instantiate the game server on the server, but that's not really a thing yet since we don't have any network code. I guess we'll put this down here. So make sure the bot that we have is being tracked on the server. So what we had a client arena and we had create bot. And all this did was, create a bot and added it immediately. And it had this sprite also. What we really want to do is we want to have the game server create this. So the game server creates the bot and then tells the client arena about it. Okay. We're going to need to do a lot of different things in order for this to work. Like, this is going to take quite some time. We're going to need to write our serialization for bots, entities. We need to be able to deserialize them on the other end. And we need our router class. So let's start to think about all this. The game server creates the bot and then tells the client about it. So we're going to have something like this. We have the game server here. We're going to say the game server arena create bot. And that should tell the client about it. Yeah, and then debug move needs to be on the server. Debug move needs to be called on the server, not the client. Okay, so we're getting into some actual architecture stuff here. So we don't have the create bot call yet. We can add it. And Exotic Gaming HD is just followed. Wait, maybe that was Game in HD? I don't know. I have to wait for it to show up. Gaming in HD. Aha. Alright. Chat will eventually have it here. Come on, Botland bot. Gotta stay on top of the game. Goodness. There we go. Exotic Gaming in HD. So thank you for following. You'll get a whisper pretty soon with a link to be able to control my lights. So yeah, feel free to mess around with them. You'll get about 45 seconds of control. Alright, so this create bot now needs to go back to the shared arena class. So let's go to shared arena, and we're going to put this back there, and we're going to put it there without the sprite component. Alright, so we made a bot on TileX, TileY to change this to a real player. Yeah, that's something else I should probably write eventually. Allow for more bots. There need to be real player objects on the title screen, even though there aren't players for them. So player ID equals 0. Bot sprite we don't have. We make a new bot, we add it, and we return it. I don't know why we return it. That doesn't matter. Alright, so now we've created, so if we save this, we will have created a bot on the server that is not being sent to the client. So this should disappear and there should be no errors. That there is an error is fine because I did that wrong. Make bot assemblage, we can look at that. Oh, cool. Well, I'm glad, Exotic. Exotic says, no problem for the follow. I enjoy programming streams. Yeah. So let's take a look at make bot assemblage. What? Oh, it's just called bot assemblage. And this has a sprite, unfortunately. It should not have a sprite. Alright, let's cut that out. That shouldn't have been a thing. Okay, so now when we load this, this should be fine. Again, we have nothing showing, but we also have no errors. Alright, good. Alright, so then we need to make sure that the game server can actually send this to the client. So it needs to know whether we're in single player or multiplayer. Also, I guess there's kind of a third option of being on the title screen. How are we going to do this? So make sure the game server is getting updated. Yeah, I guess we can do that. Update game logic. Let's put that same thing in here. If game server is defined, then we do game server.update game logic all the time, and we put this into the game server. Why is this not showing up? Oh, game server is the name of. That's going to be very tedious. I gotta type JS at the end of that. Okay, update game logic delta time. All we need to do here is update the arena at some point. We don't actually have anything for that yet, so for now this is just a blank function. That's totally fine. That way we can at least cut this out here. So physics code is going in the server, not the client. All right, that's kind of correct. Make sure the bot that we have is being tracked on the server. Game server creates the bot. So what we were going to do next is this. The game server needs to tell the client arena about it. Hey, Scottish. Yeah. So let's check in what we have so far. What do? We move this back into the shared arena. Then we update the arena, we make the game server, we create a bot there. So what we should be able to do here, actually, let me check a couple things. One, this should be to do delete this debug function or change this into a non-debug function. Alright, yeah, so we changed a bunch of things and we added a game server. So this encapsulates all that is needed to run a game server. Server is in quotes because this can be instantiated from the client. In that case, messages will not be routed over the network. That is how we accommodate the title screen, arena, and single player games. Yeah. Okay, and let's just take a look here. Did we write any problems into the code just now? Scottish says, this looks hard, man. I want to become a game maker when I'm older, but this looks very complex. Don't be scared away by this if you want to become a game developer. I'd liken it to this. Imagine if you wanted to be any sort of top-level job, and I'm not saying I'm a top-level programmer or something like that, but imagine you wanted to be a politician, so you end up looking at the president of a country, and you think, wow, that job is complex. You don't start being the president of a company, though, or a country. You start by being a governor or a mayor or something like that, or even lower than that. Maybe you start as just a lawyer and you learn politics. So this looks complex because I'm trying to make a professional game. If I wanted to just make something like Pong, let's say, that would be much simpler. So ask any questions you want to ask, and I can try to help you out. Some things may not be something I can address or should address during the stream, and then chat can help out. So yeah, just ask whatever you want to ask. Oh, we need to fix that. Where is Metsuro today? I don't know. He's been at his sister's house, I think. So I don't know if he has some other errands or something to run. Okay, I fixed that error. That was just a linting error, which really I should put into a different commit. Yeah, I will. Okay. Started working on the game server class. The client now instantiates. Oh, whoops! I gotta do something else before I finish this. I've got to check to see debug main dot game server dot entities. No, dot arena dot entities. There should be one entity and it should be a bot. Yep, good. And Scottish, thanks for the follow. You should get a link to control my lights pretty soon. The client now instantiates this. Other than creating a bot, this class doesn't do anything. It doesn't send the bot. For example, it doesn't send the bot to the client yet. So nothing displays on the client other than the tiles, the arena tiles. Okay. Run out of pizza and died. He's on a pizza life support system. It's a small linting error. Alright, cool. Another couple of commits. Ooh, thanks for the farty Paulo lizard. The follow party lizard. Slurms McKenzie, party slug. Alright, this is very big. Tell the client arena about it. That means we need an SPMP router. And by the way, SPMP is single player, multiplayer. Yes, I misspoke. It is party lizard. Alright, now I've written something in my notes about this that I want to go kind of consult for a second. It was one of the places where I wrote single player versus multiplayer. Let's see if I can just show this on stream. Yeah, let's just look through my notes. These are notes I typed up while I was researching how I'll end up doing Potland. I don't want the code to look. There's certain things that the client shouldn't know. The client sold hardware code. A base class is shared, then a client version and a server version. The client extends server by adding a presentation layer. I don't think I liked that. So UI pub subs a message. Something needs to figure out whether you're in single player or multiplayer. Components shouldn't think they may affect the router. If the client has a server, the messages from the server can converge into one interface. For example, in single player, router pub subs deploy machine by config file to the config manager, which is on the client. Config manager pub subs, here are the machine details to simulation arena. Simulation arena tells client arena about the deploy via the fixed socket. So I think we need to do something like this. Scottish, to answer your question, what's this game about? So this is, unfortunately I don't even have a bot showing on the screen anymore. Botland is a strategy game, and you'll create machines. So you'll come up with whether you want lasers on your machine or missiles, and there are a lot of other different options you can choose from. And that's where some of the strategy comes in. But then where the rest of it comes in is you'll actually write code for those machines. And the code that you write is a subset of JavaScript. So here's a quick example of it. You might just say, I want to fire lasers. So update is the function that gets called every time your bot gets a turn. And then these functions will just check to see, will my lasers hit something? If so, fire them at the thing that I will hit. So that's as simple as the code could be. But if you don't know how to code in JavaScript, maybe you want to use our visual coding editor, which is Blockly. And this will let you just drag in blocks that you want, and you can code this way. So I did not flesh this out yet, but imagine if instead of print we had something like fire lasers. Then you could check to see if, let's say, your life is less than 500, then I want to, let's just cut this out. Then I want to fire my lasers, or I want to use a shield on my bot, something like that. If you still don't like that and you think that that's too much, then I would advise you to go to the YouTube video that I just made, where I talk about how you can code easier. Void Dreamer says, will variables be allowed to exist outside of update, like for storing previous action information? Yes, they will. Oops, I just closed that. Did not mean to do that. Now let's reopen that and then go back to here. So here's how you would do that, Void Dreamer, if you want variables to persist. So first, let me write this code so that it's valid. Now what we'll do is we'll write an init function. So you could say something like behavior equals 5 here. And then if you were to, you don't have console.log, but if you did, and you type behavior here, this would print 5. And again, remember, you don't actually have console.log. But this is kind of how you would do something. Now, the next loop, you could do something like this, behavior plus plus. The next time your update function gets called, now it'll print 6, and then 7, and then 8, and then 9. So this works how you would expect. And by the way, so that you can take a look at this. Oh, that actually does work fine. Nice. Cool. Yeah. Oh, actually, something I just thought of here. What happens when you do something like this? I plus 1E9. Interesting. What about 1E90? Also interesting. So yeah, I need to account for that. Okay. And Scottish, let me know if you have any other questions about the game. The video and everything, that should give you enough of an overview for you to understand at least the basics right now. There's no real game yet. We're working on getting it to the point where the core mechanics of coding are at least in the game by the end of this week. So we'll see if that happens. It's a bit optimistic. It's not crazy. I have another about 16 hours this week that I'm going to be coding, so I think I can get it done. And hey, coffee kills. Okay, so if the client has a server, so that's what we decided. So how does the client just have a server? Client main makes the arena, the camera, in Botland, the multiplayer combo, all those things too. Yeah, so we have certain things that are only in the game server, that makes sense. And then here, I think we pub sub everything out. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna start to design this a little bit. SPMP router design. Yeah, my light is changing. I don't know who did that, but we can find out. It was Scottish. Okay, so it was you. Yeah. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're going to actually make a class called SPMP router. And let's see what this is gonna look like. So let's actually just kind of code into this as our design. So in our constructor, it's gonna take in a pub sub, I guess. And then it's going to probably end up listening to a lot of different things. And we'll also pass in something like is single player. And then we'll store that off. And we'll store off the pub sub too. Then what we'll do is, let's say deploy bot, and you have a config ID, let's say. So now what we'll do is, if this dot is single player, then we will just this dot pub sub dot publish like sp deploy bot config ID. Otherwise, this dot, well, we need a socket or a socket interface. Otherwise, this dot socket interface dot emit deploy bot config ID. So this just routes things to a particular place. Well, Scottish, that's good news. You're gaining points now that you're in the channel. So if I type your name, yeah, you have 16 points. At some point in the future, you'll be able to control my lights by spending points. But for right now, the only thing you can do is put your name into my Be Right Back screen, and that costs 50 points. But yeah, eventually, oh, I should make a command called, yeah, let's do this. Make a command called points help or something that tells you what you can spend your points on. Okay, I think this is what I'm going to do. I think this makes the most sense, and we'll kind of figure this out. So this is what I designed. I think this makes sense as it is, but if it doesn't later, then yeah, we can change it. Arson says, how do you change your light? If you follow me, then you'll get a whisper in about a minute or two, and you'll get a link to control the lights. And what that looks like is this. So yeah, you get this link, and then you can just change things at will. So I can turn this off, I can set this one to orange, I don't even know where that is actually. So yeah, anyway, you can change them. I'll set them to white so that whoever's next can just set them to whatever they want. And yeah, thank you for the follows. See, my bribe works. It's tell people about my lights and then let them use them. So we're going to, again, open up this class. We'll save this as the SPMP router, and we'll copy in this code mostly. Actually, you know, we're just going to copy in the class, I think. So let's do that. We have our requires there. We have a socket interface. This is actually, this needs to be something that the server can have too. The socket interface needs to be something that the server can use too. The other thing we could do is just pub sub out, and if, no, I don't like that idea. There's a stream with points you can spend on CSGO skins. Wow. Well, eventually I want to get to the point where there's more stuff you can spend your points on, but I don't think it's going to be connected to CSGO. Maybe it'll be connected to Botland at some time, and then people will be really upset that they spent their points on controlling my lights. Alright. So we need to figure out how that's going to work before we can actually use this. We need to export the right class here. How do I want this to work? So let's see how this server would interact with this class. So the server would say something like this: new SPMP router. It's never single player. Oh no, the client has its own version of this and the server has its own version of this. Do I make a client SPMP router and the server SPMP router? The server always wants to emit messages. Oh, this is a little confusing because there's like 4 different components I've got to keep in my head right now. There's the client arena, the shared arena, but then there's the shared arena when it's being used on the client because you're hosting single player, and then there are possibly 2 different routers that we need. In Coffee Kills, there will be cosmetic items in Botland, so don't worry about that. Also, I'm sorry for shaking my camera every time I like accidentally push up against my desk. But yeah, the microtransactions in Botland will be just either cosmetic items or variations. It won't be like a pay-to-win kind of game. So I think Path of Exile or Path to Exile, what's it called? PoE, yeah, it's a Path of Exile. I think they'd use a similar system. So they have a very well thought out gameplay and design, and then you can buy, I guess, skins and maybe more potions or something like that. I'm not actually sure. I never spent money in the game. But it's not pay to win. And that's what I want to keep Botland as. It'll be a free game where if you want to spend money, you totally can. You'll speed up how fast you acquire stuff, but there's no limit on how long you can play. There's no concept of like stamina or something like that. Okay, so yeah, this is something where I'm not totally sure. What are the benefits of doing this? So if I had something like server router, this would need to know whether it's being... This would need to know whether you're on the client or the server at the time. If on the client, just pub sub messages. If on the server, then emit messages. Will there be premium services? Sort of. So here's the thing. People can host their own Botland servers. Like I'll be distributing some sort of executable at some point, and you can, Coffee Kills, you can just say, I want to host my own server. So you do. And you set it to something like Capture the Flag. Then you decide, wait a second, this game was written in JavaScript. I'm going to change the server so that everyone's got 1,000,000 life, and everyone has all the different upgrades that are available. At that point, we would have some sort of reporting system where you could report your server, and then we would ban that account. Now, if it were totally free to just host a game server, you'd say, oh well, and then just go host another game server. So the way that we're planning on this working is like this. If you spend any money on the game, even $1, you get a full account. And then a full account has access to creating public game servers as one of the things, and then there are more privileges here. And I don't know what those exactly are yet, but this, the keyword is public. You can create a game server if you want, just on your own, but it would be private if you don't have a full account. Now, everyone who's in chat at the time that I release will probably just be given a full account. I don't know. That way some people can host public game servers without spending money, but we'll see how this works. Scottish says, is it a free game or do you need to pay? I'm not sure if you were here for the last 5 minutes or so, but it'll be free, and you can pay if you want, but it won't make you stronger at the game. It'll just give you different items. And Exotic says, how fast can you write? I actually haven't measured my typing speed in a while. The last time I checked, it was a little over 100 words per minute, but the point is not, I don't know, whatever. It might be faster than that now. So we have a router for the server, and then we have something for, what is it, on the client end of things. Yeah, so then a client router. And the way that would work is if you're in single player, pub sub. If you're in multiplayer, emit. So how does this work? The server router is used by the game server. Well, the shared arena. And then this is used by all client classes. I'm not sure how I want to do this, because I think these are two distinct things. So I suppose this is like an SPMP router that I planned originally, and then this is like a client server router. So I think there would be two separate things. I just don't know about this design. I don't know if there's a way. I think I should just pick one of these and move forward with it. Client server router, I mean, they both do kind of the same thing. One's going to pub sub or one's going to emit. But the way that this emits might be like a broadcast. And it might, yeah, I think I'm gonna make 2 different ones of these. Okay. So make 2 different routers, a CS router and an SBMP. Can I call this something clever like CliServe router? Oh boy. Void Dreamer says, will you be able to get your current location, or will that not be exposed via code? Yes, you will be able to get that. And actually, that's one of the things that I already kind of have coded in the game here. If you just say like A equals X, X is your coordinate. So you can see that X actually turned into ActiveMachine.x over here. So yeah, you can just type X and Y and you'll have your coordinates all of a sudden. Void Dreamer says I'm working on my bot script. That's not a good idea right now. Don't work on your bot script. I don't know if you're serious, but enough of this will probably change by the time it's launched where, yeah, it won't be too helpful. Plus, oh, something new. I don't know how many people have already seen me talk about this, but BizSpark is a program from Microsoft that'll let me hopefully get $750 of Azure for free every month, which means I can host a virtual private server, a virtual public server, whatever it is, VPS, for you guys to connect to and not have my IP address. And so that means that it'll take roughly I should just write an ETA on here. I think the ETA for this is going to be October 12th. So ETA is 10, 12, 15. When that happens, assuming I even get approved and into this program, sometime that week, I plan on making whatever is here accessible to you guys. Good Void Dreamer. Alright, so make 2 different routers, CliServe router and the SBMP router. And then use those in different places, I guess. Alright, let me think about this just a step further, see if there are any problems with this plan. Because this is one of the core components of this game, so that I can have it be a successful single player or multiplayer game. So what does the server router do? Let's flesh out these classes and let's get into this. So we have a constructor that takes in, and we're going to call this CliServe router. Yeah, and we're going to call this the SBMP router. Alright, so the constructor for this is going to take in is client. We're going to save that off. We're going to take in a pub sub, and we're going to take in a socket interface. I think we need to do that regardless. I think we need to do that for both of these, really. And in that sense, I think that they're both kind of router classes. So then this is a single player. Then where are these used is the important part too. So when we say something like, so this is whether you're on the client or whether you're on the server, and who uses this. This is used by the shared arena. Oh, I already wrote that here actually. This is used by the shared arena. This is used by client classes. Oh, I wrote that here too. Okay. Gotta consolidate everything. This is used by the shared arena so that, yeah, we can route messages there. Is it used by anything else? Perhaps. And then this is used by client classes. Single player. E.g. the client arena. However, the client arena extends from the server arena. Client arena extends the server arena though, so perhaps this should all be one class? Or do we just construct it with different things? No, okay, I could see this working. We just need to make sure that all this exists. So make 2 different routers. So to make these things, make sure the client arena, the client arena gets created with the correct routers. So these are sort of my to-do list items. And then make sure socket interface exists on the server. We don't totally need that yet, but we're going to. All right. So yeah, let's write this down over here. This is what we have to do. All right, let's make these routers. So we have the SPMP router, and we're taking in what we thought we'd take in here. Good. And then we have a deploy bot. So let's write some notes down here. This is used by client classes. So this is just a client construct. And this doesn't belong here. This is used by client classes to determine whether we need to pub sub out a message or emit it over the network. That's not actually true anymore. This is just a client class now. All right, good. So then I'm happy with this. Let's save this as cli-serve-router.js, and then let's relocate the SPMP router. We'll cut this and we'll put it into the client. Yeah. And then here we'll rename these things to cli-serve-router, and we'll say what this is used for. This is needed to know this stuff. Okay. So let's just join this. Paste this here. Okay, so this would need to know whether you're on the client or server at the time. If on the client, okay, so this is used by shared classes to determine whether you're on the client or the server. If you're on the client, then we just need to pub sub out a message. If you're on the server, then we need to emit it over the network. And we gotta fix that. Okay, so this is client, or do we want to say is server? I don't really know which one makes more sense to say. So is server. Okay, and let's write that same to-do item here. Make sure socket interface exists on the server. All right. Then this was just demo code. So let's get rid of that. SPMP router, we need to get rid of that there too. Oops. Okay. All right, so that's step one, make two different routers. Step two was make sure the client arena gets created with the correct routers. Oh, all right. So let's go into client main. How's this going to work actually? The shared arena needs to take in a client server router. It's dot client serve router equals params on client serve router. And then this is of type serve router. This is used to determine where to send messages. We should never see a raw pub sub or socket.emit call from this class, since it could be used on either the client or the server. Coin54 says, hey man, what are you creating? I am creating Botland, which is the overall thing. I can talk about the specific thing in a bit, but I'll just very quickly explain the game to you, because this is something that I explain relatively frequently on the stream. Botland is a strategy game. It's an online strategy game where you will create machines, and you'll create them using different pieces of hardware like lasers and artillery and cloaking, and then you'll write code for them to control them. You don't actually click your bot and then move it. You write code for it. And the code that you write can either be done in JavaScript, and there are pre-made scripts that you can have access to also, and just snippets of scripts if you want, or there's a visual coding language that you can use, and as long as things fit here, then you can just combine them that way. So there we have it. And I can go into more detail if you want. For now, though, I'm just going to leave it at that and get back to where I was. And Void Dreamer, yeah, hitting Control S all the time is like super important. Also, it does a lot of things for me. So saving is not just, store the contents of this file onto my disk, but watch this. When I type something like an incorrect, right, that brace doesn't belong there, right? So I save the file. It also runs my my gulp command, which will tell me unexpected token on line 53, which it thinks it's here because this is actually valid. It's this stuff that's not valid. So yeah, that's another thing that saving it is for. Coffee Kill says, will we be able to have bots that can interact with each other, e.g. a scout unit to see an enemy, tells a unit that is slower but has decent firing power to flank the enemy unit or something? Yes, you will have interaction. However, the situation you described would be very hard to do. So, and here's the reason why. It's not that the coding for it would necessarily be hard, but it's I can't even really draw this, I think. Imagine this. So, I say bots get a turn once every 5 seconds. A turn lasts roughly 1 to 50 milliseconds, and that's it. And then there's a cooldown for 5 seconds, right? So if you think about it, there's a timeline. So at 0 seconds, we say it's bot A's turn. At like 1 millisecond, well, I'll say 0 seconds plus 1 ms, it's bot B's turn. Then at 5 seconds, it would be bot A's turn again, and at 5 seconds plus 1 millisecond, it would be bot B's turn. And this is assuming they didn't obliterate each other. So anyway, you can see this pattern. You're getting something a turn every 5 seconds. The thing is, for you to flank an enemy, you need to be able to act faster than 5 seconds, which is possible. There are ways that you can lower your turn cooldown, but you can't act so fast that you're acting like at 6 seconds, bot A's turn again. It would be more like at 8 seconds. So you don't lower your turn cooldown by some crazy like 90%. You lower it by maybe up to 50%. So being able to flank a shot, imagine if you're Secret Service for the president, you want to actually just jump in front of it, means you need to sort of interrupt everyone else's actions and stop that from happening. That sort of thing won't really be possible. But that's the kind of thing where it's just like, well, wait and see, and if you want that, then maybe there's a way to do it, and if not, then maybe it's just a limitation of the game design, not necessarily even the game. Just that's not necessarily something we want. I don't know. We'll find out, because this is evolving over time. Void Dreamer says, I need that gulp/wordify. It's gulp/watchify, and it's a little more than that, actually. There are a lot of different components I have used there, so I'll show you really fast. If I open up my gulp file, this isn't going to show you anything, actually. Let me open up the shared gulp file. So this is all relatively complex at this point. It's not so complex, but it's also not incredibly straightforward the way I have this stuff coded. There's Browserify, Watchify, and Babelify, and this is all running from Gulp's watch. So when a file changes, it gets run through Watchify to make sure that it's not like spamming these change messages out. Then it gets run through Babelify to convert it into ECMAScript 5, so it transpiles it, and then it gets run through Browserify, which turns all of my Node.js require statements into browser-compatible code. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff. I suggest searching the internet for more help on that, since I won't be able to tell you the exact things. And Coffee Kills, it's a turn-based game that happens almost in real time, because the turns are automatic. They're controlled by code. So it's not like Pokemon where it's, what move do I want to use now? And you might spend 10 seconds thinking about it. Your bot has its own AI. You coded its AI, but once you've done that, it has its own and it can act without you now. So you're not waiting for your turns necessarily. And like I said, at some point, hopefully in the next month or so, you'll kind of see all this come together and you'll say, oh, I get it now, and it'll look pretty cool, I think. Man, I get thirsty talking so much. Okay, so we have our routers. Next, what were we working on? We wanted to make sure that the client arena gets created with the correct ones. And we just wrote this comment. This is used to determine where to send messages. We should never see a raw pub sub or socket emit call from this class, since this class could be used on either the client or the server. And to make sure of that, we don't even see any sort of socket or emit. And no, don't worry about Coffee Kills. Don't worry about being quiet or not. If I don't have time to answer something, I just probably won't answer it. And then Monetic Mind says, how competitive is the game planned to be? That's something where how do I say this? So in our first product that we launched, like Botland version 1, I don't know how competitive it's going to be, because I'm sure the community will have certain ideas about what they want to see in the game and what they want to do. If it turns out that right off the bat people want to get competitive, then fine. But I feel like we're going to need to work that in a little bit more in future versions. So the plan for right now is just make a super solid game that people like to play. And then the plan is keep iterating on that game until we've got a game that people love to play. So we have our router here. We need to make sure that we pass in the right one. And the only place we're making an arena right now is in this class. Oh wait, no, that's not true anymore. We're making it in 2 places. Coffee Kills says, "Hey Void, we're rivals now, okay? My bot's gonna beat your bot." This will be the world's first Botland 1v1. Oh, by the way, one other last thing I'll say, and then I'm going to start working on code. This is something I was talking about with Ian, the co-founder, which is imagine if you have 2 bots. So we'll say red and black, and they're kind of aligned like this. And again, imagine that there's a grid. And imagine that they both have lasers. So this could shoot right if you want, and this could shoot left if you want. Well, you might end up writing code that just, this one moves down and this one moves up. I mean, this isn't entirely how this would work. But once you've done that, you've essentially swapped this, right? So now you have this, where the red one's on top and the black one's on bottom. So you might say, okay, no, move again, and then you get this again, and then you get this again, and then you get this again. And again, that's not exactly how Botland works. My whole point is just saying that if you ever got into a 1v1 situation, it might end up just being an infinite loop because your logic is such that one's trying to evade, or maybe they're both trying to evade each other, and then they'll never kill each other. And games actually have interesting ways of solving that. I don't know how many of you have played the Bomberman games, but in Bomberman 64, what happened when you were, oh actually this kind of shows it maybe, I don't know. Anyway, what happens when you were in the last minute of the game, it went into like panic mode, and then bombs just started falling from the sky. And eventually those bombs would kill you. I guess unless you were really, really good at the game. But then you'll just go to sleep at some point and then you'll die. Everyone dies. Okay. When we create this, we need to make sure that we're passing in the right params. So here, we're going to pass in a client-server router. How does this work? So we're making a new client arena here, and then we're making a new server arena here. So we're going to need 2 different things. Let's take the SPMP router from here. Good, and then let's take the client server router from this. Okay, good. We have those classes. Now when we go to make our game server, we need to create 2 of these things. So there's a client server router, and what does this take in? It takes in isServer, which is false. It takes in a pub sub, which is this .pub sub, and then a socket interface, which is this .socket interface, which for all I know doesn't actually exist here. So let's see where that exists. It's in setup socket.io, which is done before setup Pixie. Setup Pixie is what eventually calls Pixie finished initializing, which sets up the title screen arena. So we're fine there. Next, we want the SPMP router to be a new SPMP router, and we're going to pass in is single player will be set to true. The pub sub and the socket interface are already set. All right, good. Now, when we create an arena, the client arena needs to know, okay, yeah, let's do that. So client arena. In here, we took the client server router. We're also going to need the SPMP router. So this is used to determine where to send messages. We should never see a raw. Yep, good. Since this could be used either from single player or multiplayer. And by the way, is single player something people usually spell out as one word? They hyphenate it. But multiplayer is one word. Yeah, I'm going to keep doing it the way I'm doing it then. Scottish says, are you the only one working on the game? No, I'm the only one coding the game, but the co-founder of the company is helping with design, sort of the business management, and then we just hired an art contractor, and that's why there are no actual graphics yet. The graphics that you see here I mean, I know these are just like blue squares, but those graphics and then the ones that you see if you go to anything on botland.net, like if you go to the Twitter, for example, this was made by another artist whose work I highly regard for the prototype of this game. So these will not be graphics that actually show up in the game most likely. And then Coffee Kill says, ideal, learn other bots' logic, outsmart it. That'll probably be pretty hard. Imagine this. Imagine it's a 30 versus 30 battle, and every person has 2 bots. So it's really a 60 versus 60 fight. For you to learn even one of those bots' sets of logic, like whatever it's going to do, what are the odds that you're going to even meet up with them again before it's getting blasted by like 70 missiles coming from the other team? Void Dreamer says, will there be move sets per bot type, or will there just be one move per bot? Also obstacles or limited by movement, point, energy phase, etc. That's a whole lot of questions. There are no bot types planned right now. If you want to put lasers on your bot, then just equip lasers. But by doing so, you essentially use up your like a slot for that. So imagine in any sort of like, RPG, you've got, where is this? Geez, I would have thought this would be easier to search. Okay, this maybe? Yeah. So, no, this is not it. Okay, well anyway, you've got, oh, here we go. So you've got like a weapon slot, an armor slot, a head slot. Imagine if you put like lasers here and then some armor here and something else here. Your bot type is not any different, you just have access to lasers now. So I think that answers at least one of your questions. Will there be one move per bot? You'll see. And obstacles, yes. Yeah, a lot of these things, it's like, I could answer them, but I think you'll end up seeing how this stuff works. Also, I have my own video over here, and I look much pinker than this room actually is right now, although it is very pink. Alright, so we have the routers set up. Now we need to pass them in correctly. So when we set up the arena params, we actually want to extend these somewhat. How are we going to do this? So we can't do it if we... I think I know a way. Let's test this out first. Babel.js. There's a way to try out ES6 commands. And again, like I said, I think I know how I'm going to do this, but I'm not positive. Because there's a way in ES6 to do kind of what I want. So if I say A equals x5, y6, and then I can say B equals, let's add it, oops, I didn't even put Y. Then I want to add in Z of 7, and then everything from A. And then I want to console.log B dot X. Oh, you can't do that. You need to say what? Does that work? Yes, it does. Okay, cool. So yeah, there's this, which is the spread operator, which is new in ES6. So what does that transpile to? Extend, object assign, or function target, go over all of these and just splat them into a new thing. Yeah, cool. Alright, so let's do this. So const client arena params is, we're going to add in the SP-NP router, and then we're going to say the normal arena params, and we're going to actually say that this is the shared arena param, and then the server arena params. That. The server arena params are going to pass in the client server router and then dot shared arena params. And I just used 2 different ES6 syntax things here. This is the same as writing this, so x:x, and this is the same as extending this object. Alright, then we pass these in correctly. Okay, so if I'm right, we just did this. So make the client arena get created with the correct routers. Alright, good. So I think we can close this now. So now we have the routers. The whole point of that was, we're about to, how is this going to work? We need to make sure everything's set up before we can move forward with this. Where does this happen? This happens after Pixie is finished initializing. So at some point what we should do is we should say that we've we're ready to start the game. I think we can do that almost immediately. Well, let's try this out, and we'll end up finding out whether it works or not. So how do we do this? From the server, so here, we have a create bot call. Oh, whoops, it's here, create bot. And what this needs to do is this dot cli-serve router dot create bot, new bot. Okay. This won't work. This won't work because eventually we want to tell the owner everything this bot has and everyone else about just the appearance, basically. And then maybe allies about the hardware loadout. How would we do that? Because we can't just call out to create bot. Do we put that logic here, or do we put it in the router? Oh no, we can only put it in the router if the router knows about all the players who are connected. Yeah. Although I feel like that's where this should go eventually. How would this even work? We need to extend this class, I think. This can't... Oh, it has a socket interface here. Scott just says, what's a beginner software to learn to code? I think my typical suggestion is start with Python and go look up Code Academy or Khan Academy. And then, do the lights ever annoy you? No, not usually. I think every once in a while it'll be too bright or something, but I can just change it myself in that case. I mean, check this out. I have my own interface right here. So, there. I'll turn off the bedroom lights in case those are on. I know, Roving Eye cries a tear every time I suggest Python. Roving Eye suggests Lisp and assembly. So our socket interface is here so that we can call broadcast or broadcast to all except. Yeah, okay. And then, okay. I think this is a decent way to do things. So now we have the client server router with a create bot. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna say just create, we're gonna put this here. This will eventually be changed. We'll just say bot entity. No, this won't work, will it? We need to serialize on here. Oh, we need something that knows how to serialize this, because if we're going to send it across the network, we need to serialize it. This is just an entity. We will need to serialize it, but this class shouldn't be responsible for that. Let's back up a step then. Instead of create bot, we could say something like send to owner, something like that. New bot dot full details. This is just pseudocode. Send to allies. New bot dot full details dot serialize. Again, pseudocode. Most details dot serialize, and then we can say send to others. Minimal details. So what does this give us? This gives us a way so that this arena is responsible for serializing the entity, which I feel like it would need to do given that it's the entity controller. Then the network interface is not concerned with any of the details. Yeah, so how do we do this now? So I guess we'll just say, I'll just write this. Pseudo code. So we're going to call something on the client server router. We need to serialize this first though. So for now, let's just send everyone everything. And let's write a serialization routine. So we're going to do new bot.serialize, except for there is no serialize function. So should we make it so that entities are serializable this way? And this is not a function, so we have to say something like send to all create bot. I think, okay, yeah, let's do this. And then in here we have create bot. So we do need to check in here. If we're on the server, then we need to emit this, otherwise we just pub sub it out. And we'll just call this create bot for now. And bot entity. William says, you're the top game development streamer. Yeah, and I have you guys to thank for that. I will eventually get overtaken, but it's pretty nice. Day 13, #1 stream. So yeah, I'm now dark blue. I find that funny. So yeah, follow me if you want to change my lights. Alright, so we have our create bot call here. Right now, here's what we can do. We can exploit the fact that we know that this is only taking place on one computer by not serializing anything. So here's what we'll do. We will say net to do eventually serialize this. And that's kind of a necessity. The other thing that we have a problem with is that entities share IDs in this case. Yeah, what do we do about that? Whoops. Entities are currently sharing IDs in the arena. For example, if we send an entity with ID equals 5 across the wire, I think we should add component ID component, or just share entity IDs and keep them in sync. The server won't have projectiles on it at all. Lasers, missiles, since they will be instantaneous. So I think we should share ID components. And how do we find an entity with a given ID? Yeah, there are a lot of design challenges to overcome for this set of features that I'm working on. So if we shared the entity IDs that are used in that object as the key, then every time the client creates an entity that the server doesn't know about, it's got to create it using like a different next entity ID system. And eventually I feel like that could just get out of control. Maybe we start at -1 and work our way downward, and on the server start at 0 and work our way upward. And JavaScript has enough of a number ceiling where I don't think we'll ever hit the maximum or the minimum. But I still don't know if that's a good idea. But if we added an ID component and then serialize that across the wire, then how do we find, that's kind of what I wrote here, how do we find an entity with a given ID? We'd have this whole pool of, yeah, like, okay, I guess imagine this scenario. We get a message from the server saying a missile did damage to bot ID 5. How do we then do damage to that? So we have this dot entities and there's an ID there. So we could do something like this, dot take damage. But that's only if we sync the entity IDs. Otherwise we'd have to do something like dot find entity by ID 5. How would that work? So entities looks like this. It's, well, let's just take a look at what it looks like. This is what it looks like. It's an object where 0 goes to an entity that has components. So if we were to stringify this, JSON.stringify, we end up with this. So let's put this into this file and then pretty print that. Here's what an entity, here's what this array looks like. So we just know that it has components, and we'd be adding in another component here. That would be something like ID, and it would correspond to, I guess it had to be an object that says ID 5. So if we want to look through an entire object, we'd essentially need an entirely different mapping of entities, such that their real ID is what their mapping is. And that's the only way we'd be able to do this quickly. Did I crack JavaScript again because it's illegal now? Are you talking about this stuff? Because this stuff is because I purposely coded in an error. I did not close the parentheses here. If I fix that, then it says everything's legal. But if you're talking about something else, then I'm totally out of the loop. I'm trying to figure out how to do this. All right, so then here's what we'd have to do if we were to... we would need another structure entirely for finding entities by their real ID. Every time we add or remove an entity, we need to update that structure. Now this violates the one source of truth principle. However, this is sometimes done in games just to give you performance, where you'll keep two different data structures that have the same data in it but are indexed on a different thing. Actually, how databases work too, so it's not like it's just games. But do we want to do that? We have a way to not do that, but then we essentially cut out half of the numbers in JavaScript at our disposal for IDs. What is JavaScript max number? Wait, that doesn't matter. How many bytes is there? Bytes in there, I don't know. I just want to know how many bytes are in it. It's either 4 or 8, I don't remember. It's probably 8. I'm pretty sure it's 8. Anyway, that gives us 2 to the 32, which is a pretty large number. But that's not how numbers work anyway, because they store it in scientific notation, or whatever, the whole float storage stuff. I'm not going to talk about this. Alright, we're going to pick one of these, and then we're going to stick with it. So I think the way I want to do this is by having the whole real ID system, where there's an ID component. But that way there's like a network ID to these things. And that way a component can get its, yeah, okay. That's how I'm gonna do this, I think. Raid incoming. I need the link for the lights. Alright, here. I don't care about figuring out whether you deserve this or not. It should be sent to you pretty soon. Yeah, we're gonna do it this way. So then we should probably check in what we have now, because none of this will work without that system. Or should we start to write it? I don't know. Let's go to health component, and we'll save this as ID component. Then instead of health, we'll write ID everywhere. And then this takes in an ID, we assert that it's a number, and then we store it here, we get rid of that, and then we have an ID component. Next we need a component name that actually has ID, so we're going to say ID, and we're going to keep it capitalized because that's how we like writing ID. Next, when you make a bot, it actually needs to get an ID, a valid one. And this is one of those cases where it's like, make bot assembler just needs to know about it. So let's put in an ID here. Bot ID. So const bot ID, we're just going to set to 0. Then bot assemblage needs to know about this. So let's put this here. And we need, what do we call this, bot ID? Yeah. Oh, Arcaded is hosting me? Well, thank you. I don't know where Arcaded is in this chat. Yeah, I needed the comma. That was actually invalid syntax. However, I'm pretty sure I caught that first, so I'm not going to give you points. And hey, Arcaded. I don't know if I've seen you in here before. I'm assuming you're signing off, and that's why you've hosted me. Are you on? Oh, neat. This is where Arcaded usually is. Well, cool. I'll have to check out your stream at some point. In fact, I will write that down. Check out Arcade Ed's stream. Well, neat. I'll give you control over my lights anyway. There. Wait, it should happen. Wait for it. Come on, you can do it. There we go. Alright, Arcaded. You should have a link to control my lights now. That's the gimmick in this chat. Alright, so we added an ID component into our bot assemblage. We're actually making sure that we're using it, and then in the shared arena, when we make a bot, we pass in the ID. So now we are going to need to serialize this eventually. And then when we look up entities by ID, it shouldn't be a problem. Now, this stuff's already pretty much happening. So we can pub sub out this. Let's just call it create bot for right now. And this is the whole client server router. I don't think the SPMP router needs to be used. And let's take a look. This would be if we're in single player or not. Yeah, we don't need to use this yet, because that's only for commands that take place here. So eventually debug move is going to need to do that. And in fact, that's what I need to write here. Debug move needs to be called on the server, not client. That's not true. Debug move needs to be called through the client so that it gets validated on the server. Yeah. All Arcaded, I'm glad you had fun with that. I think it's a neat thing. Okay, so we don't serialize this yet. We're going to eventually, something needs to subscribe to this now. That's the next part of this. So something needs to subscribe to create bot and actually show the bot. And then we need to clean up the code and check in, because this is already too much for a single commit, I think. Everyone says, how are you using classes in Node.js without using strict? Are you pre-compiling with Babel or something? Yes, essentially. I'm transpiling using Babel from ES6 to ES5. No, my notes aren't really arguing. It's just this way I can see what my thought process was. I'll just rewrite this fine. Mass Effect 3 ending? I haven't actually played Mass Effect. But yeah, the movers broke 3 of these light bulbs, 3 of them in the move. I just moved on Thursday. I gotta write myself a note to email them. Email movers to see if they're reimbursing me. I should just give them a link to the stream and say, see what you're ruining, see what you did. Alright, so we got this create bot call. We just need to figure this out. Something needs to subscribe to that and actually show the bot. And since we know that we're doing this on the client, it's actually the arena that would subscribe to it. Yeah, everything can funnel through the same call, I guess. We don't have a pub sub though in the client arena, do we? No, we do. And we subscribe to arena size change. Oh no, we published that. No, that's okay. Yeah, that's fine. So okay, then we subscribe to, and we're just going to do this really quickly, create bot, and we're going to make it be a function, and this function is just going to be debugger. And that way we can actually test this code out. So let's finally type that correctly. That should get called. Yeah, that should get called. See you, William. How much are the bulbs are $60 and the light strips are like 90, I think. They're not cheap. And I just am a sucker for colored lights. My wife thought I was crazy, but then I used it to help the stream. Actually, I did a whole bunch of stuff with those lights. I'm not going to talk about this right now. Ask me later if you care about hearing about my hobby projects. Otherwise, I'm going to keep debugging this. So at this point, we should have arguments should be the entity that we passed from the server. So here's where we can kind of hack this. This is a hacky function for right now. Create bot debug function. I'm just going to write that because this is like really sucky. To do eventually, this will be called with a serialized entity and not the direct reference from the server. In fact, this is a direct violation of like entity sharing. Alright. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to make this go to this .create bot debug function. Now in here we need to track this same bot. So we're going to add the entity as well as we can. Let's just do this .add entity. This might work. I don't know. If it does, it's just super hacky. I'll tell you guys about more later. Let's first put a breakpoint there and then refresh. So this should get called. It does. We enter here. Okay, good. So now the only problem, we have the entity being added. We just need to add in one last thing. We need to do const sprite component equals new sprite component, and we need to pass in a sprite eventually, which I don't think we even have. We also need a sprite component from here. Wow, there are a lot of people in chat now. Everyone says, do you use the Sublime to do review plugin? No, actually, Sven Hoff suggested that yesterday, and I'm going to see to do review. Sven Hoff and Ickbez, everyone have both suggested this now. And let's capitalize J. I'm Random says I'm back. Welcome back. TechCard says you're a fast typer. Thank you. Okay, so the only thing we need to do is add in that sprite. And we do this in the client arena, and we do this right here, and we just need to figure out how we get all of this stuff. Now, we've had this before, so let's just go take a look through our code. If we show log and take a look at the last place we modified this, I believe we have it here. Yes, we do. So we take this, and we put that there. And then we have the sprite, and we just need to modify its position, which we can get from the physics component. So let's get that. So get component, we're going to say physics component, and we know that it exists, and we're going to say physics component dot tile x and tile y. All right, what do we have now? We have the bot sprite that we created with the right texture. We have the physics component that we're using in order to get the tile x and the tile y. We should have included constants. We did. We have some magic offsets that we're going to get rid of later. Then we have the sprite component. The only thing we have left to do then is add it to the entity. Add component, sprite component. All right, now let's see if we can test this. Please work. Pause on a JavaScript breakpoint. That should be fine. Okay, just get rid of all that. Oh my god, it worked. Okay. Oh man. Alright, I'm gonna start responding to chat because we're gonna have to clean up this code and that's gonna take forever, and then I'm probably gonna take a snack break. No joke, I'm Jonathan Delgado, it's my plugin. Oh wow. Okay. That's interesting. Everyone is Jonathan Delgado. Sublime to do review. Am I spelling your name right? Jonathan Delgado. Well, it's possibly a capitalized G, but I don't know. Schmeddy Gamer says, what are you making? So what I'm making is Botland. It is a strategy game wherein you create machines, and the machines that you create will end up looking something like this. They'll have lasers and missiles and artillery, and you can pick between those things. You can't just cram every different piece of hardware on there. Then you'll actually write code for the machines, and the code that you write can be JavaScript. I'm going to keep this very short. I'm not going to tell you all the different cool features that there are, or a visual language. So if you don't know how to code, you're still covered, and if even this is too much for you, we will have a lot of simplifications. So if you want to go to botland.net, you'll see a whole bunch of different links here. You can go to the YouTube link and you will find something on the JavaScript coding that I just mentioned, and click this. You'll see how I try to make this as easy as possible. This is prototype stuff, by the way, that I'm showing in there, and I'll link this in the chat. someone with permission please turn off the color loop? Who turned it on? Oh, Anzal tried changing it, but you can't change it when it's on color loop. So I'll change it. Yeah, so if you guys follow me, you will get access to this page where you can just change my lights at will. Let's make it a nice orange in this room. And then we'll lower it. You can actually see me now. This is sort of what I look like when my skin is the right color. You see that? But then this stuff goes and messes with it. It's actually pretty cool when you're wearing a certain shirt and you have it, you look at it in different light. It doesn't look at all like the shirt you're actually wearing. So yeah, if you guys want to undo what I just did and set them to blue or black or whatever, then follow me. Yeah. Okay, so we have a lot of stuff to clean up because we've done wrong. We've done a lot wrong, but it's okay. We'll fix it, and everything will be up and running. All right. Yeah, we have a lot of code that we need to check in, and unfortunately, getting the server to work when we finally get to that point is going to take a little bit longer now because of the design decisions we've chosen. We haven't written any of these classes on the server yet. Oh, okay. Hi, Scottish Random / I'm Randoms. I wasn't sure. I'm Random said I'm back, I think, and I said hi, but I don't think I'd ever seen that person. All right, let's get back to that in a second. This is the only stuff that actually kind of makes sense right now. So let's write that down. Client arena, setup, title screen arena. I'm in the wrong. Yeah, here. So setup, title screen arena. Where is this? How do I keep going into the wrong file? Oh, it's main. I'm just typing the wrong thing because I thought. All right, here we go. So we need to set up both different kinds of routers that we have. And then we set up the parameters for them all. Now, since this is the title screen arena, we can pass in the same sorts of things to both of these. I think this is fine. The only problem is that this is the same pub sub that we're using. So I'm gonna write a note in here. Does it make sense in main.js, in the client main.js, to use the same pub sub for both the server and the client? Okay. Yeah, this is the only thing I'm wondering about. So a pub sub lets us publish and subscribe to topics. And you can separate it so that the topics are just different on the client and the server, but we shouldn't be forced to do that. I think it would be hard to extricate this later if we don't do it now. And I think we should consider that. Although, no, it's all one system. It might be fine. And everyone, thanks for following. I thought I'd seen you in here before too, actually. So welcome back. Okay, I'm actually happy with this code. I don't think it needs more commenting there. Let's take a look at this. That's fine. This stuff is, yeah, eventually I need to change this. I'm just gonna write that in here. To do, change this to a real ID. That actually should be incredibly easy to do, changing this to a real ID. But then this stuff, we eventually need to change this. So I'll just leave those in there for now. What do we have over here? We have an ID, we have another ID component as part of the assemblage. We also have some of this stuff. We're gonna cut this part out. And we're gonna just make placeholder function do something, yeah, and then do something else. Alright, so that's our SPMP router. This is used by client classes to determine whether we need to pub sub out a message or emit it over the network. And I'm gonna convert this into this kind of comment. And and then also say SPMT stands for single player multiplayer, meaning this is used by client class to determine whether we need to pub sub on a message or emit it over the network. Yeah. For SP or emit it over the network for MT. Cool. Next, this, we do that same thing. We generate message, we do that, we do this, we condense that message. Great. This is used by shared classes to determine whether you're on the client or the server. If you're on the client, then we just need to pub sub out a message. If you're on the server, then we need to emit it over the network. Yeah, and I think CliServ is pretty obviously client server. So then this to-do item, sure, we'll keep it there. This is just an entity. We will need to serialize it, then this class should be responsible for it. So yeah, this is the hacky code that we're gonna need to fix. And I'm gonna write another note here of make sure the create bot code uses a constant for its pub sub topic. All right, and then this socket interface emit, that's never going to be the case yet. So I think for now, let's just assert false. I need to code this still. So this won't be able to be called from the server yet. That's fine because we just don't do it. Then finally an ID component. I'm gonna write down why this is needed here. So where do I begin? The controls are terrible, everything's floaty. When we store entities in the arena, we do so using an internal ID that isn't meant to be serialized over the network. Part of the reason for this is because when you're playing single player games, the client acts as both a client and a server, and there's no guarantee. That's one of the things. So they would be sharing. Is it even the case? They'd be sharing in the client arena extends the shared arena. So they have I'm just going to go like that. That's one reason. Then another reason is that the client produces certain entities that the server doesn't have to worry about, e.g. lasers, because the client animates lasers, but the server treats them as instantaneous. Okay, so the solution to those problems is to create an ID component which we plan on serializing over the network. In order to look up entities, we'll need to store entities based on this real ID in addition to storing them based on the internal ID. Alright. Follower train. Yeah, nice. Hey, Metsudo. Oh yeah, class. I forgot. We were wondering where you went. We forgot you've got to learn things. Okay, so we store the ID. I guess we'll just say that this is a number. We don't really need to, but it can't hurt. Cool. All right, so then this is the only thing I have left to comment. And how are we going to comment this? I guess just this part, create bot debug function. And that is client/arena. So create bot debug function. To do eventually this will be called with a serialized entity, not the direct reference in the server. In fact, this is direct violation of entity sharing the way we're doing it now. Let's make this a little, in fact, the way we're doing it now is a direct violation of entity sharing. Whoa, how did that just work? Oh, neat. Okay. That wasn't special at all. Buddha Ray says, shared botland with a group of Facebook coders I know. Coders on Facebook. Nice. Nice. Yeah, and there's, if you ever want to do my work for me, that's how I'm going to start that sentence. There are all of these different sites. feel free to follow any of them. Just go to botland.net, which is where you'll eventually go to just play the game. And for now, it's just a whole bunch of marketing stuff. And there's a mini game of just making all of these links the same color. So yeah, if you want to follow me on Reddit or Twitter or Facebook, actually the Reddit I don't control, Metsudo controls that. There's a blog which anyway, I'm not going to talk about this anymore. You guys can go to those links if you want to. So we got an entity from the server, but it doesn't have a sprite component, and we need that in order to be able to render the entity. We don't really need the part there. Okay, good. We make the component, we add it, and then we add it so that it's tracked by. Make sure the entity is tracked by this arena. Whoa. Sounds like a drill is going off somewhere. All right, so this is, what did I do? So added the various router classes, SPMP router and CliServe router, even though only the CliServe router is being used right now. These are used to differentiate whether you're in single player, multiplayer, on the, or on, and whether you're on the client or server. That way we know whether to route the messages back to ourselves or to send it over the network. I'll say something like, this code is not totally complete yet and has some design violations that I plan on fixing. Alright, then let's just take one more quick look through this. Yeah, we commented that. We create the arena with the right routers. Here we actually pass the create bot function through our router. That would just assert if we were on the server. We added an ID component, we put it in the bot assemblage, we created our router that's not being used, we created our router that is being used, and then we created our ID component. I think that's good. I think we can say that we can commit this. Everyone, I've read the different sorts of guidelines for how you should make your commit messages, and I found that this is what ends up working for me. I think I end up at least having, okay, so you can kind of see like this is just fixed a small linting error, but then I like keeping certain details here, or why I did certain things, but all of them work out to be roughly one line. Yeah, some of these are a bit longer. This is why I removed Phaser from the project. So in the end, is it great commit message cleanliness? No, probably not, but it's what works for me. Okay, so what did I write here? Oh yeah, that's not for you guys to see. All right, let's save these things. So we cleaned up the code and we checked it in. One thing we should have done, which I always forget to do, we'll run pre-commit. I could have these run in a loop if I wanted to, but I just don't end up doing that. Oh God. How did I screw up all of this? Does this code even work anymore? Oh, it doesn't understand what ... is. Uh-oh. Well, these are real errors, right? Is it expected indentation of 8 characters on line 74? Is this not 8 characters? Oh, it's 2 tabs. How do they even screw that up? Oh, weird. I'll just say convert 2 spaces. There. What else do we have here is a problem. Illegal trailing white space. Yeah, there's 1 space there. Have you ever heard of Scratch? Yes, I've heard of Scratch. I used it on the Raspberry Pi and I was like appalled by it. And I don't think I understood it. So if I ever went to try and understand it, I think I'd like it because I think it's meant for beginners to program. So for me to be appalled by it is wrong. I don't know. That was just a weird day. I just wanted to use the Raspberry Pi and I'm like, what's Scratch? Okay, so this is our linter having a problem right now, and I don't know if it has to do with like if we do JS Hint version. Is there a new version of JS Hint up? I'm on 2.8. What are they up to now? If they're higher than it, then I'll just install a new one, I guess. Version 2.8. Oh, darn it. That's not good. Man, I want to be able to use the spread operator. Is there something for spread? It's the ES6 parameter or ESNext parameter that's kind of controlling this. Note that these features are not finalized yet, and not all browsers implement them. Darn it. Ever used a Wixel or 3Pi robot? My dad claims to have designed them both. I have not, actually. ESLint has it? I don't want to switch my linter. Rules. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, fine. I think I have something here about ESLint. Oh, I probably removed it. So look into ESLint again, since it has better ES6 handling. Okay, so then in the meantime, I guess we just put ignores on this. JS hint ignore line and JS hint ignore line. Does this work now? Alright. Everyone suggests this. Someone else suggested it too, so I shouldn't just attribute it to you. But look, the late bird gets the worm. Okay. So it's still saying unnecessary semicolon. That's not unnecessary. Wait, what? Why does it think this is unnecessary? This is how you define something. I refuse to believe this. Class properties must be method. Is this not how you ignore lines in JS? I actually, you know what? I think I did this before. JS ignore line. I thought that was the. Yeah, I do it here. Something strange. Yeah, there it is. JS hint ignore line. Can I just say JS hint ignore this stuff? Start and end. Because, yeah, we don't like how this is working right now. One found. Oh, no, you didn't. How could it find this? Oh, this is JSCS. Oh, okay. And this unexpected token, darn it. We're just going to have this show up forever then. Alright, so here's what we do. Whenever anything gets us down like this, you know what we're going to do? We're going to ignore it. That's what we're going to do. We're going to say if is spread operator message, then we suppress it. So now we just need to write this section, which is this, and we check, what does it say? Unexpected token ... Is spread operator message. Unexpected token ... not equal to 1. Cool, let's try pre-commit again. Adam, just remember ESLint comes with all options turned off by default. So look into something like this config unless you want to turn all options on one by one. Cool. I think you might have been the other person to suggest this. LabCoQQ suggests looking into this since ESLint's options are all off by default. Alright, so now it seemingly passed. Hooray. We could put suppressing a potential spread operator error in there. That way it would still warn us. Oh man, this room is getting super hot again. I think it's this computer. It's generating a bunch of batus of heat. Alright, good. So we got that at least. I'm pretty much fine with that. Although, yeah, I'm fine with that. Let's just check this in. And then I think it's snack time. Oh, so I can probably just ignore line now. Can I? Nope, 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 nope. No can do. So let's put these back to where they were. Alright, good. How did that happen? Oh. There. Okay, so let's see what we fixed, or rather what we changed. Main just got some ignores. This changed spacing, and this, okay, yeah, so fix some linter errors, change JSCS so that it suppresses errors about the spread operator, ... Ricardoni set, oh, Ricardonel? Ricardo NL? I don't know. It says, so that's why my digital mixing console software works fine at the manufacturer, not at me. He probably did the same trick. I'm missing something. I'm sure I should be smiling right now, so I'll just smile. Alright, so we made the two different routers. We made sure that the client arena gets created with the correct routers. We're not actually going to do any new work until I've used the bathroom and gotten a snack. So we're just kind of going through what this work is that we're going to do next. Entities are currently sharing IDs in the arena. Yeah, so here's what we have to do. We need to write serialize entities, design serialization is first, then actually serialize the bot that we send, and then store entities by their real ID and have a means for searching, e.g. get entity by ID. Alright, that's fine, so we can delete this. Make sure the create bot code uses the content. Yes, it's still needed. Does it make sense in client? Yeah, we still have to examine that in a bit. This is something we need to do later. The game server needs to tell the client arena about it. Yeah, it's done. Make sure physics code is going in the server and not the client. I think we kind of have that. Make sure the bot that we have is being tracked on the server, so that's going to be done. So then this, that's kind of it. Then we're done with this, I feel. And then let's see, when you call debug move, the server should update the physics in the client to modify the sprite. Yeah, okay. Start executing code on the server. We're getting there. We're getting there. The core concept of Botland is that you can code your bots, and we're almost at the point where we can write an incredibly basic script. Almost. Maybe by the end of tomorrow we'll be there. I'm hoping by the end of Friday, but I'm not going to make either promise. Okay, then yeah, bathroom break time. So beat bar P, beat bathroom, 3 pen. Okay, I'll be right back. All right. Actually, I'm just gonna go grab water really fast too. This won't take very long. You know, other than breaking to talk to chat every once in a while, I mean, obviously everyone has to take bathroom breaks and food breaks and whatever else. But other than talking to chat every once in a while, I've been pretty productive the last like 3 weeks. So hopefully I can keep up this pace for just the next year. Then we'll have an awesome game. Alright, design serialization. Let's see how this is going to work. One question is, should we be able to serialize arbitrary entities? And I think the answer is yes, but then that would mean that the components would need to know how to serialize themselves, and then something would need to know how to deserialize it. It's Chiron123. What are you doing? No idea. Are you answering your own question? I don't... Do you want to know like what game I'm working on or what I'm designing right now? So what would that look like? Actually, let's do this. JavaScript next. Let's say class... Actually, let's take a component we already have, like a physics component. This is what physics component looks like. What if we also wrote a serialize function in here? The thing is, there are different ways that we might want to serialize it, and we might not want this to be in the physics component class itself. I mean, these are already data classes, so this isn't such a big deal. It's Karen says, I just don't get any of what you're doing. So I'm coding Botland right now, and the game itself, I'll say this very briefly, it's a strategy game where you make machines, and then you write code for the machines that you create, and then they control themselves. So instead of you manually controlling them, they'll run based on the AI that you give them. And then what I'm doing right now is working on one of the systems so that I eventually get to the point where this can work as both a single player or a multiplayer game. So right now, here's really all that I have to show for the game so far. You have a bot in an arena, and you can move a camera around and zoom in if you want, and that's it. And all of that works via the keyboard, so there are no touch controls or mouse controls yet. And that's it. So yeah, if you have any other questions, feel free to ask. Tiburon says, any Git mishaps today yet? No, but you added the keyword there, yet. I still have time to screw up all of the code that I've written. I'm not touching that again. But if I do, I wrote down how I can do it so that I don't screw it up. So the way I would probably do this is something like this. This dot tile x, or whoops, tile x, this dot tile x. I would probably serialize things in this way. And then if width in tiles wasn't specified, I just assume that they were 1. However, there's something I don't like about this, and that's that this, when I serialize this across the wire, this is going to take up more bytes than it needs to. I don't want to be too concerned with that right now, but I do need to keep that in mind for the future. So suppose I do this. Now I need a deserialize function. I mean, this should also probably know what kind of thing it is. So I guess I say component name, component this.name. Yeah, I guess I could just say name here. Then there would be like a static deserialize. We can take serialized component, and we could say return new physics component serialized dot tile x serialized dot tile y. Now the name doesn't come into play there, so something could actually be responsible for deserializing all components. This is where like the ways I've already talked about doing this will work. They'll definitely work. But are they good, or do they require modifying too many files? Oh, also, I forgot I made a smoothie last night. Why am I drinking this pathetic water when I could have a smoothie? All right, I'll be right back one more time. Okay. The too many bytes thing was referring to the keys. When you socket.emit an object in JavaScript, it gets serialized essentially into, imagine it's JSON representation. So I'll show you this so that you don't actually have to imagine it. And no, this will not be the BRB show. That's it. There. This is my both snack and like whatever else. Alright, so let's say you have something where you do this, tilex is 5, and then you try stringifying this object. This is essentially how, what's it called? Socket.io is going to send things across the wire. Like your tilex, since you named it tilex, is going to appear there too. So what if you chose a really long variable name here? When you stringify that, it's going to be intact. So we could save a lot of bytes here by just using something like a 1-byte variable name. And yeah. This is a very healthy smoothie. There's spinach and kale and berries and orange and apple and flaxseed. So that explains the too many bytes thing. Then, should there be a central deserializer? Should there be a central deserializer? I think there has to be. Basically, can we do entity.serialize and then entity.deserialize? And we can pass various parameters into that too, I think. Wait, cringe stream. It's because I'm talking about the smoothie. I'm sorry I'm not allowed to have 5 minutes where I take an extra little bit of break. I'm going to be on for the next 2.5 hours or so. Okay, so let's write what this might look like. I think what we'll do, so we can get rid of this stuff for now pretty much. Like, we just wanted to see this for explanation purposes. So let's condense this down to as little as we can get it. So there's that. And we will probably have something like this. So we'll have serialize. And what this will do is iterate over each component and call serialize on it. Then we'll have a static deserialize. And this will serialize entity. This will go through each component, check its name, and call the correct deserialize function. Then every time we add a component, we're modifying like 4 different files. No, cringe stream, kale. You don't like the name kale. So it's K-A-L-E and it's just a vegetable. I don't know if this is grossing you out right now, but it's, I don't know. Oh, coffee kills. Too funny. I used to work at a grocery store and there's a vegetable. I'm gonna look this up on a different screen. Hang on. Yeah, rapini. I had never heard of this before. That's it. That was not relevant to anything. That's all. Now you guys know that about me. Alright, so we have a serialize and deserialize function. So let's write this down. If we have this in entity, then anytime we make a new component, we need to modify component names.js and entity.js. So is there an automated way we can kind of do this? We know we can do something like this, serialize entity. This is going to be like all the different components in it. And we're going to say var component equals whatever that is. And now we have access to component.name. And perhaps this is physics. and we know it's a physics component, we can basically just have a map of classes. Yeah, okay, we can do this probably in a slightly different way. Okay. This kale is so good. Okay. Yeah, I think we can do this, and I think this is how we want to do this. And then I think anything that we want to pass in for how we serialize something is something that we can just pass in that way. So we can say something like serialize, include full details, and then this would get passed into, for this dot components, we'd say serialize, include full details. There's probably just different flags we'll want, not just include full details. We'll probably want to say something like is ally, is owner, is enemy, and yeah, and they'll probably just be flags. We don't have that problem yet. We don't need to worry about that yet. So we'll do it this way. We should have just a blank slate to start from. Let's make sure. Good, we do. So let's go into entity, and we will write a serialize function in here. Serialize. For now, we won't have anything special in these parentheses yet. We're going to go over each component. So for let component name in this dot components, we're going to say serialize all of them. So let serialize equals, oh, this won't work, will it? This might work. We have to remember these are all arrays. So let's do this. Let component array equals this dot components component name. Kale is a guy's name? Is it? I know Kyle is a guy's name. And I know there's, what's his name? Joel McHale, I think. I'm not actually going to search that on here. Well, whatever. Kale is a vegetable name, and there happens to be a guy who's named after a vegetable. So if you go name your kid broccoli, don't go telling me it's a guy's name. It's a vegetable name, and some kid just happened to be named after it. So these are all arrays, and we need to serialize each component in them. Do we want to save this as an array at the end, though? Order matters. Order definitely matters. Remember that order matters, e.g. in the case of chase target component, which is never actually serialized. Yeah, in fact, some of these won't be serialized and don't need serializers. So then I guess we go through each one of these, component array, and we say let component equal that. Then we serialize it. Serialize components dot push component dot serialize. And then we just return this. When the ad loads, no problem, but internet can't handle the stream. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. They're served from different servers, to be fair. Ads are probably served from some like super beefy servers. I don't know. I'm making that up. Alright, so we go through each component array, we get it, then we serialize it. And actually, since we have the component's name, we don't need to include that in each one of these. We can say let serialized component equals component dot serialize, and then insert the name ourselves if we want. Serialized component dot name equals component dot name, or actually we have it here, component name. However, we do need to assert that this does not exist already. So let's do this. Const assert equals require assert, and then we're going to say assert undefined is undefined component dot name. We inject the name property into the component, into the serialized component, so you cannot add one yourself. fix this by changing your serialize function. Okay. Now let's just make this take up less space. Okay. So we serialize the component, then we inject in the name property, and then we push it to our array of serialized components and then return it. So at this point, if we were to rerun the game, we should be able to get, yeah, the first entity, and let's just call serialize on it. Oh, what? Component dot, oh, I never defined any serialize function. Okay, yeah, let's do that. So serialize, and we're going to say return tile x, this dot tile x, and tile y, this dot tile y. So now physics has a way to serialize itself. Let's make it so that health component has a way to serialize itself. We'll just say life is this dot life. Then what else do we have? Is bot component. See, these are the sorts of things that don't necessarily need anything special. We can just say return an empty object. Wow. Okay, I see Kyron got control of my lights. Alright, so that doesn't need anything special. What other components do we have? Let's just take a look. So sprite component never needs to be serialized. So we're going to assert false. This component should never need to be serialized. Actually, you know what we can do? We can put something in the base component for serialize. Oops, let's take this whole thing. Forgot to define a serialize function for this dot name. For this will say something like physics. For the, let's do it this way. This dot name component. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna put that there. Alright, that way we don't need to put a serialize explicitly in here. That should be fine. So we have physics component has a serialize function. Owned by player, this needs a serialize function. Serialize, return player ID, this dot player ID. Good. Is bot component just needs to return an empty object. ID component, serialize, return that ID, this dot ID. Alright, health component, we have one. Chase target component should need to be serialized. And yeah, there we go. Oh no, you don't need to be sorry about the light. Yeah, if I become partner, I'd probably ask people to whitelist AdBlock or whitelist my site through AdBlock, but I'm not a partner. I mean, I shouldn't be advocating that anyway because I am streaming on Twitch, so I'm not advocating it, but I will say this, I don't get money from ads, so take that how you will. Okay, so we've written serializers for the entities. Now we need deserializers. Now, man, my tooth is hurting. So let's write static deserialized serialized component. And this is a static thing, so yeah, here's what we'll do. We'll return new physics component, serialized component dot tile x and serialized component dot tile y. Okay, sorry, I was reading chat for a second there. We need this for everything, so let's keep putting it into all of the different classes. So deserialize here is going to return a new health component, and it's going to take the life parameter. Actually, that's not really how this works, is it? It's more max life. Whoops, I already screwed up. Max life, there we go. All right, isBot component, when it gets deserialized, just returns an isBot component with nothing. It doesn't even need to use the serialized component. Sprite component doesn't ever get serialized. Owned by player component. This makes a new owned by player component with serialized component dot player ID. And then finally this one. This returns a new ID component with the ID. By the way, if any of you have never used this shortcut, this might come in handy. If you double click a word, it highlights it. If you double click and drag, it selects only by word. So you can see there's no way I can select just a single letter in the word internal here. And if you triple click drag, it selects just by line. So if you ever want to quickly select certain things, consider using any of those shortcuts. Double click drag is like the greatest thing, and it doesn't work in OneNote. I don't know why it doesn't work in OneNote, but I have submitted feedback. Alright, so serialization has been designed. Now we just need to finish writing it. Let's write a static deserialize function here. And it takes in a serialized components, I guess, is what it takes in, because that's all an entity is. Also, what's going on in chat? Twitch Premium, streamers get 0 revenue from Turbo members. Wow. Alright. When you're using Turbo and the broadcaster runs an ad, we pay them the exact same amount as if you'd seen the ad. They're not missing out on any ad revenue. Cool. Oh yeah, what Coffee Kills is saying is to get the extra menu with things like copy path. If you hold shift and right click, it's not super useful, especially since copy path is now something you can put in your quick launch, or what's this called? Quick access toolbar? QAT. Okay. Yeah, so let's write our deserialize. How we're going to do this is we'll iterate over each of the serialized components, and we will say const, this can be let, const component, serialized component equals that. Then we eventually need to form an entity. So first things first, we'll make an entity. Let's say const entity equals new entity. Then we deserialize the component. So deserialize, I'll just write this. Const deserialized component equals, we'll say magic here. Then we write entity.add component, deserialized component. Then we return the entity. Okay, so this magic is where we need to do something. And I think the best way for this to work, there's component names already. What if we need a mapping somewhere? All right, so here's what we're gonna say. We need a mapping of component name to the class that the component represents, that name represents. Yeah, open command window here, but that's something that's now over here, open command prompt. Also, is that in here? I don't know. I have my own flow for a lot of these things. So sometimes I just do things differently. Alright, so where do we put this mapping? I think the place where it makes the most sense is to put it into this file and then rename this file. Because here's the problem. When you make a new component, you already need to modify this file because you need to add in a name for it. So what if when you did that, you said what this represented? What if we made, how are we going to do this? We just need, okay, I'm just going to write, this needs to go somewhere. So const components by name equals, it's got to be something like this. And there's a way to do this in ES6 that I always forget, so let's look it up. Babel. I think I remember how to do it. You say, let me think about this. So we're going to say var a equals x:high, and then we should be able to say var b equals a.x hello. And now when we console.log b.hi, we should see hello. Okay, cool, that worked. Yeah, this is a new ES6 feature. Oh, but this turns into this. What? So what happens if we, wait, what? What if we say a.x equals bi? Does this still work? Yeah, this works how I expect. So it's just at this time. Okay. Yeah, so let's do this. Component names dot is bot. No, that's not right. Wait, is that? Oh, maybe this is right. Component names dot is bot goes to we gotta include a whole bunch of components. Import is bot component. Let's just look at the main bot assemblage. We gotta include like all of this stuff and more. This is not great. Are they at least in the same folder? No, of course not. They're in the ECS folder. Oh, are they not? Oh wait, it's this is bot component. Does this even do what I want it to at the end of the day? So what I want to do is, I'm going to export this, components by name, and then what I want to be able to do is say something like component names dot is bot dot deserialize some serialized component. I think that'll work. Alternatively, I could put their deserialize functions here. Or, no, that's not a good idea. Okay, yeah, I think this is the best idea. But I need to change how all this gets imported and exported. It's going to be a huge mess. And I still kind of don't like how I need to import all of the components here, then say all their names. Okay, well, yeah, let's fill this out. So some of these won't have deserializers. And is there any way we can ensure that all entities that have a serialized function will have a deserialized function? I think I know how I could do this better. What if they registered themselves with some sort of something that kept track of this? And what if I called something here entity deserializer dot register only by player component? If I did something like this, and then this could insert itself. Could it do that? No, because this. Oh wait. Oh, maybe it could. I'm trying to think of how this would work. What would the register function do? It could create a new instance of this to figure out its name, but it can't actually do that because of these asserts that are here. I would need to have custom code for each of these. So then I could have a static name. I could say like, does that even work? Hang on a second. Also, I think I just moved the camera. Alright, let's see if this works. So class person static, I could just make it a, can I say this? No, you can't do that. You can make a static function that returns a name, and I can make a getter and a setter. What would I do here? Now if I say person.name, it should be high. Person.name is not a function? What? What's going on here? Person. I'm not sure I understand how this works. This is returning person. Why is that? Static is not a thing. Okay, fine. Static members, here we go. Static something, return new something. Yeah, isn't that the syntax I'm trying? Static name, return a string. Console.log person.name, but it's not a function apparently. Key, name, return. Yeah, this does return a function though. Oh man, I totally don't understand this then. Can I call this like foo? Oh, is name reserved or something? Whoa, what? Yeah, when this was name it didn't work, but when I set it to foo it does work. Racer says... Wait, have I missed a bunch of stuff? Okay. Racer says, what database are you using right now? I'm trying to decide which one to use with Node because SQLite is kind of a pain with its error handling. I'm not using a database yet. The database I'll be using on the central server will be PostgreSQL, and the one that I use on the game server will be basically just anything that can be embedded directly into Node. So possibly Level Up or, what's that one called? Tingo. I used MongoDB before though. I thought it was fine, but I've read a whole bunch of things on the internet that say, no, it's not fine. So I don't know what to believe anymore, but I don't plan on using it anyway, so I don't need to confirm or deny those things. Do I need to create an instance of the class in JS? I shouldn't have to for a static thing. As you can see here, actually, this is, oh wait, you probably can't see this part down here, sorry. All right, so the part I've highlighted down here, this is saying hi now. The problem is when I had this saying name, now all of a sudden it says person.name is not a function. So I don't know why that's happening exactly, but I imagine it's because .name always refers to the class. Whoops. .name probably always refers to the class. So in this case it's person. Actually, we can kind of see what's happening over here. Person.name. Wait, right? So if I got rid of this completely, yeah. So for some reason this has a name in it. And I don't know how it got that. Class call check. Like, how does that work? And is this an ES6 thing or just Babel? Or what? But anyway, okay, so this, I'm just like beyond where I was trying to get to. I'm gonna say something like component name here, and I wanna just say, this can return foo for all I care. And we say component name. So, okay, fine. So if I say var a equals person, can I do console.log a.component name? Cannot read property log of undefined. The console's not defined. Whoa, what's this trying to do? Person.console.log? Oh, whoops, that was supposed to be a semicolon. Okay, cool. Does Node have a Postgres? I think there's something for Node. I looked it up a while ago. Alright, so if I were to register something like this, then here's what I could do. I could say something like static get component name and return component names dot owned by player, because I can't make this a property or anything like that. So now here I could say just owned by player component dot get component name. So this should work the same way, so that when I call register on this entity deserializer, which I'm eventually going to do, what will happen is it will register this deserialize function based on this name. So I guess there need to be two static entries here. So now everything's at least contained in the component class or in a call that I have here. So next I need to keep track of things in an entity deserializer. The other thing I need to do is, I guess, register an actual name here. No. This still needs to take place, I think. That way you can create components or get them of a certain type. Yeah, so I don't like this method. This doesn't belong here. So we need to make this. And where do we make this? I guess we just create a new class. Let's just put it here. Entity deserializer. It's not really that though. It's like, I should just require it from entity. Something needs to keep track of this. Who keeps track of this? It only needs to be accessible by the components and by entity. And it should be a singleton, and it should probably be something that I import up here, like import entity deserializer from something / entity deserializer. And then this would be an instance of a singleton. All right, let's try this. So, did I actually write entity deserializer? No, I didn't. All right, so we're gonna write that. Let's save it here. Entity deserializer. And the way this is gonna work is we'll keep track of entity deserializer. We'll have a class. It doesn't take anything. We don't need to worry about any of this stuff yet. And it's going to have a register function, which is going to take. It's going to take in a component class, and it's going to do something. And then we're going to say const entity deserializer instance equals new entity deserializer, and then we export just the instance. So that's essentially our singleton. Now when we import it, we're going to say this, and then we're going to register this. Now this register function is going to keep track of this dot deserialize function is just an empty object, and then what we do is we say component. Actually, we can do this. Const component name equals component class dot if name. Then we can say assert exists, which we need the util class for that. See you, Tembroya. Good night. Ensure that the component name exists. Then we set the component name serializer equal to the component class dot deserialize function. There. All right. So I think that'll work. And I think this will require a bit of a change. So in all of our different component classes, let's just close all this stuff for right now. Let's rewrite our components so that they have that same setup. So this will be chase target. This will be health component. This will be, whoops, what did I just do? Okay, this will be ID component. Yeah, I did not copy that correctly. This will be ID component. Is bot. I already am screwing this up. Yeah, okay, cool. Owned by player, we already did. Physics component. And finally, sprite. Next we change, oops, we don't want either of those things open. Next we change these so that they look like owned by player looks. So we say this all the time. Oh no, we don't. Okay, so we say there. And same thing with this health component. See, I'm not sure if I'm even happier with this or not. We can say id component dot get component name is bot component works the same. Yeah, all these are going to be the same. And what this afforded us, and the whole reason why we did this, is so that we can have the deserialized functions register themselves, and it'll make deserialization easier, I think, in the end. So let's try that. Let's see, xpro, xfit, profit. Nice dev stream. Thanks. Do I have to run PostgreSQL as a service, or does it store DBs in this file? You have to run it as a service. So that's why I wanted an embedded database on the game server for this game. Tim Burry says, before I go, I just got to say, Adam, your code is a breath of fresh air. We had a placement student at work who wrote a lot in JavaScript. While it always worked, we use annoying short variable names like abbreviating mouse to mao. If your stream stops even one extra person from doing that, then it's a success. Well, I hope the game works out too. Well, thank you. Yeah, I don't. Okay, so this is not the kind of thing. Actually, I'm not going to talk about this. I've read enough about psychology to know that what I'm about to say, despite being honest, is probably detrimental to my image. So I just won't say it. I don't like dishonesty, so I just won't say anything there. Okay. So we have all of this now. Now we need the register functions in each of these, and this is something that we did down here. So each of these components needs to register itself. And I guess let's start by just pasting this in everywhere. Yeah, that, and then we're going to rename them next so that we can keep one thing on our clipboard at a time. Okay. Now, in order to change these things, we change this to health component, this to ID component, this to is bot component. Profit says, I'm a dev, junior 2, writing some chatbot. It's a game for the chatters. If I'm allowed to, I would start it for a short time on your stream. How about you run it by me first? So either send me GitHub if you can with your bot, or describe what this game is that they'll do. Because I want to keep spam down to a minimum, and most chat bots that let you play games have a lot of spam in it because they try to describe what they're doing and there are a lot of user commands. I'm not like inherently opposed to it, but I would want to screen it first. Racer Renee says, okay, I guess that's fine. I do not need to have an extra command prompt conemo window open for PostgreSQL. If I do, that's all right because conemo and cmdir allow for a kind of teamlike style of multi-shell system. Racer, you said I do not need to have an extra command prompt. I'm assuming that means you want to use a database that doesn't need to be hosted. So PostgreSQL is a client-server architecture. So yeah, there needs to be a server running somewhere. Same thing with MongoDB, actually. So if you want some sort of embedded database, yeah, look into either Tingo or LevelUp. Missiak says, Adam, can you please change the color of your LEDs? How about I let you do it? There. Okay. Yeah, PostgreSQL will require you to have another window open. And Tingo and LevelUp or LevelDown should not require it. I'm still a little up in the air about which database I'm going to use for the game server, but yeah, for the central server I'm using PostgreSQL. I studied that a little bit now, and I don't know, I wanted to try it out. And yeah, everyone, just let me know whatever your questions are. I'm trying to be as interactive as possible here. So we fixed that, we did not fix this one yet. This is a physics component, and this is a sprite component. So now we should have registered all of these. Now in entity.js, we need to actually make use of this. So Conemo allows for multiple windows, right? Yes. Yeah. So I have multiple tabs in one window here, and I'm pretty sure somehow I can add a new window. I'm not actually sure. What is this? Oh, new window. Yeah. You can just check this box here. I don't ever do that though. But yes, so that should answer your question. And I've just crowdsourced out changing my lights in my room. So thank you for doing that. All right. So our deserialize, the way this is going to work, we're going to need to take in the same. Oh, whoops, we still haven't finished this. We need to include. Where is it? This. We need to include this everywhere. So let's put this here. We'll just put it at the top of every file, I guess. So yeah, we'll put it there and there and yeah. So this way every entity registers itself, and now we do the same thing up here. We import from here. Now when we want to deserialize a component, the way that we can do this is this way. We can do git deserialize function functino. Where's the entity deserializer? I closed it. Git deserialize function component name. Oh man, I'm like screwing up all my typing. I think I probably have like 6 hours of good coding in me a day, and I'm trying to go beyond that. But yeah, this stream will be going for another hour and 45 minutes or so. Okay, you click the green plus. Also, out of Tango and level up. Which one is SQL? Hey, good day, Buck Commander. And no, neither one of those are going to be SQL. I think. Oh boy. Let's see, embedded node SQL database. You probably just want like a SQL-like kind of thing. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's something like that. SQLite Node.js. Yeah, I'm not going to read through all this. I would suggest just looking on the internet. Yeah, I think once I get to the point where the stream is not growing so much anymore, I don't know if that's even going to happen because there's been a steady influx of people every day. But once I get to that point, I would probably change my schedule a little bit. I can show you guys, I've been keeping track of this. So the number of followers I've been streaming now for exactly 3 weeks. And the first day I got 90 followers, which is pretty cool. But then yeah, after that you can see it's been about 20 or 30, something like that. And yeah, level up underneath uses level down, I believe. And I only just researched this about a month ago, so I could be wrong. But one of the things that you want when you write a database is some sort of visualizer for it. So PostgreSQL has pgadmin, Mongo has a whole lot of different GUIs that you can have. I don't think I have them on my start menu anymore. Can you guys see that, by the way? Yeah, you can. So pick something that works for you, and if you have any questions about it, let me know. I have no guarantee that I can actually help you with it. So return this.deserialize functions. Alright, and we're going to write this over here. We're actually going to do it this way, I think. Yeah, cross deserialize function equals that I already have written out. So we take that in with the serialized component .name. Actually, we can store this as component name, but that's too long. Okay, so now we call the deserialize function with the serialized component. We should have written our entity deserializer now. Now, who has any clue if it works? I don't know. We're going to go test it. One of the ways you can test serialization really easily is by taking any object, serializing it, and then trying to deserialize it. And you should get the same object back. And already we have a mistake, so let's first just rerun callback. Also, I need to like stretch my legs, otherwise I'm going to lose them. I get my standing desk about 6 days from now, I think. Or at least I should. And then I shouldn't have this problem. But sitting does very, very bad things for your body long term. Okay, so this is still an issue. What is component class? It is a health component. Do I not have a get name function on the health component? Get component name. Oh, I just named this wrong. Okay, get component name. All right, we let that rebuild. We rerun this. Okay, cool. So the game at least runs. Now we can take uncaught assertion error. We inject the name property. What? This shouldn't be an issue. No, I must have screwed something up. Let's just pause on exceptions. Where is this coming from? It's coming from entity. Assert is undefined component.name. Wait, what? Oh, no, that's not what I want. Oh, darn it. It's the serialized component. Yeah, okay. Entity.js. This. We want the serialized one. Alright, let's try that out now. Did that rebuild? I don't actually know, but we're about to find out. Forgot to define a serialized function or sprite. Okay, so that's actually expected because I'm trying to serialize something that should not be serialized. Yeah, I think here's what we're gonna have to do. Oh, I know why this is happening too. Oh, this is happening because we're sharing the entity. We're running into this problem because we're trying to solve this problem right now, and we have a chicken and egg thing. We shared the reference. Entity 0 is both on the client instance and the server instance. They're exactly the same. So what happened is we sent the entity from the server to the client, which is all the same machine. It's just my machine. And then when we got it on the client, we added a sprite to it. But since it's the same reference, that means that this server version had a sprite also. And I didn't write a serialized function for that because server shouldn't have sprite. But we coded it that way because we didn't have a serialized function originally. So the only way to do this is to remove a component. So first we do get component sprite, and then we save that off as s. Then we do remove component s, and then we oh, now we can't render it anymore. This is not gonna work. God, man. Alright, how about we do this? Here's another idea. Let's go into the arena and we'll not add the sprite component. This is gonna make a great time travel movie. Alright, let's refresh this. Now we don't have a sprite component, so we don't see a bot anymore. There's nothing in the arena right now. And so when we do this, we should see that the list of components is just stuff that we have on the server. Good. So now when we do serialize, oh good, okay, we serialized it. We got all of our components. Yep. But they don't have names in them. That's not right. Is it? Serialized component.name equals component name. Oh, whoops. Whew. Okay. Okay, let's try again. Alright, now we should have names. Name health, good. Name ID, good. Name is bot, good. Name owned by player, good. And name physics. That means that these names need to be much shorter eventually. We're going to do that at some distant point in the future. We can make, yeah, we're not going to do this now. It's just, I'm going to write this in a long-term to-do list that I have. I'm going to do this off screen because I have a lot of things in here and I don't know what's private and what's not. So do I have anything about serialize? I have a pre-release thing. Yeah, alright, I'll just write it on here. So make sure any data we send over the network is as compressed as possible. For example, the entity serialization system is using component names directly, and some are very long. In addition, yeah, whatever, that's fine. Whew, okay. But we can serialize it. Now let's try deserializing it. So we do entity.deserialize, the serialized copy of that. entity is not defined. Well, we more or less had to expect that. Here's how we make it be defined. We go into entity.js and we hack it. We hack it to pieces. We say window.entity debug entity equals entity. Alright, good. Now we have it. It still says entity is not defined? What? Oh, we're world-class hackers. That can't happen. Oh, I called it debug entity. There it is. Okay, now let's try debug entity.deserialize. So we got an entity out of it, and it has all of the components that we had before, and they're stored in arrays as we expect, and they should have the same things that we had before. ID is 0. Life and max life are... Oh, this is not how you serialize the health component. We can't just save max life. We need to also pass in life. Life equals undefined. Life equals null. If life equals null, then life equals max life. This dot life equals this dot life. Yeah, so if you're making a health component, you might want to serialize something over the network with a life value that is not max. And in that case, we want to serialize both of these things. And then... Okay, so this is the beauty of the system that we wrote now. Since this deserialize function is here, when we made a change to serialize, we necessarily have to make a change to deserialize. Unless there's a bug in one, and then we only need to modify one of them. But then you don't talk about bugs. So now we pass in max life and life. Life can be null. If life is null, then we set it to max life, and then we set life to life. So you can still pass in 1000 here if you want. So let's try this one more time. We should see, and that wasn't really a bug in what we coded. It was a bug in what we hadn't coded. Rather, it's not what the focus was of what I was testing right now. So life and max life are 1000, good. Is bot should just be, yep, an empty component. Owned by player should have the player ID of 0, and physics should have 5 in here, yeah. All right, cool. So this worked. The only thing we're not serializing is width in tiles and height in tiles. And that's not technically good. We should, here's what we should do. We should say let const serialized component equals this stuff that we were about to return. And then if this dot width in tiles is not equal to 1, then we add that in. This dot width in tiles. And same thing with the height. So then in here, what we do is we make a new physics component with the 4 values that we want. Okay, and then that should be width and height. Whoops. Alright, how does that look? So we have x, y, width, height. So if we did want to specify, alright, let's try this again. We'll just refresh this. We'll, uh-oh, cannot read property name of undefined. Where did this come from? Serialize component.name. Oh, I never returned something. Let's fix that bug from ever happening again by asserting that, no, we don't have to do that. It's just going to throw an exception anyway. Okay, now let's try serializing this. Good, and let's take a look at our physics component. Good, 5511. Now what we'll do in order to try to change this, we'll go into the arena, and instead of, let's do this. Oh, we don't allow it. We don't allow it to pass in. All right, fine. Bot assemblage is going to pass in, instead of 1 here, which actually, where did physics component go? Yeah. So instead of 1 let's try passing in 5 6. Then we'll try this all over again. physics, we should see 5 and 6. Width and height 5, 6. Great. Awesome. We can get rid of these things completely because they're default parameters. Although actually that's going to result in a change in Git, and we don't really want that right now. Whew. Okay, we wrote a serialization. I'm going to go open the door again because this is too hot. We wrote a serialization method for entities, and it's generic. So we can take in any entity as long as it doesn't have sprite or chase target, and we can serialize it. Alright, we're close to fixing all of the terrible code we wrote. So we're not going to check that in. We do want it to have a sprite. This is a serialized function. Let's write down the base component why we did this. Did I write that this is an abstract base class? Abstract? We can't do that. This is an abstract class. Does ES6 give you something for abstract? I don't think it does, and I don't really care because it doesn't matter. Yeah, okay. So forgot to define a serialized function for the this.name component. This is an abstract class. So if you forget to define a serialized function, this will get hit, and we throw an exception. Okay. Chase target component. We should have this exact same set of highlights, a get component name, then a super difference, then the register on all of the classes I'm about to show. Not that, don't look at that. This is slightly different. Oh yeah, because we wrote some new code in Life. Alright, but that looks good. This looks good. And we did test this already. We need to write more tests for it so that we have an automated way of going through this. Yeah, so I'm happy with these things. Physics component we wrote a little bit more logic for as well. And then we just need to look through entity, which I'll do in a second, and is there anything else here? The entity deserializer, and we need to comment those things. So just those two. Alright, let's take a look through them. Oh, it's actually just those two functions. So, oh wait, no it's not. That's not true. There's something here, window.debug entity. Oh, it's a good thing we looked through this. We don't want that anymore. Cool. So let's go comment those functions. Serializes all of the components in this entity. Return an array of something that inherits from base component. Yep. Okay, cool. We go over everything in the component array, we serialize it, and then we inject in the component name and we push it. This is a very simple function. I don't think we need to comment anything. Here, though, deserialize an array of serialized components into an entity. This is an array of objects, they're serialized components, and it returns an entity. We go over each component, we find its deserialized function from our entity deserializer. I know this is kind of obvious. The only reason I'm writing a comment for it is because it calls attention to this is a special line of code. Then we deserialize it, then we add it to this entity. We're going to add it in the same order that we serialized it, so we're maintaining the order. Sounds good. Also, what's chat saying? Racer NA, get this. I want to get my master's in quantum physics, but biology is killing me right now. Maybe biology is not your passion, and that's why it's killing you right now. Tiburon says, I worked 10 hours today, too tired to do anything. Ooh, yeah, 10 hours is a lot. Scottish says, yo, dude. Yo. Let's take a look at entity deserializer. So let's write what this is here for. This is more like entity deserializer registrar. Do I want to change the name of this? Entity deserializer. Nah, I can't do. let's see. Any deserializer to entity deserialize function. I don't know what to call this. This is problem number 2 in computer science. Naming things. Let's just keep the name as is. This class is responsible for, thanks for following, Bibbs. This class is responsible for holding all of the different deserialized functions for entities. This exists so that this isn't even for entities, it's for components. This exists so that components can register their own static deserialize function. Then the entity class can look up the right ones at runtime. Oh, nice. This is JavaScript, yes, but this is ECMAScript 6, so that's why you see me using things like class, import. What else do I use here that you wouldn't normally see? I think that's it in here. Well, export also. And const. So this is all registered deserialized functions. This is an object whose ID is a string and whose keys, component names, values, static deserialize function for that component. Alright, registers a deserialization function. Component class. This is actually a class. Can I even write that? Not sure, object. Because it is an object. It gets transpiled. So a class with a static deserialize function. That should be in quotes. And then this doesn't return anything. Returns a component's deserialize function. Same thing, we want that here. This is a string and this returns a function. Okay, cool. Did I make any typos? Can I add this to a dictionary? Deserialization. All right. Expose a singleton of this class. Nice. Next up, we have to comment. No, I think that's it actually. So let's just take another quick look through here. Yep. So all we did was add in this functionality. We didn't even use any of it yet, but we're about to, and that's the important thing. So now we'll be able to solve that problem of having the same reference on both the client and the server on the same machine, which is like super bad. Yeah, good. Okay, I think we're happy with this. Cool, so wrote our entity serialization and, well, system, I don't need to write and deserialization, that's kind of included. We can now serialize and deserialize entities so long as they don't contain client-only components, e.g. sprite component and chase target component. Note that we don't actually make use of this serialization yet, but we will soon. Alright, great. So that was a lot of code. Now we designed it, we need to actually serialize the bot that we send now. So let's take a look at shared arena, and where do we do this? Create bot. So to do, serialize this. So let's do this. Const serialize bot equals new bot.serialize. And then this needs to be the case at some point. To do serialize this differently depending on who we're sending it to. and then we instead pass in the serialized bot. Now the client server router needs to know that this is serialized, so let's do serialized bot. And it's really serialized bot entity, I guess. Now let's just leave it as bot. We publish out a create bot. Now that means that there is a subscribe somewhere for create bot, which is there, which is create bot debug function, which takes in our now a serialized bot entity. Now we can do const bot entity equals entity dot. Well, we need to include entity for that. Where is entity? Here. I never remember if I put it into the ECS folder or not. I did. So let's do this. Debug. We're gonna do entity.deserialize the serialized bot entity. Yeah, coffee kills. That's essentially true. What that's called is transpilation, because we are turning ES6 into ES5. So we've transpiled it from one version of this to another. And I don't do that. That's what Babel does. Thank goodness for that, because I wouldn't want to code that myself. In fact, I'm not even totally happy with Babel. There are a couple things that are still kind of weird about it. For example, the symbol not being transpiled. And there was no option for that, apparently. So we create a bot entity by deserializing this. Then we add in a bot sprite, and then we add in this entity. Okay, so we should have our bot sprite back, and it should be working correctly. I don't know if it's going to. Oh, it didn't catch my last refresh. Oh, that's a simple problem. I just need to save this file again and then wait for this to finish. Yeah, good. Okay. There. Cool. This is working how I'd expect it to. There is so, like, I'm impressed right now because that all works how I wanted it to. I don't know if you guys think that was cool, because this is what we were looking at 2 hours ago. So it looks like, oh, we just got back to the same point. What's the deal? But the deal is that we did things correctly this time. So you have to imagine that this serialized bot is coming from a completely different machine. And in that case, we want to serialize only what we have to. And I think that we're practically doing that. So I think we can check this in. Then we need something like this to go on. And then, yeah, we can fix up these other things too. So yeah, let's check this in. Alright, let's take a look. So create bot debug function, we take a serialized bot entity and we just tweak some code there. That is pretty nice. Here we serialize the bot before creating it. And here we take in a serialized bot. So that's pretty much what we did. Serialize the bot that we create on the server before sending it to the client. Oh, I cannot type anymore. Serialize the bot that we create on the server before sending it to the client. Now we no longer share a reference between the client and server for the same entity. Alright, that was that. Now store entities by their real ID and have a means for searching. And that means that all entities that plan on being shared need to have an ID component. Is that true? No, that's not true. You might... Wait, is that true? Maybe that is. Why would you share an entity unless you planned on identifying it later? I don't know. Let's cross that bridge when we get to it, because I can think of a few cases right now where I don't want to put in that restriction and later be upset by it. Alright, so storing them by their real IDs. This is something that would take place in the shared arena. So we just happen to have two arenas. We should be storing... Oh, whoops, this is the wrong arena. Yeah, this has entities. So we're going to say this dot entities by real ID equals this. And now the keys are the IDs that are stored in ID component. And the values are the same as this. So let's put both of these things, and sometimes there. All right, for us to be able to use this, whenever we add an entity, we need to check to see if we are going to add it by its real ID. So this add entity here. Then we also need a remove entity. So if, let's do it this way, because we wrote code for this. We're going to do this. Get component, ID component. Is it component names on ID? Yeah, it is apparently. All right, and we'll lowercase this. So if it has this, then we do this dot entities by real ID, ID component dot ID. Did we call it that? Yeah. Equals entity. Zenohito, perhaps Shinohito, I don't know, says, I'm new here. What's this game about? This is Botland. The game is about an Italian plumber who goes to rescue a princess from a castle, but it's not just any castle, it's guarded by a big green lizard. This is a strategy game where you make machines, and the machines that you make are going to involve different pieces of hardware that might be lasers or missiles, and then you'll write code for the machines and deploy them into an arena. So the code that you write could either be JavaScript, or if you don't know JavaScript, you can use a more visual programming language. This is Blockly, and you can just connect blocks. And if that's even still too much, you can use pre-made scripts, and there are some more details about some of this stuff on the YouTube, which I will link. So this is how you could code in JavaScript. So if you are a JavaScript coder, one of the things that I talk about in this video is there's a quick script button, and this is prototype code here. But anyway, when I click this quick script button, you'll see that the code area at the top will get a script pasted in. So if you don't know how to code, you could always do that. You don't need to understand this. The only thing you need to understand is the comment at the top. Hunts down machines and shoots lasers at them. So if that's what you want to do at the time, then you can use that pre-made script. If you want some more granular control and you still want to code in JavaScript without having to look at documentation, you can use what I call quick snippets. You can see that as I highlight over them, it tries pasting them into the code base, and when I finally click one of these things, it inserts it and formats it correctly. So I can form an entire script that I want just based on clicking these quick snippets. Yep. Wait, I want to auto-purge that guy's link. Okay. So yeah, Shinohito, let me know if that answers your question. That is what the game is all about. And it'll take quite some time to finish. Yep, it is. It's sort of like turning programming into a game itself. And again, if you don't know how to code, this game will still be playable by you, and you should still be able to compete to some extent. I mean, sure, there are probably going to be people out there who really study every aspect of the game and write some pretty crazy programs. And what I'm hoping is that the skill difference between those players and just non-programmers would be, let's say, just 20%. So they'll probably still beat you, but they won't beat you by such a large margin. But we'll see. Secretly, Adam will use us to control the world. Well, now it's not so secret. Alright. Let's close these things. So now we have this entities by real ID. We don't ever remove entities yet, but once we do, we will want to update this. We'll actually possibly even want to store entities by position as well. And then we have to update a lot of different things every time we remove or add an entity. We'll see how that works. Because I think, yeah, I think we can do this pretty well. And yeah, Code Hero is a game that other people have talked about. I don't know if I've played this one. Oh no, I don't think this was ever out. This is that Code Gun game, right? Yeah, I don't know if this ever came out. But yeah, this game, Botland, will come out. And it will be glorious. And yeah, thanks for following. So we're storing the entities by the real ID, we're just not using them yet. So every time we call add entity, that's what's going to be done. Yeah. Alright. Well, that's it for now. We're now storing entities by their real ID if they happen to have an ID component on them. Good night, OMG. I'm only going to be on for another hour or so. Just finishing up some of these random items. Alright. Make sure the create bot code uses a constant for its pub sub logic. Yeah, this is something I needed to do and I just didn't do. We need to search for create bot. Yeah, these two things. So instead we're going to call this, where's topics? Topics, here we go. We're going to say topics dot create bot. And then same thing here. Oh, we need to actually import it from here. Alright, and then this is not the right path. It is just /. Alright, and then this turns into topics create bot, and then we go to pub subtopics and we make one for create bot. Create bot. Done. Everything should work exactly the same. We wait for that to finish building. We refresh the page. We should see everything the same. No errors. Good. We're all fine. All right, great. That was just a minor change I wanted to make because it was like a to-do item thing. Yeah, so let's check that in. Yeah, looks good. Looks good. Looks good. I'm now using a constant instead of a string for the create bot topic. Alright, and then we're going to push because it's been a long time. And I don't like losing code. And also, something I haven't done in a decently long time is run pre-commit. That'll do my linting for me. Ong says, you should take a look at Leak Wars. It's quite similar to the game you're making. This is a game I have not heard of, actually. What is this? Wow, interesting. Yeah, I'll have to look this up. Take a look at Leak Wars. Thanks for letting me know. So, next up, does it make sense to have the client main use the same pub sub for both the server and the client? Well, let's take a look. Client main, and we have a pub sub that we're using here. Where is it? That. So we have this pub sub being passed to the client and the server because it's stored in the shared params. And does that make sense? So presumably the one that we pass to the client, well, how does this work? We pass in, wait, this shouldn't be the case. This shouldn't be here. Because the server doesn't need this. Shared arena. We don't have pub sub in here at all. Right? Then how would the systems, no, yeah, we don't need this. This needs to go down to here. Deshinohito says, are you using Git or something else? I'm using Git. However, I'm not using GitHub, I'm using Bitbucket because Bitbucket is free and GitHub charges for private repos. And this game will not be open source despite that, yes, you're looking at a lot of the source code to this. Yeah, it's not licensed for sharing this stuff. Okay, so now the pub sub is client only. That was a change that we needed to make, which means that we're not really using the same pub sub on this stuff. So now this no longer becomes an issue. But that was good of us to look at. So now we should only have, what, 2 lines changed? Yeah, good. Alright, so, and let's test this because I have a habit of not just at least relaunching the app Alright, good. So the client only passes its pub sub to the client arena, not the game server. Because, yeah, I'll show you that. Okay, cool. Alright, next. Debug move needs to be called through the client so it gets validated on the server. Yeah, and this will be the first test of whether our routing made sense or anything. However, I need to go use the bathroom. So BRB bathroom 3M. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Okay, who's modifying my lights? Shinohito. Alright. Debug move needs to be called through the client so that it gets validated on the server. Yeah, so this is our first command that we're actually going to send. We're going to call it through the client. And then the client will... No, that's not even true. This is still a debug command, which is why it's called debug move. The client doesn't generate any move commands. No, this is not the case. Alright, no, we're going to call this directly on the server. So debug move should be callable on the server and flow through to the client. Yeah, alright, let's try this out. What happens when we do we even have debug move in the server? No, we don't. It's on the client. No, it's not even called debug move. What do we call that function? Where do we search for write? Client. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's debug move. What did I search for originally? What did I search for? Oh well, debug move. So this has to go back to the server. We've only bounced this function back and forth 100 times. So let's put it back here. And now, yeah, we'll take the first entity that we find, we'll take its physics component, we will move it appropriately, then we update it. This chase target stuff does not happen here, so we gotta put that over here for now. Alright, and then if it actually moved, tell the client about it. And now here's where we use our client server router. So we say this.cli-serv router dot bot moved, and we say which bot, and we use its real ID. So we actually should store. No, let's just. Yeah, let's do it this way then. So get component ID component. Oops. and we know that it has an ID, so we don't need to check to see if it exists. So we can say const ID equals ID component dot ID. So we say that a bot moved, and we say that it moved to the new tile X, new tile Y. Now in the client server router, we're going to write a function for that, bot moved, and what we take in is an ID, new tile X, new tile Y. Instagib, hey. RacerNA says, so essentially does NoSQL just work like structs with inheritance? I gather this from looking at one picture of the NoSQL data model. Essentially just classes and subclasses where classes have fields. I wouldn't even say that there's classes almost. Yeah, CS Hito. So NoSQL, all it means is that there's no structured query language. And that means you can't do select star from some table where x equals 5, let's say. Instantly, I'm streaming for another hour, so 5 p.m. PDT, Pacific time. So RacerNA, one of the ways that I think about this is, and the only NoSQL database I've used so far is MongoDB. And the way that worked, it's just JSON storage essentially. So if you take any object in JavaScript, like x:5, y: an array of 1, 2, 3, this would be stored in the database like exactly as is. You store it just like that. Well, that's not entirely true. They have a binary representation of it, I believe. But when you pull the object out of the database, it looks like this, and it's queryable just in that sense. Okay, Racer. Hopefully that makes a little more sense. I can clarify a little more if you'd like. So if we're going to have this .is server, otherwise pubsub here, then what we really should have for this should be an inheritance structure where we have like a client router version and a server router version, and then the overridden functions do what we need them to do. That's what we should have. So I'm going to write that down eventually. The client serve router is going to have an if-else in every single function. So we should really make two subclasses and change behavior based on which subclass we're in. Yeah, Racer, just a JavaScript object. So, and that's what JSON is. JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. So you can just put any sort of JavaScript object you want into the database, in MongoDB at least. There's other ones that have different kinds of storage. So like Redis is another, or Redis, I don't know how to pronounce it. That's another NoSQL database, and that's more just a hash map. It's just a shared hash map. So you can store numbers and you can store something else. Okay. Second thing I was going to compare it to was a JSON object. I definitely know what JSON is. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I don't know. Like, there are a few people in chat who I know some general things about, but even when I learn those things, it's like, wait a second, is that person or that person? Because I have two things to identify you. Your name and then a color for your name. And the colors change between days. It's like if your last name changed every day. It's just like that, guys. Alright, so I still need to code this. So then what we're going to do is publish a topic called bot moved, or move bot, but let's say bot moved. No, we said it the other way, so let's do it. So move bot, and then we're going to publish it with ID, new tile X, new tile Y. Now, something needs to listen to this. So we put in the client arena, subscribe to move bot, and we're going to make it move bot debug function for now. Move bot debug function, it takes an ID, a new tile X, and a new tile Y. And then we want this code here. So what we're going to do is, first we need to find that entity by its real ID. So let's write a get entity by real ID. Yeah. Oh wait, we don't need to do that. We need to say this. Const entity bot entity equals this dot that ID. If not exists bot entity, then we'll just return for now. Actually, you know what? We'll say assert exists bot entity. How do we want to do this? I need to research something. Research how I handled incoming lasers/missiles for entities that don't exist. Was that even possible? It's probably possible. So we don't probably want to. Yeah, we probably just want to do this. I unfollowed and refollowed. Out of curiosity, Racer, why did you do that? I don't mind. Like I don't. It doesn't bother me. I do notice every once in a while my follower count will drop, and I'm just a little baffled is all. Because when I stop following people on Twitch, it's either because their streams were consistently low quality or they stopped streaming. And I guess that's about it. Okay, so we make a chase target component and we have that there, good, with the new tile, and then we add it and we update it. That actually should be all we need to do. Is it? Is it? So if we get game server entity, and then we call debug move right. No, it didn't work. Alright, why did it not work? Probably because we just named this the wrong thing. Yeah, it should be called first entity. So we gotta go into 153 of this class and call this first entity. Oh, and also there was a JSCS error that I should have gotten rid of. There we go. And follow because I confused you for other people that I'd stopped watching. Okay, see? We all make mistakes. I probably confused you for someone who didn't know what JSON was. Oh, come on. ... not defined. Oh, I'm not using Lodash in here, that's all. So let's look for where we do import util. And yep, here's what we're going to take. We're going to take this and put it into main. We are importing a lot of stuff from here. We have Lodash, we just don't have util. What is this saying? Underscore is not defined. What class are we in? Oh, we're in the shared arena. Oh, whoops. Okay, so then I need to change how I just got this. I need to do this. Wait a second. I think I screwed up something a little more key than that. No, I'm confused. This shouldn't be the case. No. Alright, just ignore everything I just said. Alright, it should be the case. And I did screw that up. And we did fix it. And now we're going to run this. Oh, can't run. Can't find util. Alright, we'll fix that. There we go. Racer says, God, dude, JavaScript is actually pretty dope. I used to really like low-level languages, but Node.js especially makes dependencies managing so easy. Yeah, I definitely like that, and I think Ruby has something similar to that too. Okay, let's try this. Still doesn't work. Exists is not a function. I thought I fixed that. There's the underscore, and then there's util, and util should give me the exists function. Yeah, what? How would that not exist? Not exist. Yeah, it's apparently not there. What's going on? I do it right here. Underscore dot exists equals function, and this is in util. And I import util up here, and we know that that exists because if I do that, we should get an error. What is going on here? Is it the order in which I do this? Can I get rid of this maybe? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. That, right? Yeah, it's still saying, oh wait, no, now it's saying underscore is not defined. So that actually is that. I need to fix it. And I'm using the correct util. It's inclining game server util. And then there's this. And the weird thing is though, I'm using this from a whole bunch of other places and it's working fine there. And even places in the arena, or not in the arena, the client. No, that's not true actually. This is the only client location where I'm doing this. Racer says, no, I was thinking about Ruby when I said that. Setting up Ruby on Rails is a pain. It's supposed to get all the gems for you. Yeah, gems are the packages, but it doesn't work. It tells you that you don't have a gem, and then you need to go install it manually. It does this for like 20 different gems. I haven't used Ruby on Rails. Also, I'm going to change my colors. Adam. Let me turn this off. Ooh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I haven't had any experience with Ruby, so I can't talk about that. NPM has been pretty straightforward for me. The only time I had it not find the packages I wanted was on a Raspberry Pi. And I don't know, I just stopped using the Raspberry Pi at that point for what I was trying to do. If I did get entity ID and it returned null. Don't try Ruby on Rails ever. I probably won't end up trying it in the near future because this is going to take up at least the next year of my time. I am a little confused about why this is happening though. I'm importing util right here, and then I have the exist function defined in util. In fact, you know what I can do? I can put a debugger here, and we can see if this even gets hit. It does, and it defines it right there. Exist doesn't exist until now. Yeah, now it does exist. What is going on then? Okay, let's put a breakpoint in the client arena. Where is the client arena? Just arena.js? Wait, what's going on? Yeah, here. Okay, so I put a breakpoint here. I call this function. Now this gets hit. Underscore exists, but underscore dot exist does not exist. Why? This is only a problem on the client. So for this to work on the server, no, this is probably some weird wait a second, no, add entity worked that whole time. Oh, what's going on? Is this some strange ordering system? Do I need to put this down here? I just can't think of why this could possibly fail. I'm doing this the same way I'm doing it everywhere else. So let's get rid of these things and add in underscore dot exist. It's undefined. Alright, for now let's just define it because I don't feel like messing around with this so much. I'm just going to put this here. And then we should be able to refresh and then have this code work. Okay, at least we got past that. Now first entity is not defined in line 70. That's a real issue, and that's something I'm about to fix right now. There. Done. Now this particular 0, to do change this from 0. And actually I should be changing that almost everywhere. Let's see. Racer says getting obsolete as well. Python's taking over, but Node.js is getting even bigger. So in Mongo are all objects disambiguous as to their type? There's no type in a Mongo database as far as I know. When you get things back, they'll still be whatever they used to be. Okay, cool. So this is actually working. And so this may look like we were at the point where we started today because this was working in the morning if I recall correctly. However, now this is getting routed as though we're on a network. Or not yet. This is all taking place on one machine. So yeah, and then eventually it should stop it from going left any farther here. Good, but then can I go right again or does this like fail? Yeah, okay, good. Yeah. Alright, I'm happy with that. There are a couple different parts of this that aren't totally good yet. So one of them, am I ever using update 0 here at all? Oops. No, it's just here that I'm using it. So, alright, darn it. This is not good. Unfortunately, entities need to know... Let's think about this. Entities have two different IDs right now, but there's no way to figure out one ID from the other. Well, there is a way to go from one to the other, so, but only in one direction. We need to have it go in both directions. So we say something like this: 0 goes to an entity whose real ID equals, let's say 5. Like, there's no correlation necessarily. So if we say this dot entities 0, we can do get real ID if we want, and this would return 5. But if we have an entity whose real ID is 0, or 5, I mean, how do we get its entity ID 0? There is no way to do this. So, alright, let's talk about what our solutions are. Option 1 is store a mapping of real ID to entity ID, and maintain that as well. Option 2 is put an ID directly into the entity itself. Option 3 is put a fake ID, that's terrible, fake ID component into the entity. Option 4 is the real one or the entity ID. What else could we do if we wanted to do this? Yeah, option 4 is some stupid like brute force iterate over all entities. So that's not really an option. I think I want to do this, and I don't think this is a great idea. Alright, let's try that. Let's see what that looks like. This dot real IDs to entity IDs is a mapping keys real ID for entities and values entity IDs keys into this dot entities. Yeah, like I said, I don't really like this. So the way we do this is when we do add something like this, then we say ID, well, we can just do this. Const ID equals ID component.id. Then we can delete that. And we say this equals ID. No, we can't do that. This is real ID. Yeah, so that's not stupid at all. Okay. Then over here, when we want to use this, what we really do is we say let entity ID equals, this could be const, let const entity ID equals, let's get it by that. Okay, so does the entity indexer have some other filter we can use? It's all IDs and names. Yeah, that won't work. So this is fine. I think this will do it for us. We can test it quickly by just making sure we actually have the updated code here, and then refreshing this and testing our movement code again. Yeah, so this works. All right. Next, we just check in our code. We write comments for it, we check it in, and then we'll probably clean up our to-do list. And then if we have time to do another small task, we'll do another small task. Oh yeah, that's right. We gotta figure this out. This was bad. We wrote in the exist function here. I'm just gonna write to do remove me, and I'm gonna write that as my next to do item over here. Yeah, so figure out why underscore dot exist isn't working on the client arena. In the client arena. I do not know the answer to that. Delete that line too, I guess. Okay, so we subscribe to the bot move function. Let's put, this is called when the server tells you to move a bot. Type ID, we say is a number, the real ID of the bot. We should probably start just using that everywhere. We should say that this is real ID, and then modify this as well. Then that's obvious what that does. These are numbers. Number, and it doesn't return anything. So we add a chase target component, and we update the entity now that we added a component. Update the entity now that we added a component. Alright, so this is the power of the entity component system. We add a chase target component instead of actually doing something here. And then it knows how to handle it, a system knows how to handle it, and then we can remove it when we're done with it. So I think I'm happy with that. Yeah, we moved debug move back to the server. I need to put a comment for why that's needed. This is the same it's always been. Yeah. Alright, and then we added a function here. That makes sense. What changed in entity? I don't even see a change in here. Oh yeah, it was a linting error that we fixed, which should go into a different commit. And move bot. Alright, so then we just need to shared arena needs a comment here for why we have this. We have this mapping because it's only possible given an entity. I should phrase it this way. We have this mapping because when we're given an entity, we can only find its real ID if it has one, but we can't get what its entity ID is. This allows us to get both when given an entity. Yeah, we can close that. I think this is fine. Let's lint it. And then just read this over really quickly again. This code is terrible. We need to get rid of that. The rest of this looks fine. Debug move, yeah. Yep, good. So, debug move now exists on the server. It's callable by doing something like this, and is only callable by doing something like this. When called, it will tell the client to move. The client will correctly add a chase target component. Alright, so let's fix linting errors, which is really just this. Fixed a small linting error. Alright, good. Next we need to fix that relatively large problem of why the client arena needed this code. We should just be able to remove this, but we can't for some reason. I'm going to rerun gulp watch. This always takes a long time. It's up to like 15 seconds. Once ES6 is standard, it'll take slightly less time. Okay, so it's this code that doesn't work. This causes things to fail. No, why is it that it causes it to fail though? Because again, I'm importing util from here. Something causes this to stop underscore dot exist to stop existing. I think what it has to do with I don't think it's the ordering of this, because in other places I import this and then I import util, and then I can call exists in here. Unless that broke all of a sudden. Yeah, I just don't understand it. Can I call util functions from inside this code? Like if I set a breakpoint there, then do I have util here? Util is not defined, but that's probably true of anything that I'm trying to import, right? Constants, is that? Oh no, that does work. Oh, so then this is not importing util correctly. But why? Up 1, 2, 3, shared client and server util. I still just, yeah, this can't be imported for some reason. Is there some problem with this file? And yet, oh, I'm confused. I don't even use Lodash there, so it's really here that's the problem. We can close all this stuff. So why is this failing? Do I overwrite util somewhere? Gelatin Design said, if underscore is a const, surely you can extend it with a new exist method. No, so it being a const only means that you can't. So a equals 5, bad, it's a const, but a dot x equals 5, fine. So that's how consts work in ES6. And I can show you using Babel. If we go to the try it out here, we can say, well, let's just copy this code. So A is read only. So if I comment out this line, now everything's okay. But the problem is this. We're doing this in other parts of the code. We're importing util and everything works fine. Now all of a sudden we try including it and we can't even use util functions here. So if I put a debugger here in the constructor, then when the arena gets constructed, I should get access to util, and I don't. But there's no error when I try importing it. Let's take a look at what the transpiled code looks like. Let's look into dist bundle. This is a very large file, so this is apparently going to take a long time. Client dist bundle, yeah, it's 2.5 megabytes now. Okay, let's see. So somewhere in here I'm going to be using util. And it's not that. Is it this? This is chase target now. Alright, let's take a look for arena equals, here it is. Okay, yeah, so here's the problem. We require util before Lodash, but that's only because it chose to give me that order. Right, is this the same code? No, that's not even the same code. How does it work? Alright, arena equals, let's take a look at the other arena. Is it this one? Yeah, this is where I have the debugger. Where is util? Did util not even make it in here? Oh, it's called shared client and game server util. Do I have access to that here? No. Wow. I gotta say, I don't understand that. I have other things in here like shared client and game server component names too. That actually exists and that's right here. But for some reason this didn't work. Shared client and game server util. Wow. Because yeah, if I wrote the wrong name here, like just you, it would complain at me that it can't even finish Browserify. But when I have it say util, I all of a sudden can't use this? Does that mean that there's an error in a component above this? Like, what if I put this all the way up here? I don't even think that makes a difference. Because I'm pretty sure it comes up with its own order. Like, do we have access to util? We don't. What does the bundle say? Jeez, I haven't seen this happen before either. I have seen weird things with Babel switching the order that I write things in. But now we see that our util made it up to here. Fine. And then we use it here. And then we should also see it. Oh, maybe because I'm not using it, it thinks that I don't need it? Does that make any sense? Like, what if I try calling a utility thing in here? Rect intersect. Yeah, let's just do that. What is that going to do? There's our rect intersect code. Do I have util now? I still don't have it. Wow. What could possibly be happening right now? And I'd be able to see it by looking through this code. Somehow it's working in every other file where I do this, and it's not working here. So we have the util being used here, and then yes, we have this default.rect intersect. Wait, default. Yeah, okay. Export. I don't have default anywhere near, right? Good. I just require a low dash and then I do a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, I don't understand it. I don't even know what to do. I don't see anything wrong here. And if I look at anything else that has util, where do I define that? Yeah, so /util. Here, for example, shared client and game server util. Then again, oh wait, here it says util. Interop require wildcard. How do I do it in the arena section? Here, interop require default. Is that because... No, yeah, what's different about this? This says interop require default. Also, this is not just util, which I'm fine with. But why does it get the wildcard one in some case? Oh, it actually gets it here too, indexer names. Did I? Oh no, I think I know what I did wrong. Indexer names is... No, what? There's no difference between... Oh, wildcard is if you import with a star. Okay. So, actually, if I'm exporting 3 functions, this is actually wrong. How did this work anywhere then? Yeah, I would have had to say do something like this. Right? And then all of a sudden now this will just start to work, I think. Util. Yeah, now I have util. And now, oh no, I don't have exist. But that could be... Wait, why would that be? There's util.rect intersect. Wait, so everywhere that I'm doing import util, I'm doing this wrong. Yeah. And where does it show up? It shows up in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 places. These were all wrong, and yet exists works from some places. Okay, let's blanket change it for right now, because I am working on a clean commit, so this is totally fine. Then we just Control-S or Control-Shift-S. How do you save all files? Save all. Oh, it doesn't have a shortcut. It's only on Mac that it's Control-Alt-S. But even that still doesn't totally fix this.
Doesn't matter whether I call this or not. So we don't have exist, but we do have util. No, now we don't have util. What did I do? I hope this isn't a pattern where like the last thing I do every day is just break all of the code, because that's what happened yesterday. And I gotta say, it's pretty tedious. So I guess I do need to have a call here to something. And then all of a sudden util will work. So then what probably happened is that however this happens to be loading right now, I'm not exporting that underscore function. But how does this work anywhere then? Like, I should be modifying Lodash here. What's actually happening in that bundle file? And why does it work in other places? Like if I search here for underscore.exist, I should find it in many different spots. In fact, even here, for example, it should exist here. So let's try this. We'll refresh. Does that get hit before that other one? Okay. Here's just quoting the Matrix. So we get util. Where do we require Lodash? Here. And I wonder if requiring it, yeah, so I wonder if this is like some weird ordering issue. I don't know. I don't think so. Let's cut this out for a second. We'll get rid of the exists call, and we'll just comment that out for now. And now we'll find anywhere else that we try to call exists, and if it works, we'll pull out all of our hair. All of it. Yeah, so what's going on here? Underscore dot exist. Why is this here? Oh man. It just doesn't make sense. This works when I do it from this file. And what file is this exactly? This is the shared arena, right? Yeah. So in the shared arena, I'm able to use util correctly. I just do these two lines, which I should have these two lines up here too. Yeah, require Lodash, good, and import stars util, and then the path is just different. And that's it. And then in here, I'm free to use exist. I wonder if something else is overwriting exist. Is that even, how would I do that? I would have to set it equal to some other function. And I don't do that anymore. Yeah, monoadic behind a gelatin. This is so confusing to me because I was using this just fine for so long, and I'm using it fine here too. There's underscore dot exist. But then all of a sudden I try calling it here and it doesn't work. Underscore dot exist. It doesn't even, and I could try it here, for example, underscore dot exist 5. That's totally valid code, but it's not going to work. And I don't know why it's not going to work. Alright, let's test this now by doing things that are a little bit smarter. Oh wait, what's this? Lodash value. Do we have all the other Lodash functions? Is array, is arguments? Yeah, okay. So let's try a few things. Let's try this. Let's try putting like blah 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 equals function. Alright, util was changed. We should have access to the blah 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 function. Underscore dot blah blah blah. No, we don't. Line must you betray me, blah blah blah. okay, so we don't have that here. What if we did this? Function foo, then we put blah 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 in here, and then we call foo. Because it should evaluate this whole script, which that should have no impact on this. That should not cause this to all of a sudden appear. Good, it doesn't. So I'm not crazy. But I am talking to myself. Yeah, gelatin design, that's the other thing I've thought of. I guess what I'm trying to understand now, so I'm not even trying to find a better solution. I'm just trying to understand why is it working one way and not another way. And once I understand it, then I can do things the right way. So yeah, there should be a util function I probably call that like extends Lodash. But why doesn't this work even this way? Why can I not do this? Or rather, why can I do it sometimes but not other times? So my theories are either this is working and then it's getting overwritten by something. So perhaps by requiring Lodash a second time, it's screwing up. And actually, some ways I can kind of test this. I guess I could be debugging through bundle. I don't even know if this might crash Chrome for all I know. No, it doesn't. Okay, so let's search for arena equals. And we're going to need to search for the right one. So the problem we're having is in the one where we define width in pixels at first. So it's not this arena. So then where do we do this? It's this. So let's look through this. We're going to put a breakpoint right on the util. This. Oh boy. I think I need to turn off source maps. Alright, I've got one better for you. Let's just delete the source map. Take that, Chrome. Oh, you don't know what to do now, do you? Huh? Yeah, that's right. Alright. let's now put a breakpoint here and watch it not go wild and switch to a different function. Great. Now we refresh the page. Okay. Refresh the page. We're here. So what does this do? We call this function if obj. It is defined and it's an ES module, then return it. That's all we're going to do here. Possibly. So now util should contain all of the stuff that we want. Yes, it does. But one of the other things it should have done is install the exist function here. But we don't even have the underscore here. That's why this is happening. So it is an ordering issue. So then why is it not an ordering issue in the other code? Like, that makes sense. We don't actually require Lodash until down here. It doesn't matter what order we wrote it in the code because Babel is going to transpile it differently for us. So fine, I'm totally fine with that. But then in our second arena setup that we have, where we're doing this, how does this work all of a sudden? Oh, actually, I have an idea. This must be the first place that Lodash is required. No, that's not possible, is it? Is this the first place we require this on the client? Because if so, that could make sense. Alright, where are all the client? Here's all of it. Here's all of the client code where we require it. It's in 5 places. Chase target system is not going to be used yet, but there it is in main. The only way for Arena to... Oh, but we import Arena before we even run anything from main. Oh, I think that's the problem. So the problem is that Babel is going to put our imports before our requires, which means that... How do we get around this? There's no tricking this as far as I know. Because it's going to rearrange our code anyway. Like we have import arena right here. But then, yeah, why does this work in the second time around? Did I already solve that? I guess we could take a look this time. We hit this play button, and at this point, yeah, Lodash is still not defined. And util isn't defined either. But it's require right here. It wasn't require before. It was interop require. What? Yeah, what? What is going on? So eventually we'll get down to the part about Lodash here. And now we have underscore. But we... What? That didn't work how I expected it to. So all that matters is that something else loaded Lodash and installed that function for us at some point. Yeah, I can't say this makes a whole lot of sense. What do we do to fix this? So one of the things that Gelatin suggested is, what if we said something like this? We export a function called setup Lodash extensions, and in here we do this. Great. Now in the places where we need to use this, what we can do is we can do this: util dot setup Lodash extensions. And then refresh the page, and hopefully we don't run into any weird issues. Let me delete all my breakpoints. Also, we should have source maps again. We do. Okay, so we can stop looking at bundle, remove all breakpoints, and let's take a look at our arena code. Okay, so we put a breakpoint here and we hit the play button. So at this point, we don't have underscore.exists. But after we run the install function, we catch some exception. What? No, I think that was just a weird issue. Underscore.exist is not function. You gotta be kidding me. Alright, I'm gonna step into that function and we're gonna figure out what this thinks it's doing. So, does underscore exist here? Yes. Does underscore exist? Yes, it does. Then we define it again, and then we somehow lose it. Now this can't be called. It's undefined. How is that possible? This could be more source map wizardry, where underscore is really being mapped from something else. I don't understand. Putting it in an interpolated string? Is that what you're suggesting, Gelatin? Because if so, I think you'd need a $sign and curly braces around that. Oh, I see. You're just saying pass this in and then get what we returned out of it. Yeah, okay. I think that would work. So we take in this, and then we underscores read only. That. Let's just say foo. Oh my god, line 24 is read only. Oh yeah, because we made a constant arena, so we gotta fix that. So I guess we just say let. Did we still screw up? No, I wrote it. Oh man. Okay, so do we have this function now? Underscore is undefined. That's even worse. Why would that happen? What is underscore at this point? That's Lodash, so I call this function, I pass it in, I try foo should now be Lodash, good. And I tried to find a foo.exists, which is undefined as of now. Oh, I didn't return it, that's why. No. Yeah. Alright. Alright, well that's why we debug things. And this is also why we get frustrated. Alright, now let's try this. Underscore.exists. Okay, that works. So now let's try one other thing. I think we tried this before. Let's try. Let me close this bundle file. Let's try this. What if we just do setup on that? I think we probably already tried that. Now I'm just backtracking. But does that work? Yeah, that does work. All right. So now the problem is this. What we'd want to do is we want to do this. We want to do it here because this is in our top level and we want to do it before we call any code, right? The thing is, I don't know if that's going to even work because of the order of these things. This is just a breakpoint issue. So, did it work? We can test it by running that code that we had before. Whoops. Darn it, I gotta go farther back now. Yeah, that worked. Okay, so we need to do this. It's just tedious. And we need to do this in every file where we want to use any of the extension functions, which means we need to be aware of what's an extension. Which means that we really shouldn't even have them as extensions of underscore. We should just make them util functions. I think that's the solution here, because this other thing is just kind of silly. So instead of doing underscore.exist, we export a function called exists, and then we call it util.exist. I think that's the solution, but I also think it's worth writing down everything that we just came across here. So, we used to, oh man. Alright, we used to have this code. Const Lodash equals require Lodash, and then import star as util from, let's just copy that exactly. The problem was that Babel reordered the transpiled code so that import star came before Lodash, so there was no underscore to install. That's not even true though. It was just a different one. And that's not even the problem. I don't know, something like this. Anyway, we reordered the transpiled code. I'm just gonna say this. The problem was something to do with the Lodash references. Perhaps Babel renamed our underscore so that when util.js tried to install exist, it couldn't. The result was that underscore.exists was undefined when we tried to use it. The solution in this case, I'm not going to extend Lodash, especially since I don't like the pattern of importing util only to add extension functions. Only to implicitly. Instead, I will put exist directly. I will export exist from util so that we call it with util.export or exist. Alright, so gelatin, I'll give you a point. Thanks for your help. And next we're going to fix this, and then we're going to go.
this will not be a thing anymore. This will instead be just export function exists val done. And do we even need Lodash for this anymore? No, we don't. So Lodash isn't even needed by this file. Good. Next, everywhere where we import util, import.star util, we need to make that a regex search. Everywhere we import util needs to be changed. Or at least we need to verify that we're actually using util. So we are not using it here. So get rid of it. We are actually using it here. So we can keep that. We're using it here. We're not using it here. We're not using it here. Not using it there. Yeah, and this uncovers, actually, oh, whoops. Oh no, I want to keep all of these actually. No. All right, this is why we should just save this for tomorrow, I think. So everywhere where we're not using it, darn it, we need to change all the exists things. Okay. So yeah, import stars util, we actually want to just change exists. So this, instead of being underscore, is just going to be util. Good. This we're using, and we want to continue to use, but are we using exists in here also? So import util. So basically all the imports that we just changed, we screwed up. So yeah, let's fix this. Anywhere that we had import, we need to continue to use import. We just need to change the exist calls. So that's one of the cases, that's one of the cases. So all of these, we revert. Then in here, good. Next thing's that we don't ever import util anymore. Oh, we need to close all these files or else this won't work. Whew, good thing I know about that. Okay, so import star as util, and we make that change everywhere. No, screwed all that up. Okay, good. Next, everywhere that we use underscore.exists, we just fixed that. Yeah, that looks fine. So we change that to util.exists. Replace. Great, save all. Alright, then let's just restart this and restart the server. We don't even have the server running actually. So botlan game server gulp launch, botlan game server run. Alright, then we wait for that stuff to finish. And then we test the code. And at that point, we should have a pretty good idea of whether this works. Just gotta wait for these bundles to finish. Is my computer going nuts right now or something? Wow. Alright, I don't see anything wrong there. I can move left and right, sure. So that seems to be fine. The next thing we've got to do is try connecting to the server. So let's do that and then make sure the chat works. So we're going to connect as Adam. This dot socket dot emit. This doesn't have a socket, does it? This, oh, I commented all of that out. Okay, fine. Socket interface. Because I didn't want those errors to show up. Alright, and then, good. Alright, so then everything seems to be working. Let's comment that stuff back out, change that back to where it used to be, and then check all of this code. Good. 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 What was that at the end there? Oh, just into the modified line. Good and good. Final thing to do. Oops.
Do you know of any Mongo 3 GUI tools? So what did I use? I used something called what's going on? Mongo View. What I used was this, which I'm pasting in a version number, but I'm not recommending that specific version. Unnecessary semicolon. I liked that one. You eventually get to the point where you run out of the free trial, but it still lets you use it, but it's kind of limited. But it's pretty good. Okay, we're done. It's like right at 5 o'clock now. So fixed a problem where I couldn't make use of _.exist. I actually didn't like the design behind this anyway, where I would import utils solely to install an extension function. So I made exist. So I exported exist from util itself. So now you call it with util.exist. Also, I just want, yeah. All right. Done. All right. It says it only supports up to Mongo 1.6. Hasn't been updated since January 2014. Easy to reset the keys. I don't know. I try not to do anything nefarious with other people's software at this point, since I'm a software developer myself. If I really like a program, I'll just buy it, or I'll continue to use the free trial version. But I won't try to pirate a full version or get around their support. So yeah, Racer, I only use Mongo View, and I can't vouch for anything else. I'm kind of surprised that they're still selling it if it doesn't even work with the newer versions. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, so what progress did we make today? Well, let's refresh this page and take a look. So, our bot is back. I think that at some point it was gone, and we can do this. We can move around. Yep. Does that look good? Down, right, up, left. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. So we're all done. We're all done for today. What do we have tomorrow? Figure out why exist isn't working. We did that. Start executing code on the server. Ooh, that's going to be fun. And then allow for more bots. Then we can actually work on things like lasers, and then there will be something basic so that when I finally do get a VPS up and running, you guys can have something to play and mess around with. Yeah. This is good. This is really good. I think that was solid progress today. And I gotta figure out if the movers are gonna reimburse me for my light bulbs that they broke. Alright. I'm gonna get going. You guys have a good night. Thanks for tuning in, watching the stream. And I'll see you tomorrow in about, what, 16 hours. Yeah. Bye, everyone.